Hey everyone, this episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. Join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and saving 10% at checkout with the promo code SINGER. Shooterlube.com is America's best gun care system. With the military-grade cleaning solvent and the new technology, we have you cleaning your gun better than ever. The new solvent's designed to penetrate deep into the metal, cleaning carbon buildup in less time than other leading solvents. You can feel good knowing you're cleaning your firearm with a product that passed military testing. We set new standards. That line always cracks me up. I don't know what it is about that line, but that line always makes me laugh. I think it's kind of cheesy. Your firearm maintenance should not be banished to the garage or outside because of the harsh chemicals and smells that other solvents use. No. Shooter Lube military-grade weapons cleaning solvent is simply the best. That one's kind of cheesy too, but I like singing it, so fuck it. It is odorless, no water, fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA, has a high flash point, it's non-corrosive, it does not freeze, and it's non-flammable. The second stage is the Extreme Weapons Oil. Now, standard gun lubricants and CLPs, those shits are outdated and a thing of the past, you guys. Shooter Lube Extreme Weapons Oil is different. With the new cutting-edge technology, they're creating a new level of gun lubrication and protection, unlike many other gun oils that just sit out there and sit on the surface. The Extreme Weapons Oil penetrates deep into the pores of the metal. It forms a bond on and in the metal that doesn't wipe off, wear off, melt, or evaporate with heavy use. You can feel confident using your weapon to its fullest potential, knowing that it's fully protected from wear and corrosion. Ooh, excuse me. It's biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic. It's 100% synthetic, low odor, non-staining, rust and corrosion protection, and it reduces wear and friction. They also offer free shipping on all orders over $35 with a 100% money-back satisfaction guarantee. Also, if you guys haven't already, slap that thumbs up, smack the subscribe button, and punch that notification bell like it owes you money. That way you know when we're posting new content. It really does help the channel a ton. And if you're listening on just the audio side on any of the streaming platforms, please hit follow or subscribe as well. And please also leave a 5-star review if you're listening on iTunes. It really does help the podcast grow. If you're feeling extra frisky, you can subscribe to our Patreon by going to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive and joining for as low as $2.99 a month. You can also follow me on any of my social media accounts. Just go to jaredsinger.com, and from there you can find any of my social medias. If you're frustrated or whatever, you can just Jared Singer Live everywhere. All right, my guest for today is Aaron and Chester from Yourczek. They're coming back on. Gonna have a good time, chill, talk some shit. Who knows what we're gonna get into? But yeah, Aaron and Chester from Yourczek. So let's welcome them to the podcast, guys. All right, well, next subject. Next subject.
Please.
We are live, boys. Sorry, everyone. We're a few minutes late, but
my fault.
We ended up making it work. It's all right. 15 minutes ain't no big deal, right? It is episode 66. You got to scoot forward just a touch. Oh. I can't turn that cam anymore.
Bam.
Well, actually, I could. Hold on. That's a little better. There we go. Now I kind of went too far, didn't I?
You went too far.
Jared, you went too far.
Story of my life, bro. Story of my life. There's a line, and then I crossed it.
Yeah.
So episode 66, I named it Order 66 in honor of Star Wars.
Oh,
and instead of putting your ugly mugs
it is
on
March
there,
4th,
I put...
too.
Is it really?
Oh, wait, no, isn't it May 4th?
May 4th, yeah.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
It is March 4th, though.
It's March.
Yes.
March the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
The Imperial Death March.
There you go, Order
Force.
66.
Imperial
So
Death
instead of
March
your
4th.
ugly mugs on the flyer, I put old Emperor Palpatine.
There you go.
Yes.
Good.
Let the hate flow through you.
So yeah, this is a special episode, man. I appreciate you guys coming down.
Yes.
Yeah,
Looking forward to
Thank
it.
you, Jared. As
It's,
always.
It's going to be fun. We got some beers to drink. You brought some Omnis. What did you bring over there?
I got falling knife here.
Yes.
Verbal tip.
So do you brew beer as well?
I don't. I've always lived with people that do, and I originally, when I first saw my friends do it, I'm like, yo, this whole apartment reeks. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, it
and,
does.
And so I was like against it for a minute, but I'm actually gonna start because now I just moved. Lanik just moved. This is it's been a thing with the band. Like we're just like, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. All our tasks and stuff. But this new place I'm in, I'm actually really considering it because I got a garage now and I got a basement and some areas where I can start doing it. So might see something just for fun.
Dude, we can collab.
Let's do it. That'd
All
be
right.
awesome. Make
Yes.
a Acylic beer
Haha.
for fans who like Acylic beer.
Yes, for fans.
Call it
Only
Hopsilic.
fans. Hopsilic. I love it.
Acylic, yeah.
Get rid of the O.
Sell it in stars.
So it'll be HP Silic instead of YP Silic.
Yes.
There you go, Hip Silic.
Smart. Hip Silic.
We started the marketing already.
That's what I do, boys. Did you guys see that Minnesota Department of Transportation contest for naming the plows?
Yeah.
4 of my submissions got picked.
Really?
No
4
shit.
of them. Now I'm
Were you
not gonna pretend
Plow
I'm the only-
McPlowy face? Was that one of yours?
No. I'll tell you all 4 of them, but I'm also assuming hundreds, if not thousands, of other people also picked the same ones. But I even got some that were my honorable mention.
Uh-oh. Come back to us. There it is.
back.
Baby, come back.
So one of my honorable mentions was Kent Burbeck.
There you go.
But I got and Kirby Truckett also was an honorable mention that didn't get picked. Those ones kind of pissed me off. But I had 2 Star Wars ones. I had Darth Blader, and
you
then
go.
I had Snow-Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Ooh.
I saw Snow-Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah,
Yep.
that was pretty
legit.
And then what were the other 2 I picked? Because I think they picked 8 total.
Mhm.
Fuck, I can't remember the other 2 I picked off the top of my head. They'll come to me, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm the only one that came up with those. But I did think it was super fucking cool. When I seen that contest, I'm telling you, dude, within minutes, I had dozens of entries into that fucking contest. Because I just immediately, as soon as I seen they were doing a contest,
yeah.
hanging out with Lanik, Alex Kelly, and the pun crew, and I was drinking, so I'm sitting down here in the studio. This was over in the other room. Dude, I'm telling you, I just one right after the other as fast as I could load them up. I was thinking of them, dude. I was thinking of them faster than I could type them, so I was like forgetting them. Oh, dude, it was hilarious, man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that, dude.
So were you a little salty for not getting salty? Wow.
The only thing I was sandy about was that MDOT never sent me an email being like, "Hey, your submission got picked." That's the only thing I'm a little sandy about. Like,
Wow.
I don't need credit, but I would have liked a heads up to know,
Right.
like, oh shit,
Plaque
it
on the
got
wall.
picked.
Yeah.
Look, a little
They
plaque on the
snowballed you, dude. They snowballed you. Fucking fuckers. Man.
Yeah, a black snowball from all the dirt and the fucking nasty shit in the street.
So yeah, we're doing
MDOT
local brews.
just
It looks
The
like.
biggest disappointment always.
What's that?
MDOT just always disappointing you.
that's
Always.
their slogan
That's
now.
their slogan. Yeah.
Always disappointing you. I-35 still happening.
Yeah, I just went through.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
I just went through all of the things that I thought would be like multi-generational. So I started hitting on franchises. So I picked a bunch of Marvel superheroes because that's hot right now.
Oh, yeah.
And anybody our age probably read those comics, right?
Oh,
Yep.
Plus the kids out there now. And then I started going through all the sports. Kevin Plownett. I thought that one was pretty clever. That one didn't get picked. So I went through all the sports shit. And then I went through Star Wars. I went through a few other franchises too. And I'm telling you, man, it was probably 2 or 3 dozen entries that I made. So I'll take 4.
Yeah,
there you go.
4 out of
That'd be
8
fun.
or whatever it was. I was
That'd be
pretty
fun.
excited.
4's better than 3, so whatever.
Hey, just gonna plow right past you. That was one of them. I didn't submit that one, but that one did get picked.
Oh my god.
That's funny.
It was the plow or the truck formerly known as Plow. I submitted that one.
That's awesome.
I know I wasn't the only one that submitted that one. Yeah,
Nope.
I was at work and someone just threw it in the random bucket, like in Slack, and then and then everyone's jumping in and like they're like talking about each one, and so I was like, what is all this about? So I like clicked in and started looking at it, and that's when I saw some of these entries, and then I saw like, and you get to pick like a certain amount that you want. You don't just pick one, but you like pick like 3 or 4 or whatever, and then submit. So I went through and grabbed a couple, but Some of them were just so silly, but some were pretty creative.
Yeah.
I would say. But Plowy McPlowerface or whatever else. I was just like, wow, these people really
Plowy McPlowface.
yeah, I was like, these people just really went the extra mile here.
Yeah,
on these,
I know. And didn't that one get picked?
I want to say so. It was definitely a Best Buy favorite. So I was.
That's
like,
so dumb.
It was
like
definitely a Best
McPlow would have been better.
Right.
Just McPlow.
Hey, McPlow. Your shoe's untied.
Oh, I think I picked that one. I think I submitted
Back to the
Marty
Future?
McPlow.
Marty
Marty
McPlow.
McPlow.
I think I did. I
yes.
think I picked. I think I submitted Marty
I like
McPlow.
that
In fact, I did, and that one I was disappointed. Now that I think about it, that one should have got picked.
Yeah,
Marty
I would've-
McPlow, that
wow.
would have been genius.
That's
Dear
good.
Lord.
That's a great Halloween costume too.
What's that?
Marty McPlow.
Oh, hell it.
Like going as like a plow truck, but also dressed like Marty McFly.
Exactly.
That would be.
amazing.
Gotta wear the
That would
life
be-
preserver.
That's definitely going in the old think tank here. That's
In
gonna
the
be
old brain.
That's a
baby.
deep cut, baby.
That's a future Halloween.
Yeah, that's right.
That's fucking hilarious. So you do brew beer. You just bought a house. You're thinking about getting into it.
Rent.
Oh, you're renting a house. Well, nonetheless,
Right.
You're not in a shitty little apartment anymore.
No.
That's me.
I've brewed beer for a very long time, and I got shit over here. I got kits I went and bought because I'm just gonna start with the kits again because it's
Yeah.
been so long.
Yeah.
I want to get that room cleaned up because I want to have a brewing party.
What's your what was like your favorite one that you
I
made?
brewed.
Yeah.
They were ones I started inventing on my own. So
Yeah.
once I started, I was still basically doing extracts, but I was doing extracts with grain.
With grains, yeah.
And I only had to do extracts because of the kit setup, because of the gear I had. You know,
yeah, you
all
need a
grain
mash
is-
tun. You need a mash
all
tun.
grain is a completely different animal. It takes your 2 to 3 hour, 4 hour brew day, and it turns it into an 8 to 12 hour day.
Yep.
So I just started inventing my own and writing my own recipes from scratch because I really started to understand how it worked. Like I
Yeah.
really started to understand, match these grains with these hops.
Yep.
And this malt. Put the hops in, these types of hops in at these times, do these different things. Dude, I started getting wild. I started doing tropical IPAs before they were in stores.
Yep.
So I was cramming pineapple and all kinds of fucking fruit into my IPAs.
There you go.
I did a dark chocolate cherry that was
Oh, damn.
amazing. It was like
That would be good.
Stout or what?
yeah,
Yeah.
and it was sick, dude. It was so good. It was the perfect thing for like if your girl wants to like sit down and, you know, fucking the cliche like, oh, let's sit down by the fire and have some wine. It's like, I'm gonna drink this beer, you know, because
Which is
this
like a wine.
It was like the masculine version of a wine, though. Like that's actually
Right.
what I was going for, something deep and like super rich and kind of bitter, you know, like a red wine.
Mm-hmm.
But my favorite was probably my Mexican hot chocolate, which was a milk chocolate stout with serrano peppers in it.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it was
hell yeah.
amazing.
Hell
Yeah,
yes.
And I brought it down to tailgating.
Yeah.
And I brought this kegerator down to the tailgate, right? And I had that, and I had just a pumpkin ale in there.
Yeah.
And man, I'm telling you, dude, that it had just enough burn in it to where it wasn't hot.
There you go.
Right,
It had
right.
just enough spice and flavor in it, but it also kind of like when you breathe out,
That's the kick you want.
It felt
Yep.
like it kind of tricked your brain that you were kind of
Yeah.
like warming up a little bit.
Yep.
Even though you were drinking cold
Dude,
beer.
yes.
It was great. That was
Spice
probably my
infused
favorite.
beers are amazing. I love them.
That fad came and went too fast as far as I'm
Yeah, I
concerned.
agree, man.
The habanero sculpin. Did you guys ever have that?
Ooh, what? Sculpin? There's a
the
sculpin that's
Sculpin IPA.
really?
Yeah.
I think
And
only
oh,
a
shit.
couple.
yeah, and they did a
habaneros,
banana,
but-
or not a banana. They did a pineapple sculpin.
A grapefruit
and then they
sculpin.
did
They had
a grapefruit.
yeah.
And then they did
Oh,
a
that's
habanero.
popular.
I've been there. I've been to Ballast Point.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
they
It's
did
fucking amazing.
that habanero sculpin was fucking, and it was hot.
Really?
Like I would be
Oh.
drinking it, and I'd be like patting my fucking, you know, like you're eating buffalo wings and
Right,
shit. I'd be
right.
wiping off my brow. I'm like, whew. Yeah, I'll have another.
Yeah.
Serve
Yes.
them up.
I'll have to check that out. I didn't
Yeah.
know Ballast Point did that with.
I don't
their
think you can find
sculpins.
it anymore.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll check
like I said,
Total
it was a
Wine.
fad that seemed to come and go.
Yeah.
Like as fast as it was here, and I was like, "This is my favorite thing ever. This is my favorite jalapeno ales right now."
Fiery Hell is it? I think that's what Surly had. They had another one, Dumpster Fire maybe.
There's a
I've heard of dumpster fire. I didn't know.
is it
in though.
third?
I think I've ever had it.
there's a brewery that makes a beer called Red Desert, and they still are one of the only places I know that does a jalapeno cream ale. And you can get that right at Central Liquor. It's a 4-pack jalapeno cream ale. That fucker's bomb. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's like it's got just a little bit of heat, and like when you breathe out, that little bit of throat burn.
There you go.
But it's not gonna light you up.
Right.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That needs to come back.
Yeah. Yes. Or what you can do.
I mean, we could just do it. That's the thing, is like you don't have to buy it. You can just make it.
What you can do too, this is what I do every once in a while, is just I'll take an IPA, doesn't matter what it is, and I'll take some jalapenos and garnish that shit right in my IPA. And I'll tell you what, it's I know it sounds silly, but some people put olives in their Michelob Light, you know, and that enhances the flavor, you know. But
the what do they call that? Some martini, like beer-tini.
Beer-tini, yes.
Oh yeah,
olives in there. Yeah,
it's good. I don't know.
You ever had a horchata?
Yeah,
I think it's a horchata. Or no, yeah,
horchata is the
it's like tomato and beer, right? Tomato juice and beer.
Is it
really? Is that what it is?
Or
okay,
you're probably right. Horchata is like it tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Okay, no, then that's not what I'm talking about.
That's what that is. It tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I'm thinking
so
a michelada. A michelada, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like a Bloody Mary, but made with beer.
Up north on the farm, we just called those like tomato beers or something. It was PBR and V8.
So,
yeah, dude.
So did you know the reason you do a beer chaser with a Bloody Mary is because originally Bloody Marys were made with beer, and the leftover beer just got dumped in a glass and served with your Bloody Mary.
Wow.
And then way later, they switched out the alcohol for vodka or whatever.
I prefer vodka. I've had them both, and vodka just wins.
Yeah,
I love the beer chaser, but man, like you just can't do it.
That's where I like spicy vodka though. Like infuse peppers with vodka. Throw that in your Bloody Mary. Yo,
and spicy mix too.
I'm pulling up.
I got some sriracha mix actually now at home.
Yeah. Really?
Hell yeah,
that's
dude!
Awesome.
It's a big giant glass bottle that's like a sriracha bottle.
I wish I would have known, dude. I got
bloody
some
mix.
Bloody Mix. I got some Grey Duck vodka over there. I could have made us bloodies.
Ooh, Grey Duck, baby. Is that the knockoff of Grey Goose?
Let's get the brunch.
No,
session
Grey Duck is it's just Minnesota made. You know, Duck Grey Duck. That
whole
thing. It's Chad Greenway's vodka from the Vikings.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Nice.
Yep. I didn't get it from him or anything.
That's kind of becoming prolific.
Word's gotten out. I actually do know real football players now. So
every
reference are like, so do you know him? I'm like, no, I don't know every football player. I know a handful of them personally, like literally 4 or 5.
Do you know Tony Romo, by the way?
My favorite one.
He's a Cowboys fan.
Yeah,
when I had Ezra on, we didn't have time, but I told him at the beginning, I was like, I want to get into stupid questions at the end, and he looked at me all weird, and I was like, I want to ask you how many of these stupid questions you've gotten. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, so I pretended to be an awkward interviewer. So you're from Hawaii, huh? And he's gonna be like, yeah. And he'll be like, so do you know the Rock? Just like
just
random
the part while you ask...
like random mildly racist, just fucking stupid ass questions.
And the way you ask them too in the awkward voice, that's what makes it like it's pretty funny when you're like and shaking your paper because this interview apparently doesn't remember their questions, so they have to like read from this paper.
It's funny because he laughed and he was like, I do get that stuff. You know, just like, oh, you're from Hawaii. Do you know The Rock? Like,
right. And he's like claiming he was born in San Francisco. I was watching this thing where he was on an interview. He's like, no, I was born. He was like, and then I was in Hawaii for a while, but he's like, I was born in San Francisco. And all these people are like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and he's from L.A., like for real. Like he's actually from L.A. Yeah. He's not even from Hawaii. Now he spends a lot of time there, but I don't know. Ezra's cool as fuck, dude. It's fucking cool as hell. He was a great interview. He was a lot of fun. I just wish we had more time. It was like being strapped to the front of a bullet train. Yeah. It was a real interview. Like it was me just asking him questions, trying to get him to tell stories, interject a little bit, but like it wasn't a real podcast.
Right.
I'm excited for him to come back on when he's got more time.
Nice.
He came on as part of like his promo tour for his Super Bowl party thing. He's got a...
Who is this you're talking about now?
So Ezra Tuolo, former Vikings player.
Oh,
he's got hateiswrong.org. It's an anti-bullying and anti-hate campaign.
Oh, so that's what he's touring on?
Yeah, and that's he had a big... Awesome. He does like an annual Super Bowl party thing. So he came on the podcast as part of his little promotional thing promotional tour, I guess you would say, to promote that.
Okay.
So we didn't get to hang out like a normal podcast, but it was still fun as hell.
So when you're saying Super Bowl, is he touring for the next Super Bowl?
Yeah, he'll actually be in LA next year at the Super Bowl. This year it was remote because of COVID.
Right.
You know what I mean? But,
Right.
I told him, I said, fuck, man. He was really impressed by the production. He was like, I should have had you help me set the whole fucking thing up. It's been a nightmare. And I was like, I'll produce it. I told him, I'll produce your fucking thing next year at the Super Bowl. Just get me there, bro.
Dude,
I'll go to the Super Bowl and produce your fucking thing. It's a 2-day event. I'll do that shit.
Damn.
We're done by 10 p.m.
Did you ever go out when it was here in Minneapolis?
The Super Bowl?
Yeah. Did you go see?
I was too
everything?
jaded.
It was cold as fuck that day.
I had already had
so
a meltdown. I already had my meltdown and burned all my Vikings gear.
I remember that. I remember your meltdown.
So no. In fact, I wasn't even gonna watch the Super Bowl until somebody called me 5 minutes beforehand.
But how did you not know that was gonna happen? I mean, it was terrible when they played the Eagles. I mean, they were just like,
we folded. I mean,
it was so bad.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
Same.
I didn't think it was going to happen until a day or two before the game when certain things started coming out. Like Pat Shurmur had already been hired as the coordinator for the Giants. That's when I knew we were fucked because you're not going to be thinking about beating the Eagles. You're already thinking about what you're going to be doing for the Giants. So boom, when our offensive coordinator's head's not in the game. And then I just watched us give up, and that's why I flipped out. I didn't watch us get beat by the Eagles. I watched us quit on ourselves before the first half was even over, and that's why I had my meltdown. Yeah. That's why. It's because I watched the players quit. I couldn't.
Dude, there was instances before that. The two botched field goals, one in 2014 by Blair.
I always forget about the Blair
Walsh
kick.
And that wasn't as bad as Gary Henderson, dude. That was how
worse.
in the actual
Blair's
fuck
was
did
worse.
that happen?
Blair's was from the 9-yard line or the 3-yard line or some shit.
It was like a 14.
But Gary Anderson was perfect. He had a goose egg, man. Like he was batting 1,000, dude.
Some might argue though he was just due. Like it was gonna, you can't fucking, you literally can't make them all.
And that was the championship.
I know that was heartbreaking.
I couldn't.
But you can blame Denny Green for taking a knee in the first half.
At
the end of the game. The Blair Finkel thing is 100% on him. There's no excuse. It was so egregiously wide left.
Yeah.
Like, it was so insane from the 3-yard line. I think the ball was at the 3, so it's like a 23-yard kick or some shit like that.
Yeah. I was in a room with a bunch of Vikings fans, just souls just disappeared.
Right?
Because that's what I get to do when I watch these Vikings games. Like I just watch I hang out with my friends and like we watch these games. So I'm just like, watch their souls just disappear.
It does,
I'm
dude.
Like, I'm so sorry. But I'm like, here's our old kicker. Here you guys go. Good luck with field goals now. Dan Bailey was my he's on the field. We're good. Like whatever. Like I'm not worried.
Yeah.
Now we got Greg the Leg Zerline from the Rams.
Nice.
Dude, here's the thing is like it's worse being a Cowboy fan because here's the difference. You guys spend a lot of money. You guys get all the names, and no matter what happens, every year you go 8-8 and miss the playoffs.
It's been more drafting lately. Like we just been drafting. Like Jerry, he doesn't like. He used to grab people in free agency all the time. Greg Hardy, remember that mistake? That was pretty bad. But he was grabbing guys for a while. And now he's just kind of like, well, I think we're just going to draft these guys because he got Dak Prescott in that draft, and then he got Zeke and all these guys.
Bust.
So now he's like, whoa, we're just going to draft guys now. This is our thing. So I don't know. I mean, it's
too involved though.
It's amusing.
It's a diseased organization because when
the whole thing's amusing.
When your owner's that heavily involved,
yeah.
The coaches never really have any actual authority.
True.
And they're constantly being undermined.
True.
And that culture seeps all the way down to the players. And it's bad, dude. It's really bad. And
it's been a Jones dynasty.
That's why every successful coach though was butting heads with Jerry. So
Correct.
like you had Jimmy Johnson, you had some of these guys that were butting heads with Jerry, and we were the most successful.
So you're
Parcells.
a real Cowboys fan. I can tell because you went all the way back to Jimmy Johnson. And that's how you know it's real, is because that's why Jimmy Johnson left, is because Jerry Jones wouldn't get his fucking nose out of his business.
Yeah, butting heads with him.
And he left, and Barry Switzer comes in, and it took him 2 years. because the first year Barry Switzer was there, they got beat in the NFC Championship game, and San Francisco won the Super Bowl.
Yep.
The next year, when Dion left the Niners and came to Dallas, they won the Super Bowl, and Barry Switzer said, as he's holding the fucking trophy, he hands it to Jerry Jones, and he goes, "We did it. We did it our way, baby. We did it our way."
Yeah. Well, that's
and
also
then they've never done it ever since.
the Jason Garrett charade that's been going on the whole time. Jason Garrett was always listening to him, always did what he wanted.
Exactly.
And
He
kept his job. He kept his job for all those years.
There you go. Nailed it. Bill Parcells comes in. Nope.
Yeah.
Wade Wilson comes in. Nope.
Yep.
Doesn't matter who comes in until it's his golden boy. Troy Aikman's backup.
Yeah.
Right? An offensive coordinator under
I didn't
how
know
many
Wade
coaches?
Wilson went to the Cowboys. Fuck.
Yeah, Wade Wilson was our head
must have
coach
been-
for 1 year.
Oh, he was the coach.
Yeah, he was head coach for 1 year.
Wow.
And DeMarcus Ware, thank you, Wade, for DeMarcus Ware. But like
He was
pretty much it.
He was Tuna's defensive coordinator.
Okay.
So when Parcells got there, he brought in Wade Wilson as the defensive coordinator and kept Zimmer as the DB's coach.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like assistant. Like, so it was him and Sean Payton. Sean Payton was also there.
Yep. But Sean Payton was the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Sean Payton left and went to New Orleans and became the
Zimmer's
head coach
only
there.
Super Bowl ring is with the Cowboys.
Oh my God.
Under Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Or no, Barry Switzer.
Switzer, I think. Yeah.
Under Jerry Jones Incorporated, I think we're trying to say here. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get real.
Hey, we got to respect Jerry here.
Yeah, right.
Can't forget.
I mean,
about
I
Jerry.
don't think we
that
actually do.
stadium,
but-
by the way. That
Did
stadium.
you know he's Alex Jones's uncle?
What?
Like the Alex Jones, that's his
Oh,
uncle.
God.
Jerry Jones, the owner of the
What?
Cowboys.
Really? That I did not know.
Yeah, I shit you not. I shit you not, dude. Those two are blood relatives, and it all is coming together.
Yeah, it totally does now.
Yeah.
It's the
No, for
lizard
real, though, think
people.
about it. They're both from Texas.
Yep.
Like they're both ridiculously rich.
So-
because Alex Jones was rich before he was Alex Jones.
Right,
Because his
right.
fucking family's rich.
Yeah. So I was born in Arkansas, and then like my first year, like
No
then
shit.
I moved to Texas. I was in Galveston, so I should have been an Oilers fan technically, but why be an Oilers fan? That
Well, I
doesn't
did
make any
not
sense.
know this, Chester.
Oh
Holy
yeah,
shit.
yeah. No, I was born in the South.
Very south.
To a waitress and a motorcycle gang member who he originally owned a bar here in North Minneapolis. That's where they met. And then he's like, well, I got family in Arkansas. That's where I'm from. So they moved to Arkansas.
Wow.
And that's where I was born.
Dude.
And then they moved to Galveston, Texas.
Yeah.
And then my little sister was born there. And then at like 4 years old, my grandparents drive from northern Minnesota up near Canada all the way down, pick us up, drive all the way back. And then I grew up on the farm up there with them. Yeah.
That's fucking wild, dude.
Yeah. And they were always like, oh, Chester, be a Vikings fan. I'm just like watching their team like, nope.
No.
You know what's hilarious,
no,
though,
no.
is like when you came on and when other people have come on, people watch the podcast and they're like, dude, my favorite thing about your podcast is I've known that dude for 10 or 15 years and I learned more about that person in 3 hours on your podcast.
That's true.
Than I've known from
Look
being blah, blah. And now
And
here's
you
what I'm
strike
saying.
again.
And
You
it's
strike
just happening
again,
And
dude.
you're on the podcast.
I know,
You're
and
not even watching
I
it.
know. I'm on the podcast. That's why I brought him on.
You're
Because
in
I'm
a
like,
band with him.
Chester's kind of shady. There's something he's not telling me
I
about
thought you
himself.
brought me on to talk about your bachelor life. That's why I thought this show was about that.
I thought he brought you on to talk about his back.
We could. Back knee? You want to see that shit? Holy dear Lord.
Did you hear how far his voice went up?
Yeah,
Back
he's like
Playoffs?
Like,
Talking about
playoffs?
playoffs? God damn. Oh,
That's
shit. Bagney. Oh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's
that's
pretty
another
rampant.
thing I love doing on this podcast is starting false rumors about people.
False rumors. Yep, that's about it.
It's gonna be a question now from a nervous interviewer, like, this one's for Aaron.
So
Heard you
we-
had back knee.
So you've
No
It'll be
comments.
like this. It'll be so. We in our research we found out you've really helped a lot of kids by inspiring them on how to deal with their back knee. How do you want to?
Well, true story, though. When I was a teenager, I had really bad acne, and I had to go to a dermatologist and
Damn.
wear this, like, take benzoyl peroxide, like, prescription and wear this, like, makeup-y
Who's ever
shit.
watching this? I need you to clip that and just go. right before he says acne. And just put that in there.
God. No, my back's smooth as a baby's butt.
There's definitely enough audio there for you to deep fake it as well. If you know how, you can definitely deep fake it back into him saying he has back knee.
Use Cardi B's voice or something.
No, the other one that's going around is that my wife isn't real, because even podcast guests, a lot of them have never seen her, because like you guys come over and she's upstairs or something.
Yeah.
I let you in and then you leave.
No, Kate let me in.
Some people have been here multiple times. And
she's
like,
real.
I've never met your wife.
She's real.
No, I'm cool with
she
it.
She just came in the mail today.
We can keep going with her.
I kid. No, she's cool as shit.
That's funny.
That was Jeremy's joke on the New Year's special.
What was that?
He's like, no, she's real. She just always looks really surprised.
Oh shit, dude. Oh man.
My wife even thought that one was funny.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
She doesn't watch the podcast very often, but she'll check in, and it's funny the time she checks in, the shit she hears. Like, she never chimes in during a boring part.
Right.
She never decides to
There's
check
never a
into the
dull moment
podcast.
here.
Oh, sometimes there is. You know, sometimes we're talking about some weird shit like fucking the inner workings of how to do ghost notes while you're fucking shuffling. She never checks in on those parts. She always checks in when fucking my guest is like, oh yeah, I love eating ass.
There's always some dick reference or something. Yeah. Then it gets wild.
So you guys, in case anybody hasn't caught on, in case anybody doesn't know who these guys are from their previous appearances, this is Aaron and Chester from Yourczek.
Yep.
Yes.
What do you do in the band?
I am a vocals.
You're a vocals.
Primarily vocals.
I'm
and
a
vocals.
I'm a vocals.
Hey, he's a vocals.
My voice. My instrument is throat.
So what do? You scream, or do you scream and sing?
No singing. It's all screaming. And which by the way, this
can you sing? And you just choose to scream?
So I in previous bands I was like asked to like sing a little bit or like throw some singing, and I just didn't like it. I
too
never,
pussy for you?
I've never, not really. It's just I never really thought of myself as a singer, and I'll never be a full-time singer like in any band. I just, it's just not my thing. So, but this was the first time where I've been able to be in a band, be myself, and like I like to when I'm screaming, like there's being a screamer, but I really like to have, so I have high screaming, mid screaming, low screaming, and I like to diversify it. And when you're in a band with like Aaron and Paul and Greg, all three of them are very interesting in their instruments. So any listener is going to put on a song and they're going to be like, whoa, these drums though. Whoa, these guitars though. Whoa, these bass though.
Oh, that ass though.
That ass though. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
Shit, yeah.
And so
got that.
That's when I listen to this, and I'm even like stuck here. Like, what do I do? Like, I can't just monotone over this. Like, that can't happen. I got to be a little bit interesting. I got to try to like pick
dude,
up.
You bring it.
So
to life,
I have
man.
highs, mids, lows, and I'm very refined. I'm very focused. And then I got to ask these guys, hey, so how do you count these parts out? Which is kind of a unicorn for a vocalist, because we're not really counting. Like we're just expected to just like, you know, feel it out and like rock
I
out
always
these
did,
lines,
but I think I did because I was a guitar player first.
Yeah.
So like, and I always wonder, do you play any instruments?
Yeah. No, I'm a multi-instrumentalist. I've always kind of like played instruments, and I write music for like TV.
Did you
film,
start on an instrument and then pick up vocals, or was it
when
the
I was
other way around?
Well, oh man, that's a long story. So when I was a kid, so I grew up on a farm. We
don't have time for this shit. No, I'm just kidding.
But I lived with my grandparents, and like my dad fought in World War II, or my grandpa, but he's my dad because they adopted me. He like fought in World War II. He's a farmer. Like he's just very just like, this is my life, and he's happy. He's always stoked about this farming and this stuff. He didn't really appreciate music. He didn't like play music for me. My grandma was kind of the same, or my mom was kind of the same way. She didn't really like play music. They were just very old school, Grand Ole Opry like style stuff.
Shit, yeah.
And I figured it out on my own. I was listening to music. I was hearing my friends talk about this stuff. And then I played tenor saxophone. That was the only instrument in the house. But I always liked music. Like that was my thing. I was like, no, I don't want to farm. I want to do music. And so then I ended up playing tenor sax for a while, but then I got a guitar. I convinced my grandma to buy me a guitar at like 15. So I started playing that thing every day, all the time. You couldn't separate me from me. So then I started this high school band with these guys, and we fired our singer like after year 1. And then I looked at the other guitarist, and I was like, why don't we both just do vocal duties? That's hard. And then we're just like doing these guitar parts and like doing this and learning that. And then that's when I started screaming, because we were picking like heavier songs, and I was like, all right, well, I'll scream these parts. And then I learned that I'm a horrible singer. I'm pretty okay at screaming.
What do you mean you're horrible? Like you don't have a good voice? You can't stay on pitch?
No, I would say I don't feel confident with it. So
that
like,
sounds like somebody else I know.
I'm not actually good though.
Here we go.
I can stay on key. I can hit my pitch, but I didn't have a very good sounding voice.
Yeah.
But I was a great screamer. I was a great front man.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking these questions in these ways.
I think
I'm
it's
curious
solid
about these.
Yeah.
I think as a vocalist, also my background as a guitar player.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't a drummer yet. I didn't start playing drums until I was like, I'm fucking done singing. I'm done. I'm never doing it again. I'm going back to guitar. And then nobody wanted me in their band as a guitar player. Number 1, because I was rusty. Number 2, because I didn't have a reputation as a guitar player. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to play drums in a rock band.
And is that here in like Minneapolis? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I ended up in Minneapolis when I was 18, and I lucked out. I got a lottery ticket, kind of, in a way. But yeah, I mean, so up north, before I get to later on, but up north, I was in the same town or towns, whatever, they were like kind of close, as Grant Luma, who was 1 second the vocalist of After the Burial. But before that, he was in Nostalgia.
Oh,
and then before that, as a kid, when I was watching, he was in this band called Locker 17 with his brother, Brandon, who is also in like some bands like the Nostalgia and this other band, Estelle or something like that.
Yeah,
and these bands were awesome. Yeah, these bands
were in
awesome.
a band together
and then,
too.
And then they joined a band, No Wings to Speak Of. Yeah,
No Wings to Speak Of. That's what it was.
And I've always like really appreciated like his screaming, both their screaming styles, and watching them play. And that's where I was like, all right, well, these guys kick ass, so I got to like figure it out. And then I ended up in Minneapolis.
And
we can make sure we get the smoke out of here.
Oh yeah, sure.
Since he's not smoking. If it's just smokers in here, no one cares. But as soon as there's a non-smoke, yeah.
As soon as there's
you can let it go.
Fucking guy.
Yeah, just let it go.
Who wants a clean
right
lung?
See how that whole thing stays open? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It gets really chilly in here if you leave that open like that.
Wow.
When I'm by myself. Right, so I always keep it closed, like anal levels of fucking like, which dog opened it again? Because it's fucking freezing down here. But once you get 3 grown men in here, it's fine. Like we need it open.
Y'all release the heat
for real.
Bring the heat.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. So I ended up moving to Minneapolis. Now, what's kind of funny about this is a duplex, like out in St. Louis Park. It's nine guys from this small town that I grew up in. Like all of us are just like happen to be in this house. One side of the house, it's a duplex. So one side of the duplex is this awesome, dope funk band that would play all these festivals, and then they backed up the hip hop group Cancer.
Disco Wonderland?
What?
No, they were
Boogie Wonderland?
They were like the Wook, like that style. Like that's a thing now, but hippies. So like it was all these festivals, but they would play these huge hip hop shows. They were opening for Black Eyed Peas.
Interesting.
Yeah, at the U of M. And so when I move in, I'm like going to these shows and like watching this, getting my introduction into like Minneapolis hip hop and just like meeting these guys. So I'm hanging out with Cancer. I'm hanging out with Matt was the guitarist of this band. His name's Matt Unga. His sister's Jordis Unga, who was on The Voice.
Jordis.
Yeah, who's on The Voice and was on these things. Yeah. So she's stopping by all the time. She's bringing in all these other people, like the OTEP guitarist, Karma. So he's hanging out at this house. I'm meeting him. I'm meeting American Head Charge. She's friends with all of them, so they're coming over.
Yep.
And so
Karma Chima,
yeah, because
right?
she was in she
yeah.
was in Fighting Tongs.
Yeah, Fighting Tongs.
That's what it was.
That's what it was.
Fucking well respected
Yep.
in town. I only seen them once, and I seen them on an off night because I wasn't impressed. And I was like, I remember I was hanging out with a bunch of musicians for the scene. I was like, I don't get it, and they were like, dude, that's fucked. They were like, that's not the Fighting Tongs. They were like, that ain't it. They were like, something's going on. They're like, something's
cool
up because that ain't the band.
Somebody needs to say that.
See.
Yeah, somebody needs to say that so that you know. Because if
For
you
real,
don't hear that, then that's what you think the band is. And so it's good to have that.
And then
feedback.
I seen the band that became whatever I can't even remember their name after she left and went solo. She was on the road with Dave Navarro and shit.
Yep. Yeah. She became a big deal.
Yeah, and she's still doing shit. She's still in the real music industry. Unfortunately, she's not like doing the same impactful level of stuff she was doing, but she at least hasn't given up. But
she had a network.
I can't remember that other name of that other band, but I remember seeing them. And I was like, yeah, I'm really just not impressed. And they were like, okay, this time it's legit because like it's not the same band without her.
Yeah, right.
You know, but that like when I brought you 6 months ago and she was on stage, that was just a bad night. That sucks that that's your only time you got to see them because you're right. That wasn't. They all admit it. They were like, yeah, that was not a good show. Like they had one bad night and that's the only night I ever seen them. I'm super butthurt about that because it's the only band in town that got a lot of respect and cred that I never seen where I was like, oh, I get it. Yep. I get it. This makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Right.
I remember another band like that, not to get too far off topic, but another band like that. Do you guys remember Blue Ox?
Oh, dude.
Okay, so Blue Ox is later on in my life. They're still my favorite local band. Like they're
not technically local, right? They're from Wisconsin, right?
No,
they're from here.
Yeah, Dan Johnson.
Yeah. I was at City Luke. Sound over on like the Glenwood exit with Anglo Obscure, and that's when I originally met those guys. And then Dennis was dating a friend of mine when I originally moved out here with my original band, like the bassist ex-girlfriend.
Fighting Tongues sound nothing like Blue Ox.
No,
so I don't confuse the listeners.
Departure.
Just so I don't confuse the listeners. But there were those bands where it was like
Blue Ox, crank it, just massive
and people
sound.
and the
Just
people that
so
knew
good.
about them would be like, dude, you have to go see this band live. Like they're so good.
Yeah.
And I remember I went and seen Blue Ox. And I was like, oh, this is Blue Ox. Yeah. So it was an empty room. You know, they were opening for a big band, you know, a big bill, I should say.
Yeah.
Later in the night, of course, it was packed, but they were opening and there was like no one there except for the other band members. And they were like, dude, this is Blue Ox. And I was like, oh, this is Blue Ox. Okay. Walked straight up on stage. And I swear to God, it was one of those sets where when I finished my beer, like, you know, 3-4 songs in, I just set it at the front of the stage. And my feet never moved. Like I wasn't going to get another beer. I wasn't going to the bathroom. I was
did your beer fall over?
No, no. It should
Sometimes it will.
No, it was at the
Their
Rock.
shows are so loud.
Oh, was that the Rock
Yeah,
they played?
it was at the
Holy
Rock nightclub.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, I can't picture that, man.
Yeah.
Last time I saw him was Triple Rock, and that's when they had Josh was still in the band, and who else?
If anybody knows what show I'm talking about, put it in the comments because I'm definitely not making it up. Blue Ox played at the Rock nightclub in Maplewood, Minnesota.
That would have been like an early version of them.
Yeah,
for sure.
No, they had been around for a while.
Well, they've been around for. I remember they had like an old like EP or album that they had like originally that was out kind of, I don't know, 06, 07, something like that. But like they've been playing ever since. They're still playing and it's awesome.
They kind of took a hiatus between their latest album, which just came out last month, between when they released the previous album. Was it Wet Dreams or was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Which
so
was
it's been
also
a while.
done with Tucker. I want to say Wet Dreams is when Anglo Obscure like released because Blue Ox and us we were working on.
Let's not get too far down this rabbit hole. Let's
I know we could.
Let's get back to your story.
So one side
so
as
you're
I'm
hanging
saying
out with Jordan Sunga.
Yep. So this one side of the house is
she introduced you to
hip-hop,
the Head Charge
groups.
Boys.
And then also through cancer I'm meeting like Brother Ali, I'm meeting like Slug. And all these people who are coming to this house. I mean, this was a party house. Every night we were playing music. But now my side is this 18-year-old kids just starting to make this band. And in this band, we had 5 guys. So it was me and Reed, who are from up north. And then the bassist, who was my roommate for a while, Chris Parrish. And then Max Wander was the drummer. And Max's sister is Dessa from Doomtree.
Oh, cool.
So Max, the reason why this band started is because Max and Reed worked at a Panera Bread together.
This is such a great story because it paints such a good picture of what we've talked about for 65 plus episodes now of this podcast, which is how small the world is.
Right.
Like
it's
the industry, but even the world, like like you're gonna be doing another version of this story someday, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, and I was fucking hanging out doing this dude's podcast, and then I found out like this dude like hung out with this guy and this guy and this guy. Guys. It's the same thing. It's like crazy how these worlds are just. It's that 6 degrees of separation.
Well, and so like I've also been watching your show on a few bands or with a few other bands interviews, and like the bands that you've been in, I want to say I've seen them on flyers. I don't know if I was ever on a show though, but like
I don't think so.
I've heard of these bands before.
I don't think we've.
I agree with you. I don't think we've ever met, but like I'm familiar with In Search of Solace, like that name, and I'm trying to remember.
No, that's not us. It was Solace and Ashes.
Solace and Ashes.
Yep,
sorry.
Yeah. There think was like In Search of Solace was another band.
And here's I was just going to say there was like 6 different bands in town.
Because back then
that
we were
had Solace in their name. I will say this though, we were the first ones. We were Solace and Ashes, and then like within the next 6 months, 4 or 5 more bands came out with the word Solace in their band name.
Yeah,
and it pissed us off. We almost changed our name because of it.
Oh yeah,
and the only reason we didn't is because we were first. Not even saying that was a good idea. Like we probably should have changed our band name because this confusion has come up a lot.
Yeah,
like, that wasn't us.
But that's the thing about branding. I mean, like you got to really find. We struck gold with Acylic. Like,
well, that was kind of intentional. Like we wanted a name that was just like
I'm 50-50
people are going to be pissed off trying to.
I talked to you about this before. I'm 50-50.
I just didn't want like a really long name, like
a phrase,
or like 3 words and all this stuff. I was like, I think we can find a unique band name with 1 word.
What was the original name?
You've either created the Google of band names. Or
if you Google our name as spelled, we're always number 1 because nothing else is spelled this way. Darksiders 2. Okay, so I got this name from Darksiders 2, which is a video game. And you never go to Acylic, but they talk about it. And Acylic to them, 4 horsemen, it's a shadow realm where this arachnid like goddess like lives and boss fight later. And I was like, Acylic sounds like a really dope name and all this stuff. And so I went to the bandmates. I was like, all right, let's maybe try this 1 word and see what happens. And like look it up. Everyone feel it out. Let's see how we feel.
I'm 50-50 on it, and the only reason I'm 50-50 on it is because I've heard everyone mispronounce it.
Yeah.
Like,
that's totally okay though.
It's like my last name, damn it.
When you showed it to me,
still a conversation generator.
Right,
but when you came on the podcast and you showed it to me, and I went, "Oh, Yourczek," and you went, "You're the only one who's ever said that right the first time," and I was like, "Seems pretty obvious how you say it."
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, because you just did a podcast, or not a podcast, but you did an interview with 1459 Studios recently, right?
With Jason Lardy, Bicycles and Blast Beats.
If people are interested, where can they find that?
Bicycleandblastbeats.com. It's a radio station. It's
I
legit
thought it was through
radio
1459 Studios.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
That was an awesome interview, by the way. So people
that was fun.
That was awesome.
He's fucking an awesome interviewer.
Yeah, shout out to Jason. But yeah, I've heard just like everyone else say it wrong.
Oh yeah, they've like when we've had like somebody like have their own foreign meaning behind the band recently when we released our second video or single, whatever you want to call it.
Like you're so sick, I like it.
That's what did they say? What did they say?
Are you
like,
talking about the American Rash thing?
Yeah, the American Rash.
So,
like, that
so this
was
guy. So I'm connected now. I feel like I'm connected now. Maybe I'm not. But there's this guy out in Turkey who loves our stuff to where I can send him a song and he'll instantly post it on his site. Out in Turkey. I mean, he lives in Turkey. His
Turkey.
His fan base is in Turkey, or the followers. Sorry, because when you're an influencer, you have followers, right? So I'll reach out to this person and I'll say, hey, like, here's Acylic, we have a new song, and it's almost like he always forgets who I am, but I think he does know. But he'll go, did you know that we have a word over here? It's not spelled the same, but it's like kind of the same, where it means it's the equivalent of rash. So he'll say like he'll make fun of it a little bit, but it's funny to me when he makes fun of it because the word's not spelled the same. It's just kind of,
it like
reminds him. It reminds him of it. So he'll like, and now he's putting it in his because when you reach out to influencers, you want their quotes, you want their what they're saying so that you can use them in whatever you're doing. I mean, it's I help you, you help me. Yeah. So
this is the game we play now.
So now he's starting to put in his quotes where he's like, American rash, I mean, acylic, and then he'll start talking. And it's the funniest thing to me because I laugh at this guy. I'm like, dude, you know who we are. Like, you've done this with us before. And it's that's why I love it because it's very funny. Like, it's so funny. But so if you do like, and this is really funny too for any fans that watch, you can like Google our name, and you'll get all of our stuff like up front.
Bam.
But if you hit image, our SEO is pretty dope, and we didn't do anything about it. It just ranks because nobody else.
That's why I said you either
in our real estate.
Google of band names, right? Because like even Yahoo. When Google and Yahoo came out, people were like, that's a fucking stupid name.
Yeah.
No, it's not. They're made up words.
Yeah.
It's like
I think Google are they trying to do the Googleplex? Like, is that kind of their like modicum? I don't know.
Either way, it was just something that like was so independent of everything else.
Yeah, Yahoo is just.
I mean, I ended up working with
here's
Google
a great
in my
example
last business, so like that's how I know how Google works. Like they've told me how it works.
Like here's a great example on the opposite end. My name is Jared Singer. It sucks.
Like is that really your name?
Until my fucking podcast blows up. Yes.
Or until you buy the keywords.
It's not your pseudonym.
No.
Okay.
No.
Right.
It's my legal married.
Okay,
name.
I didn't know that because I've seen Jared Ross and.
Yeah. So Ross is my middle name.
Oh, okay.
That was a pseudonym.
All right. So
right?
okay.
Cantor.
Yeah.
Cantor was my birth name, and all I did is translated the Yiddish word Cantor into English, which is singer.
No shit.
Yeah, Cantor, Kantor is the literal. It literally translates directly to singer in English.
Wow.
Chester's a cantor.
The only dispute there would
cantor.
be the only.
So he is a singer.
How does that work?
He was born a singer.
How is that not crazy?
He was born a cantor.
The only
cantor.
Argument for that against that would be some people would argue that technically cantor means like lead singer or leader of the singers, or in other words, like choir master.
Yeah, choir master. Yeah, leader of the singers.
If you go to a synagogue, like the cantor is like sort of the choir director.
Right.
Either way,
that's pretty funny.
That's all like colloquialisms, and semantics. Like the literal Yiddish word for singer is Kantor.
That's, I mean, how does that? That's,
you know what I mean. So all I did is transferred or
that
translated my name when I got married. That's all we did when we got married. Like Cantor's not. It was my mom's dad's name. You know what I mean? Like my mom's remarried. She's got a different last name now. My brother has a different last name now. Like I'm not really a Cantor.
Right.
I was raised by a dude with the last name Bustrom. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a Bustrom, but I did feel like I thought I was a Bustrom for a long time. Like it just got so muddied, and like then my wife's name is Kate, and she didn't want to be Kate Cantor, right? And her dad was like pressuring her to keep her last name.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
And I was like, how about we do this? We translate our name to singer, right? For me, it's literally the same name for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It sounds different, but these are just sounds we make with our mouths.
Right.
The definition of the sound is literally the same thing, so I'm cool with it.
That's crazy.
It's what immigrants did when they came here.
Yeah.
So, okay, let me just do that. Plus, I'm not really Jewish. Like, I say I'm Jewish because I am by blood and by name, but, like, I'm not a practicing Jew.
Right.
So I'm like, fuck it. Let's just do that. And when we have kids, every name you can think of sounds good with the last name singer. Right. Literally. Pick one.
Lead.
It all sounds great.
Name your kid Lead and Backup. We got Lead and Backup, all right?
Some Josh said I need to name my kid Rock.
Rock singer.
Singer. Lanik, where does your last name come from?
It's Czechoslovakian, and it stands for land farmer.
We talked about this on your first appearance.
Kind of. Maybe we did. But yeah, it's Czechoslovakian. My grandfather Francis came from Prague in Czechoslovakia, which at the time, now it's a Czech Republic, but back in the day it was an actual country, its own country.
Had
but
the clock, right? That
yes,
crazy.
The coat of arms, yeah. Coat of arms and kolaches, like that's what we do.
Yeah.
You know, kolaches are like the pastry, the Czechoslovakian pastry.
Yeah. What about you?
Well,
I mean, what is your
I'm
last
checking
name?
Oh man, it's all a thing because I'm adopted. So my mom is all Cherokee. My dad was like a bit of it, so now I'm like 65 or 70ish or something. Cherokee, and then all this other stuff. But I was adopted by a Polish man. So my grandpa is 100% Polish. His family came from Poland before him, and they going in America switched all the spelling and switched it a little bit more Americanized. So it usually would start with a J, but here in America we start with a Y now because it's the same.
So what is it?
Yourczek.
Yours.
Oh, it's Yourczek.
Yeah, it's Yourczek.
It looks
my
like
God.
it looks like Yourczek.
Whenever I say the C is silent, I'm like the C is silent. So then I say Hester Yourczek.
Hester.
But,
you got Hester.
Yeah, but I would never want to be called Hester. Chester's just fine. Which Chester means
So you're native.
Town.
So you're native.
Yeah,
but
I am,
your
yeah.
last name is Polish.
Yeah, because I'm adopted. Yeah.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Yourczek, not Yourczek.
Yourczek, yeah.
Yourczek.
Yep.
See, and partially because it literally is CZ.
That's I
Yeah.
did the same
So
thing. Well,
I-
usually in Polish
It's
names,
totally
it's
understandable.
hard.
It's
You
like
do the hard.
Czechoslovakia, right? Like, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
read Czech,
That's
right? And
what-
I actually thought it was a play on your name. I thought you were saying honestly before, because I've never met you before. We never had a conversation,
Yeah.
right? Like I
And
never.
if you've
did-
ever met
I
me
never
on
did
YouTube,
podcast blind, but
Yeah.
Aaron was like, I'm going to bring my singer on. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
cool. So I see your email and I'm like, oh, he must be Czechoslovakian, and it's like a play on like
Right.
I'm
The
your
accent.
Yep.
your Czech.
This is one of his big things on his podcast is to learn how to pronounce
A
and the
name?
origins of names.
Well, and I
Like,
didn't even know your last name, so I'm like, I wonder what his last name is.
Right.
He's obviously Czechoslovakian because I thought you were just
honestly,
being
I
clever.
thought the same thing.
Oh,
So I thought
it's
exactly the
literally-
same thing,
So-
dude.
Okay, so it's
We're all learning something today.
so it's
ladies and gentlemen.
Yourczek.
Yourczek,
And it's
yep.
Polish.
It's Polish,
yep.
yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
And
Yep.
what does it mean?
Yourczek, I have no idea. I was never told. I was told it's a pretty common Polish name though.
The reason, in case any,
And there is a Minnesota so what is that? It's north of St. Cloud. That's where Little Falls. So my dad or my grandpa, he was born in Little Falls, grew up in Little Falls. So there's a lot of Yourczeks over in that area. So it's where the family usually is. And then he ended up going to World War II, and then he fought in like Korea War and all this stuff. He became a chief petty officer. So if you know the Navy, that basically means he ran ships and all this stuff. And so he was a big deal there. 26, 27 years doing that. And then he's like, I'm going to farm now. So he worked in the forestry service up north. When I met him and grew up with him, he was a fire warden and
sounds
a farmer.
like my grandfather.
So yeah, he was a big deal.
My grandfather
big deal
was
there.
fucking fire marshal on a marine ship.
Damn.
So like, if a fucking, because he was back like old school when like the Navy had ships, but the Marines also had ships.
Yeah.
Like, it's very rare that the Marines have ships.
Right. Yeah.
Most of
It's
like
usually Navy or
Marines,
Coast Guard.
yeah, like the Navy has pretty much all of the ships.
Yeah.
But he did the same thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
and then he came home and became the fire marshal of the St. Paul Fire Department for years.
Damn.
For years.
Yeah.
But he was living in northern Minnesota on a fucking farm, built his own house twice with his
There you
bare
go.
hands.
Jeez.
Once before I was born.
And we're
Built
here
this house.
canceling Dr. Seuss books.
And this motherfucker, here's the thing. Literally, I'm like 24-ish, right? I had known my biological family for a few years. And I had known my grandpa pretty much my whole life. But I had just started to finally get to know my dad and my brothers and sisters. Really got like probably 5, 6, 7 years deep into this.
Mm-hmm.
And my grandfather takes my grandmother, his wife, on vacation, and their fucking garage door opener shorts out, starts a fire, and their whole house burns down.
Oh my God.
So my grandpa
Wow.
comes back from
Oh
vacation,
my gosh.
claims his insurance policy, rents a camper, puts it in the backyard, and builds the house again
Wow.
by himself, by hand.
See, our grandparents.
I remember walking
you know?
up I remember walking up. I'm like, Grandpa, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, just building the house. And I went, wait, what? And he goes, you didn't hear? The house burned down. And I turn around and I look, and like the house is gone. And he's just cutting 2x4s.
Jesus.
Like, he's literally
there's
cutting his own fucking lumber. Like
there's pride in that. I mean, there's just
that's just what he did.
That's
Nobody
one of
does
the
it
main things
anymore.
I learned growing up. Like when I was a kid,
I'm sure he had a
I'd
little
give up.
help, family, friends,
Yeah,
hey,
right.
come help me fucking throw up this wall.
yeah,
Help
sometimes
me do
you
this.
need that. Yeah.
But like he didn't hire it out, is what I'm getting at.
right.
That sounds like
Yeah.
that sounds like what you're describing.
Yeah,
That generation was of a different ilk.
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
We are soft. Let's just
Yep.
admit this now. As tough as we are, as much as we've been through, the psychological trauma of living in a world on the internet is definitely way harder than what they ever went through. Their life was
Absolutely.
simpler. But those motherfuckers are hard to the bone.
Yep.
So
And they need to be respected because they have knowledge and skills that they'll forget more than most of us will ever know with the internet at our fingertips.
Yeah.
You still probably couldn't build a house by hand. But like
well, there's a
everyone in
YouTube
their
video
generation
tutorial
could.
on it.
Well, we're about to.
But
let's
you know what
get
I mean,
started.
though?
Let's get started.
You know what I mean? Everyone in my grandfather and your grandfather, all of these dudes could do that. Like when my stepdad, the Bustrom that I talked about earlier, when I'm not joking, we lived in a house, we didn't have a garage or a shed or anything. And Scott's like, you know what? I'm going to build a shed. And like 8 days later, there was this mammoth building in our backyard. Like the whole thing. And it was just, they just did it.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was no hiring a company, taking 3 bids, finding out like, oh, how do we
Right.
Like, no. They pulled a couple fucking permits. They threw it up in like less than a week, just over a week.
Yeah.
Because I remember like walking out there like, and I remember it just happened so fast, man. And you're a kid and like, you know when you're a kid and you remember all the details?
All the details.
Still to this day.
Yep.
Still to this day, you can remember all the and it was just like, I wanted to be like that. I wanted to be that blue collar guy who could literally do anything. And I remember having that conversation with my stepdad, and he's like, so what do you want to be when you grow up? And I was like, I want to be like you. And he's like, no, you don't. You want to get a good education. You want to get a good job. You do not want a blue collar job beating your body up the rest of your life. And all I could think about is I was like, dude, you can't die. Like, the only way you're going to die is if you get hit by a bullet or a bus. I'm like 7 years old, and I'm already thinking this way.
Right.
I'm like, dude, I've watched you pull us out of hell and back, going camping, and the batteries are dying, and we're literally 100 miles from civilization, and you figure out a way to get us out of there. Because you're a glorified fucking Boy Scout, dude. Mm-hmm. You're an asshole and you're an alcoholic and you fucking get in fights on a regular basis. but those were also things. I remember this dude. We got followed home from the bar. It was me, my mom, and my stepdad. Just the 3 of us. I'm a little boy, 5, 6, 7 years old.
Yeah.
And my stepdad, Scott, there was these 2 blonde guys and they were like trying to pick a fight. I think they wanted to like fuck with my mom a little bit, And so they were fucking and they followed us home. And I literally remember we fucking pull up to the garage door and we stop and Scott turns to my mom and he goes, listen, I'm going to get out of the car. You're going to open the garage door. You're going to pull in and you're going to call the cops.
Yeah.
And hopefully these 2 dudes aren't dead by the time the cops get here.
Jesus.
My dad beat the living shit out of those 2 blonde little pretty boys. I remember they were so gorgeous. They looked like 2 of them. They're twins. They looked like
models.
Ken dolls. They were like models. They were like what we call gym rats. They were gym strong. And my dad is built like you and I, little bigger than us.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore, but like he's a little taller than you. He's a couple inches shorter than me. Bigger than you, bigger than me. You know what I mean? As far as like, but these 2 dudes were bigger than him and bigger than him. And he beat the shit. And I just remember my mom's like, don't watch, go to your room. And I just like peeked through the curtains and just watched my stepdad go to town.
Man.
So when my stepdad's like, oh, you don't want to be like me. I'm like, yeah, I fucking do.
Yeah, I fucking do.
Because like
goddamn
doing
right.
computers and
Yeah,
going, I'm making lots of money on the stock market. That's really what did that do for you in COVID?
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
when the world came crashing down,
Yeah.
like I had the balls to go out there and live my fucking life and make sure my house didn't get burned down by white
built a boat.
supremacists.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
I built a boat.
Thank you. This
Yeah,
is what I'm
he
getting
built a
at.
boat.
Like,
I built a
these
boat.
old, and I'm not trying
It's
to get
dope
into some.
too, man.
I'm not
That's
trying
fun.
to get into that archaic philosophy of like we need to go back to the old ways and smart people. No. We need the computer programmers.
right.
We need all those dudes.
I mean, that's what
but we can't forget
we were
this
both
life either.
in the computer industry. So yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
it
just
helps.
can't forget this life.
No, and we can't. And I try to make a very valid point to ensure
Because
that
what did you do in Texas if you were an IT guy, right? Think of it this way.
I mean, I had
less than a month
bunch of
ago in
buddies in
Texas.
Texas.
Less than a month
Oh,
ago
I
in
know.
Texas.
I was running war rooms for that shit all
whole,
fucking
the
weekend.
whole state gets basically frozen.
Yep.
It's a frozen ice hell.
everything
Okay.
got closed down.
Hypothetically, you're an IT guy with no fucking Boy Scout skills. You're
Yeah.
done. You're fucked. However,
Well, it wasn't even
every survivalist and redneck that has been made fun of for the last 15 or 20 years was perfectly fine. Laughing
I
at
have
the
a
rest of Texas.
If you know from a technological standpoint how to have a generator backup in your house, then you can manage those type of situations,
or even
which
just
happen
buried
extremely.
underground properly.
Well, and the whole
True.
all it was
I mean,
all
here's the
commercial
thing is
power.
Our fucking lines, our gas lines don't freeze in the winter.
I
Because
mean-
gas lines don't freeze, by the way.
wasn't even-
It's gasoline and oil lines that freeze.
Yeah.
They
People have
can-
been
well,
people
yeah.
have been confusing that. Natural gas lines don't freeze. That's not a thing. They've
No,
been confusing that. Is what happened is the gas lines, the actual gasoline and oil wells, the caps, the feed caps froze over. So
Yeah.
they couldn't get to the gas.
Right.
That shit doesn't freeze when it's hundreds of feet underground. That people have misconceived this whole thing. But where I was going with this, and where I'm really going with this, is like everyone's making fun of Texas. Yeah, fine, we should have been better prepared. Bitch, you can't be that prepared. This happens every year in Minnesota.
Yeah,
Every
right,
year
right.
we get some sort of snowstorm or ice storm that knocks out power, that fucking knocks out somebody's heat. Like, even we who deal with this every year
Well, it
still
wasn't-
get our asses kicked
it
by the
wasn't-
winter. This happens. It's infeasible and not realistic to expect Texas to ever be prepared for that to happen again.
I mean, I would agree.
And then my only point is, I'm not saying IT guys and the smart guys and the thinkers don't have a place and they don't have value. I'm saying let's stop ridiculing the preppers and the paranoid guys that go, yeah, but when the grid collapses, what are you going to do? And you go, the grid's never going to collapse. There's so many redundancies built in. Yeah, because it did collapse. And it has collapsed multiple times.
Yeah.
Over and over again. You're in New York. A brownout fucking happens. Come on.
Right.
Be prepared. Learn how to survive.
It-
And I'm not ridiculing you if you don't. Is what I'm doing is I'm shaming you if you've ridiculed people who are prepared by calling them paranoid preppers. You know, the end of the world guys, tinfoil hatters. Like, you know what? Like,
Well, that's
a
different.
lot of those
Like,
motherfuckers
when you
are
lose
doing
commercial,
perfectly fine.
when you
But when you trust the system and you build up no fucking self-reliance, you're kind of the one fucked. Like, you're the
Right,
one freezing
right,
to
right,
death.
right,
You're
right.
the one
Yep.
X. You're the one
Yep.
Y. Like, come on, dude.
if
Like,
everybody could have like a massive, backup generator, a massive UPS at their home for
or
these
even
type of things
just
in
not make
Texas
fun-
specifically,
or just not
because
make fun of your neighbor who does, so he's willing to invite
Well,
you
right,
over
I mean,
instead of
right.
laughing
But
at you.
Texas culture.
That's
Texas,
what I'm getting at. Not everyone needs to be a prepper. Just don't ridicule the
Texas
prepper.
culture is a little bit different. I mean, they're a little more
where
acceptable
you're
with
at.
each other down there. Well, yeah, I mean,
The
they
cities
have,
are just like anything else. Dallas and Austin, they're
Yeah.
super left wing and liberal. But you get out in
Dallas
the country,
not
it's
so
like,
much. I
You
mean,
don't think so?
No, I think Dallas is more repub than
You think so?
Austin is. Yeah, because
Well,
so
Austin is
Dallas
notoriously
has
liberal.
no sidewalks, zero sidewalks. You're not walking anywhere in Dallas.
No shit.
Yeah, you go to Dallas, you're not walking anywhere. You're driving around. You're getting your Ubers. People back then were driving Hummers.
Am I
all that shit.
naive for not understanding why that translates to conservative or liberal
What do you mean with the sidewalks?
with no sidewalks? Am I naive
because nobody's
by
walking.
missing the connection?
Nobody's biking. Nobody's walking. Nobody's saving.
Oh,
Right,
those
yeah,
are
they don't-
typical
yeah.
things that
and
liberals
have
look
you
at.
ever
associate
seen? Have
with,
you ever
yeah.
seen an exit on, especially in Dallas? Like you take an exit. Boy, you're driving 2 miles off that exit just to get where you need to be. Like they love their exits in Dallas. Yeah, you're
like
taking
just going for a while.
So you're
and
saying there's no
the Texas-
what do we call those?
But the Texas Star is
clover
as
leaves?
big.
There's no cloverleaf exits.
Right.
It's all the
it's
what do they call
drive.
those?
It's
the
this,
eagle wings.
Yeah, it's this drive.
It's all the eagle wing. There's no cloverleafs. It's all eagle.
You're cruising on this exit, and then your song is done, and then you finally pull into the where you need to go.
He's doing the swim and everything.
No, you are. And the Texas Star is as bright as it can be. Like you'll see that star in every single exit. You'll see that star just bright as day. Yeah. No, they love their exits in Texas. That's for sure. But
don't mess with Texas exits.
But no, I mean it's Texas is a big deal for me. I got a lot of friends who moved from Minnesota out there, and like they were dealing with all this. And
dude, we're this close to moving to Texas.
I was partially laughing about it because I was like, oh, all my friends from Minnesota are now in Texas, hot Texas, telling me about how Texas is now. What's up? And I reached out to them. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And all of them were like, yeah, this is a deal. Everything's closed. We're good. We're happy. We're healthy. Thank you for checking in. Like we're good though. Like later. So some people were ready.
What do you think of
the
whole like ripping open the lockdown procedures down there?
That was interesting. I reached out to some of them too. I was like, hey, you guys ready? Some of them were like, yeah, we're ready. Some of them were like, I don't know. So like I said, there's a lot of people.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
I like the fact though that the governor was like, here's the deal though.
Yeah.
Like businesses still have authority to tell you have to wear a mask.
That's true.
And our cops and sheriffs will back them up.
Yep.
So if you try to cause a scene at a salon or somewhere else, like you will be arrested.
Yeah.
You'll either be arrested or asked to leave. One of the two.
Yeah.
How far do you want to escalate that?
Businesses are, they get the say.
But think about it. They're already in Texas and they're going into spring. Like where the sun comes out, where we know outdoor activities. And if you really think about it, because if you want to go fucking, if you want to go non-smooth brain on the bit, concerts take months to book.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So they're lifting it, but that doesn't mean there's going to be a big concert in April that everybody's going to go to.
Exactly,
no, it's going to be May or June or July in normal concert season.
And it's going to be outdoors.
Months and months and months from now.
Smaller guys
way
will
more
try
vaccines
it out.
will get out there.
You'll get some smaller folks trying it out.
And it's going to be 3 to 4 or 5 months from now when way more vaccines are going to be already administered.
Yep.
So like they're thinking about the future. They're not reacting to right now. And I think the rest of the country needs to take a look at that and go, oh, like, yeah, what are we going to do this summer? Instead of waiting till this fucking summer to go, what are we going to do right now?
Right.
Like, that's what I'm getting sick of.
Yep.
Like,
right.
Regardless of whether you agree or not,
yep.
Make your plans and figure out what you're doing 3 to 6 months in advance and stop being knee-jerk reactionary about
I think
it.
the country needs to look. I mean, you need to look and you need to understand, does this work or not? And if it fails, don't be a shitty person about it. I mean, like, don't go egg all your Texas friends being like, I told you. It wasn't their choice.
Some woman today told me.
The government is deciding this.
She assumed I was from Texas because I was kind of defending the whole thing. I'm like, here's the thing is, if you think it's dangerous, here's my thing. Maybe people will think about this differently if I explain it this way. I look at this like gay rights, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you think being gay is wrong, don't be gay. If you think going to concerts is wrong, don't go to a concert. Don't hang out with people that you know are going to concerts. It's pretty easy to figure out because all your fucking friends are on Facebook and Instagram and they're posting pictures of everything they fucking do every goddamn day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So as soon as I find out X person is basically what we would now qualify as a super spreader, you're not coming over.
Right.
You're just not. I even practice this now because I host a podcast, right? So I may not have large groups coming over, but I have frequent visitors twice a week for a few hours where we're sitting in a room with each other.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if I see posts where you're hanging out at bars face to face with fucking chicks, we're canceling that podcast.
Lonzo.
What? No,
just saying.
not
you
me.
see what I'm getting at?
I've been
like it's called personal responsibility.
I've been out twice.
It's not difficult to find
November.
out who you're. I even fucking made a fake post a while back. I was like, "Hey man, remember when Wisconsin ripped it wide open?"
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Who wants to go to Hudson and party this Friday?" And I had like 17 people fucking respond. My roommate was like, "Well, we found the super spreaders."
Yep.
And he's my roommate, and we were hanging out. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not hanging out with any of those people anytime soon," because that's exactly.
I mean,
what my point
we
was.
all want to get back to it. You know, I get it. And honestly,
but this was 6 months ago when I made that whole thing. Like,
right.
I'm talking now, looking towards the summer and looking at the numbers rationally.
Right.
I'm going, okay, I may not be comfortable to go to a concert, okay, but that just means I won't. Right? And then people will go, yeah, but the problem is those people that go to those things, they turn around and they go back out into society and to spread it. It's like, okay, then stay at home, shelter in place, wear a mask, or get vaccinated. Like do something about it.
Right?
Then.
Yeah.
I think I speak for a lot of people when I just go, hey, here's the deal. We're over it. We are literally almost to a calendar year of saying 2 weeks to slow the curve because if it saves just one life. And here we are like 500,000 dead later. Like we didn't save one life because we got suicides up. We just had a fucking friend of a friend.
Yeah.
Personally, another friend of a friend commit suicide from depression.
Yep.
Like this wouldn't have happened or maybe wouldn't have happened if the entirely livelihood of multiple industries were just siphoned from them. It's just too much to bear.
It's tough
to
say.
Too
much to bear.
You can't have both. Like you can't always have everything. Like you have to think about everyone together, and then
and all we're doing
you can't just say this is what we're doing going forward because like you're saying, like suicide rates
we're just
go
exchanging
up.
lives.
Suicide rates go up. Like all these people, and like I'm an extrovert. Like I need energy from like interacting with people, talking to people.
Thank you.
Like talking to people, but like
if you're
and people
you're at
ask
risk,
me,
if you're at risk,
yeah,
you can stay home.
You can
wear
stay
a
home.
mask.
Yeah, you
can like we should be able to have a thing where you can work from home.
Some people don't.
We can maybe Amazon steps up to the plate and goes, okay, if you're at risk and you can't get vaccinated, blah 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 blah, we'll hook you up with free Amazon Prime. You just got to fucking get a doctor. You just got to get a thing, whatever. So now you don't even have to go grocery shopping. You get everything. You get everything.
A lot of people do that. I know people that do that specifically.
But here's my point. Is what I can't do is fix my depression or my suicidal thoughts.
Right.
But
by watching digital concerts, I need that energy.
Yeah.
I need to be in a crowd. I need to fucking perform. I need to be around other people. Maybe you're an incel and you're like, dude, I was just finally getting my charisma up and I was finally about to get laid right before COVID hit. You know what? Who knows? Sympathize, empathize, think about other people.
Yeah.
But my point is like there are things we can do to protect people that are vulnerable now. But there's nothing we can do to protect anyone else because businesses are going under, people are going bankrupt, divorces are up, domestic violence is up, suicides are up.
It takes
these things. All we're doing to quote Captain America is like we're exchanging lives. I thought we didn't do that. I thought we protected the vulnerable and let the strong live. Like, and what I mean by that is let them live their lives. Like, okay, because I'm not at risk. I was never at risk. Like, I could have been contributing to society.
What do you mean at risk, though? What do you mean at risk?
With COVID?
Like, I'm not at an at-risk group. I'm not in an at-risk age. Like, I don't have any prior health conditions.
So he's last with the vaccine.
Yeah, I'm literally. I have no reason to get a vaccine anytime soon.
Which is same with me. Like
and I'm not
if
complaining
I got COVID,
about that. But
what
I'm saying is
die.
like I could have been contributing to society this whole time.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
But I'm non-essential. So I've just been sitting back collecting unemployment. You know what I mean? And it's not very much. Like, we're going broke. It's part of the reason we started the podcast 9 months ago is because I see all this coming.
Yeah.
Like, thank God we're fucking doing as well as we are. Thank you for all your support, by the way, you guys.
Yes.
Fucking, we hit 200 subs. We got money coming in from the sponsors. Like, we're not profitable yet. We're just like any business. But thank you guys so much because honestly, man.
Look at Greg. Holler to Greg.
And
Greg's
shout out
been
to Ritual
blowing up.
Madness podcast.
Yes, Ritual Madness.
Jared,
Greg, we're coming for you next. Please.
He's almost to 200 subs as well. Go to Ritual Madness and subscribe now because he's almost at 200 subs as well.
And praise the man. He's saying we have an echo. Jared and myself have an echo.
That's probably because
echo.
Hold on.
Both our mics, maybe. I don't know.
Oh boy.
That'll probably take care of it.
But anyways,
But we need to really make sure we stay on. Good call.
Yeah, let's circle back around. So we were talking about oranges and
apples.
Origins.
I wanted to ask you guys what you're up to now.
Wait. Oh, that's I like that. I like that. We go to what we're at now. Oh, Sean, what up?
Oh, Sean says he doesn't hear it. So, Greg, you might be getting something.
You might be in a really large hangar, like an
airport
hangar.
What's probably happening is he's probably getting 2 different monitor
I imagine
feeds.
Greg's just like in this large
He's probably
hangar,
getting one real feed, and then he's probably also getting a monitor
cranking
feed.
his PA system, and he's just hearing this echo.
But yeah, back to what we were talking about between Chester and I being in Islick and releasing an album here very shortly.
God, I thought you were going to end that with Chester and I being in a relationship.
Well, probably.
I thought you.
when you're in a band,
I'm still waiting
you know
for
this more than I.
It's like being married to 5 dudes.
It is absolutely a marriage, and I don't care what anybody says. It is like, and especially when you have a band
it's a
of.
big deal. It's business partners, marriage. Like
so,
yeah.
Okay, so
really
let me
nothing wrong with it.
Okay, so
let
me seed this topic. Let me seed this topic, and then I'm going to take a leak real quick because I want you guys to riff on this since you're in a band together.
All right.
Okay, so there's
2 bands now. This is our
there's
second
2
band.
ways. There's 2 ways this is oftentimes presented to musicians. Now, I'm gonna specifically quote my buddy Dalton, who's in my band, and he was in several other bands. Very talented musician. When he was in the military, he had this recording set up, and he's recording all these songs, and he'd fuck around with people he met at the bar and shit, and be like, hey, come over, we'll record some songs. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
And people would always look at Dalton, and they'd go, and I'm sure you guys can relate to this, dude, why aren't you in a band like doing this professionally? And Dalton would be like, yeah, it's no big deal. Let me just find 4 other guys that think and feel the exact same way, and we'll prioritize and move forward in one direction. It's not fucking easy. Because it is. It's like being married to 4 or 5 other guys.
I gotta say, Acilic has been probably one of the greatest and most smoothest bands I've been in, just because of that. But I 100% agree with.
So let me ask you this.
Let
me ask you this then.
Agree with it 100%.
Let me ask you this. So, because I believe in bands when I've been in bands where guys are fighting, and it's not always easy.
No.
And I'm trying to get everybody to understand you can't have fire without a little friction.
No,
like,
there's it's all about how you deal with the friction, though.
Yeah,
like,
have friction.
That's what I'm getting at. Because find me one band that doesn't fight like cats and dogs.
It's I don't know.
Well,
I've been in that.
Hold on. Let me rephrase that.
All right.
It's
healthy. Let me. And I'm not talking local bands. Like, not of a band we've been in.
But Rolling Stones are still like
big time band.
Crazy.
Big time band. Name one band that's created prolific music that hasn't fought like cats and dogs. Sorry, Rolling Stones. They fought like cats and dogs.
Well, the end of your question, I would take it back.
Yeah. Like every band has, and honestly, the bands that usually get along really well,
they're all gonna have their moments.
They might be good. But like they're not gonna, because they're not suffering. They're not writing from a point.
You don't hear it. You don't hear nothing.
We fixed it.
We got to fix it.
I just turned.
No, the echo.
Greg's
saying he doesn't hear the echo anymore.
Oh, he doesn't hear the echo. Okay,
I just turned the gain down. Is exactly what I described.
You got it. We got you.
It's exactly what I described. Because these are not proper podcast mics, I have to turn the gain up. And if you guys are quieter, if you speak softly, or if you guys sit way back,
got it.
I end up turning the gain up so high that we start bouncing through each other's
right.
That's what that echo is.
That's feedback.
Right, well,
you got to put you on mute.
I think they call it crosstalk.
Crosstalk, yes.
I think.
Yep.
Well, it's weird because crosstalk on electrical drums, crosstalk is when I hit one drum pad and it triggers another drum pad.
Yep. That's what it is. Yep.
So
the 3 of us should start a band called Crosstalk.
Crosstalk.
We should. Crosstalk.
Check out our next single.
Crosstalk with coffee.
I will sing the whole way. I won't scream
acapella
in this band. Yeah, this is the
acapella
first
fella.
band I sing the whole time.
And then our podcast can be called Crosstalk with Coffee. Once a week on Saturdays, the 3 of us just sit down and drink coffee.
You make those decaf,
you
also make those Bloody Marys. I mean, when you got a brunch, you got coffee, water, Bloody Mary. Oh, no, and the little shooter. Yeah.
Oh, so you know what we do?
The whole
thing. It's crosstalk with bloodies on Saturday, and then crosstalk with coffee on Sundays.
Sign me up.
There we go.
Holla. All right, so Jared, where were we going with this?
I wanted to ask you what you guys were up to. Oh, I asked a question, but I already.
Hey, you forgot. I know. Me too.
So here's the thing. Fuck all that. Who cares what I was talking about? Doesn't matter. What are you guys up to now?
I mean, right now.
What's the band up to now?
So I think. Okay, I'll leave because I remembered what we were just talking about, like the fire and the passion, that kind of thing. Like, how can a band be productive without having all this?
That actually wasn't.
So we do.
being married to 4 other dudes.
The
understanding of like, I gotta give, I gotta take. Like, I don't want to take too much, but you can't give too much.
I'll tell you what, man. Like I've been in like Pink Gorilla
really
versus
like
Panda Bear was
married,
very much like that. There was a lot of drama and fights between us.
Let me put it this way: I think I'd be a better band member now that I'm married.
Right, so you understand.
5 years ago,
you understand the
single.
give and take, and you understand the compromise and that kind of thing. And
yeah,
it's the same with us. Like
the fact that, like, okay, listen, fucking Chester here, he fucking lives off beer, Mountain Dew, cigarettes, and fucking and coffee. Okay, fine. He doesn't take care of his body. He's sick all the time. Here's the thing: we can't control that. We can't fix that. All I can do.
Well,
focus
those,
on my guitar playing.
Those are problems
you focus
that
on your drumming.
We fortunately don't have.
Support it. I know,
right.
but I'm making this up.
Like Lanik said that,
but a lot of guys will lose their mind because they're like, our fucking singer doesn't take care of his body. He's always fucking sick.
Well,
that can be like a thing. But like Lanik said, like he had his example, and then my example is Earthrise. Like I was in Earthrise for a minute.
I'm about
and
to take
great
this
band.
monitor view down because I can see you just watching yourself talk, dude.
You should be.
I'm not looking directly at it, but like I'm looking at the monitor. Sometimes.
I'm watching you watch yourself. I can see it. I'm about to just get rid of it.
I'm used to Zoom, dude. It's like
I know the Zoom meetings.
I'm on Zoom so
WebEx.
much times. I'm just on Zoom.
But
but very similar to what you were about to start is like very much what I was gonna say because it's kind of a band thing. It's not just like one person in general. It's just kind of like the band gets together and you all start talking and you also so keep going with that because I see where you're going with it. So I want you to finish that.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, I'm in my 40s now. I've been through this many iterations. I've been doing this since I was 16 years old, right? So you get to a point in your life, and it's just like when you're married, like you were saying, very much like a marriage. You learn to, compromise and say, look, I'm not gonna fight this fight. I'm gonna let it go, and I'm gonna listen to what my bandmates have to say. And that's very difficult for me, and I get that from my mother. I love her to death, but
shout out to Aaron's mom.
Yeah, she's a fighter, and she fights for all of us. But sometimes, you have to stop and listen. That's been my biggest lesson that I've learned actually being an ISA. Not only just writing this amazing music that we do, but stopping and listening to your expertise, so to speak, because it's foreign to me, and I'm so used to just being in a local band. This is how we do it. We record a CD. We manufacture it. We go play shows. That's just how it's done.
Yeah.
The whole Facebook ads, everything that you're doing for us, that's all foreign to me. So I had to really rein in, my well, that doesn't make sense. How is that helping us? And I've learned a lot from just reining it in and just being like, oh, Chester's actually got a great idea here, and I can see the return on investment, and it's scary. It's a little different, but when you break it down to any local band, you're putting a ton of money into it. So whether it's CDs or Facebook ads, you got to stop and go, well, okay, we put X amount of dollars into a Facebook ad. Is that the right thing to do? But
that's likewise for me. I mean, when we're talking about reaching out to some folks to say, hey, if we paid this person X amount of money, we're going to do this thing, get this recording, and then it's gonna be great. Like that, starting with Paul's buddy when we did Pale Blood, which was awesome. Like Pale Blood worked out really well for a demo for that purpose. That to me was cool. I'm 100% down to work with any local person, no matter who they are, and give them the respect and the time that they need, monetary, and also do our best job, get the timing done right. And then at that point, it's like, okay, what do we get in return? Do we get the song back? Do we get that? So I think the whole process, because I'm used to being a business owner or a business entity, so I'm like, what do we get back? And so when we think about this every time, I think about that because that's important. Like, who drives and this might be something I don't know if you ever talked about, Jared, but who drives the audience? Because I feel like everything I do, and this is me personally speaking, but I think I share this with any musician out there, is the audience. Like, who gets to hear the work we're doing and what we're doing with it? Because
what do you mean? So you asked who drives the audience. What do you mean by that question?
It all depends. Like right now, we're working with your audience, so we get to talk to your audience through this podcast.
Right, but I'm trying to break it down into like the first principle way of thinking. Like, wow, what does that even mean? Like, so who drives the audience? So who's driving this audience right now?
Well, you have 66 shows. Congratulations on number 66.
Woo.
Order 66.
Order 66.
But this is where my business brain talking, not my creative brain.
No, I love this though.
Yeah. So
this is the way we need to think about it, because
sometimes we do.
And
sometimes
let me interject just for a second, because I wanna rephrase something that I think has become an extremely misconstrued concept I've been pushing on this podcast, which is like, we should be making money. Like, why aren't we making money? What's a better way to make money? And everyone's like, dude, it's not always about making money. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not talking about trying to make money because everybody needs to be Metallica. What I'm talking about is monetizing our personalities. So what you're doing is you, and you're already doing it. Why not figure out a way to make money off of it?
Right, or at least support your business.
This is the significance, though.
You know?
But this is the significance of what we're talking about. Because think about it this way. When you go to work, even if you're the best welder, even if you're the best programmer, even if you're the best framer or the best painter or the best fucking mechanic, if you want to work your way up in your own business and earn more and more money, it starts to come down to your personality.
That's absolutely part of it. So
is what you're doing in subsequent value is you're monetizing your personality now that you have a skill set. Okay? Because you already are the best mechanic in the room, but in order for you to be the top guy who makes the most money and eventually run your own shop, you got to monetize your personality in order to be able to manage, relate, get more costs.
I think you're going higher level than that, like one higher level than the description, because what you're essentially saying is, like, for a band, we are selling culture.
Yep.
That's essentially what we're doing.
Okay.
But so as a person who has a job, like a welder,
but here's what I'm
doing.
They
have to sell being a welder.
Yep.
And a manager.
First, they have to do that, and then it's a manager, and then it's a business owner, and then it's as a salesman. Because
you move up. You move up.
But you expand your skill set, because what you're trying to do is you're going, this is what I'm fucking good at. I want to do this instead of this. Yeah. And I want to make as much money as possible.
Right.
So
but you have to play it their way. Like,
you do.
Still have to play it their way.
And you have to learn that. And how does that happen?
You still have
takes.
To play, that's the
what's the number one commodity?
Yes.
And this is what I'm getting at: is you're already making the music, and let's just get this out of the way, because I've said this, and there's no way you can disagree with this, because it's kind of like a gotcha moment. Like, it's one of those like.
Fam.
No, it's one of those like things where it's like,
I mean, we're a progressive band, so gotcha moments are really hard for us.
I'm not going to do that thing where we're
so divided
and put you in the box, but it's one of those things where it's like this. Okay, if you only made music because it was just about your love of music, you would never let anyone listen to it. You would stick to your basement. You would just do it for that way. The only reason you record it, make artwork, print T-shirts, try to play shows is one of three things. You either want money,
I would love to take this now.
Fame, or you want to get laid.
I want all three. Okay. But I mean, the first two are probably the most important.
Fair.
So.
Fair.
I love thinking this way. I love thinking this way.
When
it's
I say
driver.
fame, though, but when I say fame, I actually just mean recognition. So,
Well,
you may not want to get famous like Metallica famous, but you do want the respect. So let's say this. So here's a great example. Here's my point. Some guys just love Aaron so much, right? And they love drums.
Or ladies.
And they love drums.
Ladies
love they don't.
Hear me out. I'm not getting super serious, but just give me a
second.
I
get you.
Some people think Aaron is such a great drummer, and they love the bands that he's in, and they're really good at drums in their basement.
Oh, they're
and they're like, man, honestly, some people, and there's others like him, like a John Gensmer, like a Pat Rulin, like a Al Born, name your drummer, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Local drummers.
Yeah.
Right? Where they've done some national shit, but they're like from here, and they've built local bands. Like, and we've seen some guys are like, man, I don't need to be in Metallica, but if I could stand in a room and hear John and Aaron and Pat and these other dudes tell me that I'm a bomb-ass drummer, that's all I need.
Yeah, that's
fine, bitch. That's still recognition. That's still fame.
And that's
We're
okay.
talking first principle level
That's okay.
thinking. Your motivation, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not just because you love music.
Right, but
so you're still doing it for recognition, which means you still put effort in, you still take time, you still do all those things.
I think the want and the
retire is what I
desire
would
is
say
maybe
most folks.
I mean, yeah, we all want to be recognized, but the
Recognition
primal
is a version of fame.
driver for me,
Fame
and it's
is a
always
version of
been.
recognition.
I'm beyond recognition. I have a different thought to the whole thing.
Do you guys see
I
what
gotta
I'm
let
getting
I
at
gotta
here?
let
I see
Aaron
what you're
finish
getting
it.
at, dude.
But you
But
see what I'm
like,
getting at,
what
though?
I'm trying to say, though, Jared, is like the only reason I do this is because I want to create something with people that I respect.
Sure. Yep.
And have the same vision as me,
You've
and I look
always
to
said that
them.
in every
I look to them
podcast,
like
which
Chester,
is
dude.
awesome.
Like when I asked him to join the band, I took
So
one
would
look at
you-
him and I was like, dude,
So-
you are the vocalist. You don't even have to try out.
So
You're
if
the
I had a-
vocalist, but I'm going to ask you to try.
We
out.
officially still did it.
So
yeah,
if I had
know
a
that.
magic wand,
Uh-huh.
a hypothetical magic wand, and
Well,
I
even
showed
you,
up,
Jared.
and I showed up and I said, okay, here's the deal, boys.
But why?
Here's
are you
the deal.
Throwing
I
a
can-
magic wand. in this?
It's a hypothetical magic
I know.
wand. It's
I
not
got
real
a magic
Oh,
wand.
I know,
I'm saying
but I'm
okay,
still.
here's
I'm
the
still.
deal. Here's the deal. I
All right.
dig your
It's
band.
not that complicated.
I dig your band. I can put you in front of 20,000 people every night, and each member can take home $500,000 a night, and they're going to be real fans. Like these, when I say put like these
Right.
are real fans.
They're not
like,
bots.
Like,
which
yeah,
I
like
hate.
I want
get
ex-
that. Are
yeah,
you going
right.
to say no?
No, I'm going to take the keep it slice. Mitch Hedberg fans, anybody?
No, there is no. I'm just saying. That's why I said hypothetical magic wand. Like,
Oh,
here's the
dude,
deal.
absolutely. I want
I
recognition.
have all the
But,
power
I mean,
in the world. I have all the money in the world. I'm not worried about making
But-
money because I'm a promoter.
But Jared, the reason why I do the things I do, or I shouldn't say it that way. The reason why I work and write up the things I write and then send to the band is because of that. It's simply because we are an entity. I'm not gonna say we're a business. We're not an LLC. We're not like bona fide business yet. But we are an entity that needs to make the appropriate steps to get to where we want to be together. And
Correct.
so,
Yep.
and so,
we're
what that means is we need a plan and we need goals.
It's almost
and we
more
need
like
to,
a football team.
we
It
need
is.
things.
It is.
So-
Absolutely.
It really
so
is.
It is.
We're
It's
not
a team than it is a
and-
company.
it has to
And
be
what
that
I like
way,
to
yep.
do is I don't like to say 20,000 people right off the bat because that's not an achievable goal. That doesn't make any sense. No local band when you start out, ladies and gentlemen, should start saying, I want 20,000 people at my shows.
No,
Like,
it's 0
don't,
to 500.
Don't
I mean,
do that.
that's what I
Don't do
want.
that to yourself.
No, your first goal.
Don't
and
do
this
that
is-
to yourself.
This has been talked about by the guys who've
Don't
been
do it
there
to
and done
yourself.
that. These are the
Yeah.
guys who taught me, the guys who taught the guys that we learned from.
I learned from
This
Doom
is the
Tree,
rule. This is the rule. And so
which
what
is
I'm getting-
different.
no,
I
it's-
still had to move them around.
but,
Right,
but the number isn't. The number isn't. And
Well,
the guys
yeah, fair
from
enough.
Doomtree learned
Fair
from
enough.
these guys.
Fair enough.
It's 0 to 500. The 0 to 500 fans is the hardest mountain you will climb in the music industry.
Right.
And what that means is that getting 500 people to regularly come see your band. That's what that is. 0 to 500. That's the mountain you're climbing.
Yep. Absolutely.
So by
You're
the-
absolutely right. Yep.
By the time you
That-
get
yep.
500 people to regularly come see your band in any town, that's the highest mountain you'll ever climb and the hardest mountain you'll ever climb. And once you do that, you will be a headlining band at a club level in that town. And once you've done that over and over and over again across the country,
Yep.
you will be a big band. So you don't think, oh man, it took us 4 years. We finally have 400 fans following, or 500 fans coming to us to see a headlining show in Minneapolis. Now let's go do it in Iowa. Dude, you're way
right.
behind. You should have been doing that from day one.
Yeah.
From day one,
Yeah.
you're trying to get 0 to 500 fans in every fucking state, because by the time you even get to 20 or 30 states where you got 500 people seeing you in clubs, record labels are calling you and going, what is this band doing?
Right. Yep.
So
yeah, there's.
So when I say these things, I'm not speaking grandiose and going to
Oh,
the,
no, dude.
famous Metallica
Well,
level.
It's
Is what
the
I'm getting
dream.
at is
It's
this.
the dream, dude.
You're
like
already doing it. You're already putting this effort in. And if we can find a
Exactly.
way to not work harder, but be more efficient and be smarter and become, the way I reference it is more profitable, because I came from the sales world, but maybe we start using a different language when we say getting more fans. So if I can,
yes,
if we start,
because that's a
thinking about this-
commodity.
And that's what we really want.
A fan puts money into your band.
Right. So
that's what
maybe
they do.
not in
They
it
buy
to
your
make
merch.
money, right? I'm
in it
to
to have the band. All right. So I look at the band as the separate entity versus myself. I don't care if I make a dime personally. I just want the band to be functioning financially off of our fan support.
It still needs to be profitable.
Well, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so
I would never disagree.
Because I think also people have also gotten misconstrued on my motivations. So let me put it this way: I don't do anything unless I love it.
Oh, and that's
like, so for example, you could pay me
a fool if you did.
You could pay me a lot of fucking money to do something I hate, and I'm gonna be like, pass.
I would still do it.
No, and I'm gonna be like, no, pass. Like,
this
I don't
Aaron
do it
Lanik.
just
Welcome
for money.
to Jackass.
It's not for me. It's for my kids.
But I'm obsessed with this idea of I love doing this. How can I also make money doing it?
Yeah, and there's
like,
that's awesome, Jared. You should.
But let me put it this way: if you
Or
love
anybody.
to program computers,
there's nothing
if
wrong
you
with that.
love to program code,
Yeah.
it gets your dick hard to program code.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you get a job programming code?
Well, absolutely.
If you love building houses and framing and being a carpenter, why wouldn't you do that
Sometimes
as a job?
it's a hobby too, though.
Yeah, I mean there
Sometimes
is,
and
it's
that's
a hobby.
fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But sometimes
if it's just
you're
a
right.
hobby, then the conversation's
You're right.
moot.
You're right too, though, Jared. Like
No,
sometimes
you're right, though,
You should.
'cause you
have
just
that.
nailed
But
it.
sometimes it's a hobby.
But if it's a hobby, then everything I'm saying is moot. However,
Okay,
once it
fair enough.
becomes, then
Fair enough.
I'm done. Every point I have becomes null and void if you say, no, dude, it's just a hobby.
It's
I
just
go,
a hobby.
okay. Then everything.
Agreed.
However, then you don't get to complain that you're not being booked on shows, that people aren't coming to see your band, that you're not getting enough views
I
or
like
enough
that.
likes
I like
or
that.
enough downloads.
I like
Yep.
that.
Go fuck yourself. It's a hobby, bitch.
Yep.
Well,
yeah.
Like,
If they
'cause
do
you're
that,
telling
then you're
your
right.
fans
You're right.
it's not
Yep.
serious.
You're right. Yep,
one thing I would like to
absolutely.
share with the audience.
If you don't get the shout out or you don't get the plug
Is-
or you don't get the play on
is-
93X, like,
It's not hard to get a fan base with one song. It's not.
Right.
And I proved that.
oh, I know that.
I proved that with
I can
this.
tell you that personally.
And it's not hard to get a fan base with a song because
My phone has been blowing up. People are like
in one of your
very
interviews.
unhappy with us right now.
In one
They're
of-
not putting it in chat, but they're like,
In one of your interviews,
Oh,
Jared, you
shit.
said 2%. You get 2% of the world, and that's your like listening base. And I actually kind of agree with that. Like, because
did I say that?
yeah, so in a world spectrum
Oh,
where you have
shit.
8 billion people, right, and you get 2% of 8 billion, that's like a goal because you've done it. Like you've found your listeners, and
What would that equate to? God, man, I must have been doing.
It's-
I must have been on one.
it's an insane amount of It's an insane amount
That's
of
a
listeners.
huge
If
amount.
you really go, if you really go that
broke
far,
down the math. To
it was
get
with
to
the
that
reaping
point.
guys. It was with the reaping
Gotcha.
guys. But
Gotcha.
what I'm saying is,
I was talking. Okay. So to put it in context, so listeners don't have to go back. Okay, so this is an actual thing I have. So it's part of that 0 to 500 fans
Yeah.
in each town.
Yeah.
And it's what I call 1 in 333. So if you bet before the internet, if you sold 1 million records, you were the biggest thing since sliced bread. That's a
what
platinum
but that's
level
what
record.
major labels were doing. And they
Right,
had the resources to do it.
So now you don't even have to do that.
You don't
Okay.
need the resources.
But the numbers are really simple. So let's just pretend it's still 1 million records. Well, the point is that just in America, you only need to sell one record to every 333 people in order to sell 1 million records. The trick is, how do you get in front of 333 new people every single day?
But the
Because
trick
any
is solved.
band-
The trick is solved.
The internet.
No, well, Facebook. So
Sure.
there's billions.
Yeah,
There's
on the
two.
internet.
There's two. yes. But I'm
It's on the
I'm
webs.
bringing it down closer for people.
I know.
Like
It's
there's a
more-
ceiling.
I know.
Because you also said that Facebook is no longer like a source like MySpace was, which I agreed with your MySpace to Facebook comparison because MySpace allowed bands to blow up quicker, which no argument there. It definitely did.
Originally,
But
for sure.
But
Yep.
Facebook still allows people to get their fan base going very easily and for not very much money. So I'm going to throw out a number here that everyone's going to hate hearing, but it is
Fair.
true. It is
Let's
true.
do it.
It is.
So major record labels.
Thanks, by the
can't
way.
co-
You guys keep just shoving beers in my face.
I
can't-
know.
I'm like, ooh, this tastes
Now,
good.
now
What
you're
is
drinking.
this?
Now you're
Cheers,
drinking
boys.
the Deftones at this point.
I love
So
it.
so major record labels have all the resources in the world to do what they need to do, but if you are not obviously on a record label, you should be giving 50% of what you put into your album into marketing. A lot of people don't
I agree with that.
A lot of people don't like hearing that, but it is true.
It's true. It is true. I did not believe that. He made me a fucking believer.
I know.
And it was
you're
two
right,
things.
You're right, though. But here's the thing.
Acrylic is not doing that, but we're doing...
Pause. 15 years ago, this language was the same ratio, whatever you put into your album, that same distribution.
Yeah.
But now that's not an issue anymore because we can go direct to iTunes and Spotify for what, $15 a year. It's
all about how you distribute.
Now it's marketing. So distribution.
Yeah, the marketing,
now
advertising. Yeah,
that's very true.
So it's the same fucking industry.
It's very true.
Go on though. I just wanted to catch that because old school dudes are going to be like, oh no, don't forget about distribution, dude. We don't have to do that anymore.
It is
that's
distribution.
Well, okay, so in 20
distribution is placement of your record.
We're placing our music all over the world, so it's distribution.
That's marketing.
You're both right.
The distribution is iTunes, Spotify. That's the placement of that's distribution.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You used to need distribution to get it in Best Buy, Target, Walmart, in the actual CD aisle. So it was distribution.
Yeah,
like
physical distribution.
But
disco
labels still did that for you.
Correct.
Labels still did.
And that was the last key they held to the kingdom was distribution.
And now they're hunting down these TikTok artists. Like labels are fucked now. They're hunting down TikTok artists. Like join our label so that we can make some money this year. And these TikTok artists are saying, no, I'm making way more money right now than I need you. It's crazy right now in this scene. But no, the market still says it's hodgepodge. For any band out there listening to this, it's still hodgepodge. You still need some CDs. I know CDs sounds like dumb as fuck right now, but
just make it special.
You still need some.
Make it matter.
Yeah, we all want the physical.
Vinyl is a tough market right now because of the issues that are going on with that. But if you can make it manage, you'll do pretty well with that.
Yeah.
Digital distribution. I mean, exposure's dead because of Spotify. Thank you for Spotify for killing that because that killed a lot of bands.
And taking
a lot of bands
money.
wanted just exposure, and so thank you Spotify for killing that because
what do you mean by that? I'm confused.
Oh, let's get on this show so that we can get exposure. Let's go to this specific person so we can get their exposure. No, just send your fans to Spotify. Just send them to Spotify.
I'm
it's
so
free.
confused.
It's free.
Okay, I'm going super smooth brain, so I don't understand what you're talking about right now. So, like, you're saying go to this show. Like, are you talking about...
No, I'm talking about bands who need to get on a specific bill for exposure.
And how does Spotify...
Spotify is free, and everyone uses it.
It's not really free, though.
You
can pay your money, but no, you can still check out Acrylic for free on Spotify. I mean, you look up Acrylic and you play a song. You'll get ads.
Well, but I can't
you can
play
still
your
look
album in order. I can't
without ads.
Right.
But you still play our album in order.
Well, it depends on what device you're on.
But you'll have ads.
Right.
But you can still play our album.
Yeah, it's like Pandora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apple or YouTube.
Pandora. Pandora's still kind of radio.
Right. But it feels like
Spotify's not radio. I mean, you can still look up our album and play the...
See, the problem with Spotify is not all their apps are working the same way. So I think if you're on, like, one of the apps, it's still like, no, I can start your radio
as a
product, just like Pandora. So I start with one of your songs and then it immediately goes somewhere else.
I'll give you a
secret.
I
can grab your music, put it in a playlist, queue it up, and then, like, there's ways around it, but it's too convoluted. So, and then on the podcast side, like... If I want to watch Rogan, there is no way to do it
that's
other
be
than
different.
your phone or desktop.
Yeah, that's got to be different. Yeah. So as a product manager, that's what I do. That's what I do for a day job. So if I'm a product manager for Spotify, I am going to make cohorts of my audience. I'm going to do this really quick. I don't want to talk about this as much. But I'm going to make cohorts on my audience. I'm going to say men who are 25 to 33 really love Joe Rogan podcast.
Sure.
I'm making this up. This is not real numbers. Men who are 25 to 33 love Joe Rogan podcast. I'm going to move them into this. I'm going to try this new feature out with them only.
Sure.
And then the 50-year-old men get a different experience. But I manage that and I know it. But I'm using it for information so that I can make the product better.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Going forward, all of a sudden, 50-year-old men get the same feature. Because I tested it.
Yeah, no, I get that. And that's what most of them do. But I'm confused as to what you're saying. Like,
Exposure? You're still hung up on exposure?
You're saying Spotify ruined
What?
exposure.
You're
because
thinking
now
of
guys just
exposure
have to
by
go-
playing a show for exposure.
Well,
like,
that-
is that
so
what you're
I'm-
kind of? Is
well,
that what you're
I'm gonna-
thinking?
I
Is
don't
that-
know.
Or am I
I don't know.
wrong?
I'm just
I was
super
about to
confused.
ask that.
Yeah.
I was about to ask that.
I don't know.
I-
I'm just super
what
confused.
was
So what do you mean
exposure-
by that?
What was exposure to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would seem like if I want exposure,
Like you're not getting paid tonight, but you're gonna get paid by selling
but
tickets.
But
to
people
get
are going to
people
hear.
s-
People are going to hear about you.
Right,
Yeah,
right. And
yeah,
the next
like
time you play,
anything.
you'll have your return
so
on
like, say
investment.
people are
So
gonna
like
hear
we're
about
thinking
you.
about like radio, like you're not going to get paid if you get played on Loud and Local, but you're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
fucking
well,
you
yeah,
get the exposure.
1,000 people are gonna
That's
hear
That
it.
would be an example of
That's an example,
exposure.
yep.
Yeah, that'd be an example.
So-
I mean, people
so
could
Spotify
wait.
does that.
People-
Spotify will
yes.
reach out and go, "Hey, I'll get you a million
Well, they
plays."
They're not going to.
But
No, but what?
you're not
Is,
getting
is
paid.
Loud and Local going to get me a million plays?
No, but
No.
we're talking Spotify, not Loud and Local. Loud and Local gets you.
No, we're
10,000
talking
views.
about both. So Loud and Local, my fans have to wait till 9:30 till 10. I don't know what the time is,
It's-
but 30
Right, it's at a
minutes.
time slot.
30
Yeah, it's
minutes,
not. I think it's 9:00 when we got played.
9
Or no, it was
o'clock.
10:00. We were the last song we got played.
I love
But yeah,
that
anyway.
you know that.
Yeah. I listened to the
I
fucking
listened
thing.
to it that
we
night.
were
I
actually
didn't
the
look at
pick of the week.
I didn't look
Actually,
at, I know, but I didn't look at the time. But
Yeah, it was like 10
I heard
o'clock.
them just talk about Agony Reigns for like a while.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot of great
fans
bands.
have to wait for that time frame, and then they listen, and then they get one song, and they're done. Spotify, they just look up a Silic, they get our album, and they listen to it, and they're done. It's the same thing, but now the band can point their fan base to
Mhm.
one place always and get what they need. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Do you,
And you have to pay for that too. That exposure, you have to pay for that. right?
Well, it depends where you're
If it's
at. Because what I have us going through is this is not science. This is not a made up thing. This is very much on Google. Look it up.
I just
A
feel
funnel.
super dumb right now because
It's
I
a
feel like I'm
funnel.
not really understanding.
Dude,
like,
but-
so are you doing this and not getting paid?
What do you mean?
So, like, you're talking about like,
Spotify pays us 0.004 cents a play.
Yeah,
So we're getting
sure.
paid.
we get
Sure.
that, but the
But Loud and
advertising.
Local, Loud and Local does
hundredths
Loud
Right,
of
yeah.
a
Loud,
penny.
Loud
per
and
play.
Local doesn't pay us anything.
right?
No,
That's
yeah.
free, and that was 1 week in their 52-week year.
Yep.
Do you know
So
what I mean?
what did Spotify kill?
That.
Exposure.
They killed us working our dicks off to get on Loud and Local for one song for their audience, which might be
so
big or
you're
small.
not saying things sarcastically.
No.
Okay, so when
No.
you're like, thanks Spotify, you killed that exposure thing.
Yeah,
You're
no,
not saying that-
I'm dead serious about it. I'm
Yeah,
saying
you're not
thank
saying
you.
that sarcastically.
I'm saying thank you because bands now get to know that they can work very easily.
Gotcha.
I mean, you need a
That's
destination.
where my confusion was.
Okay,
I
there
thought
we
you
go.
were speaking sarcastically.
No,
'Cause
yeah.
I was like,
no, that
so
was
what
serious.
Did,
that
so
was
what did they
serious.
do?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like I'm thinking,
That
like
was
what
serious.
they
That was
fucked up.
serious.
You're saying it made it easier
Sorry,
for
if that
bands.
was confusing for everyone,
So,
that was
no,
very
it's probably
serious.
just me because we've been drinking. So it's so you're saying
It's that Deftones beer.
because that is the way I think is like, okay, so is what you're saying is whether it's
gotta
Spotify,
make it easy,
iTunes, whatever, they've streamlined our ability to get direct to consumers and get exposure.
So
We no longer have to fucking work our asses off to like hope to get our song played on Loud and Local and maybe get some free
And
exposure.
not-
We can go
not
direct
downplaying
to
what
these
they're doing.
sources and we pay for it,
Yeah.
but we also get paid for the plays, but we have a direct avenue to get from A to B now.
Mhm.
So you're not saying thank
It's
you
not about
sarcastically.
us though. It's not about us though. It's never about a Silk in this situation.
No,
Or-
I mean musicians.
Or should it be about
I mean
about
musicians.
these folks?
or
But-
musicians.
but-
or contract creators.
But what I'm saying is, it's about your audience,
'Cause
and
I don't pay for my podcast to get on Spotify.
you're and so like you would
They
have
just
this
take my RSS feed.
you would have the same situation that I would. Is you focus on your listeners and you say, listeners, I'm going to give you the message here, like, hey, this is where the episode is, or this is where you can listen, and then you get them to those main sources. There are millions of sources, by the way, and we all know this. There's millions of sources, but you use your data and you look at data and say, where are my listeners listening? And you got to make sure that you get them to those spots, because you're like, shit, I have 80% of
Are you
listeners
talking
on
about
YouTube.
your ads in that spot?
I could be talking about ads, and I could be talking about
Promo.
organic searches or organic posts.
Okay. So
you could be talking about both, yeah. Paid,
so like for
paid or
example,
organic.
I see my podcast is super popular in Virginia for whatever reason.
The state?
The state of Virginia. Okay. That's the second most
dope.
popular. Like it's Minnesota and then
shout out
Virginia.
Richmond.
Shout out to Virginia for real. You guys you guys continue to download the podcast,
Cheers.
man, for real. Like
Yeah,
I'm not even fucking around.
So you might want to start considering dedicating some ads to Virginia then.
Right.
And then deciding a budget as to what those are. I mean,
when you say ads, you're saying me strategically going through Google AdSense and pushing my podcast in Virginia.
That's
or are
one
you
way.
Saying
but with
seeking
Google
sponsors from Virginia, since I have listeners in that area.
That's up to you. So
Yes.
so you could do both. You could do.
But I'm asking what your point is. Like because I know where we started this conversation was what drives your audience. That's where we started this from, and I just wanted to make sure that I'm not sidetracking.
Acrylic has different data, so we don't match up at any way, shape, or form. But what I've done with Acrylic and ads, and I want bands to copy this. This is why I'm saying this. Bands, you can copy what I'm saying. So with Facebook ads, what's dope about it is I've created 14 audiences. I didn't create one. I didn't create two. We did 14. And we strategically matched up every band we sound like into 14 different audiences based on what Facebook's algorithm has set up.
Justin Boney is literally having a seizure listening to you talk about this.
I would love it. So
I'm somewhere in between. Like,
and
I'm
also,
more on your side than I am on Justin Boney's, but this is also making me kind of cringe right now.
Also, what I'm saying is, if you want to know what those audiences are, and if you're in a metal band, reach out to me personally. I will send them to you. It's a spreadsheet.
So here's what I think.
I've done the math.
Down the road, here's what I think needs to happen, because we're getting closer and closer to actually having my album done with my project.
All right, let's use your project for an example.
Well, and
going forward,
it may not be great
because no data is there, correct?
Right.
Like, you have no data. I love this,
and it may not be great. Like to finish this conversation tonight, but I'd be very interested to do this with you.
I have a company
and actually
for this.
go through it and see it happen in real time and have you back on the podcast, and then we can really, so I can speak from experience as almost like a customer, right? And I can really talk about
False Chord Management.
So that's the company you own?
I'm. So what I'm doing is
free shout out, bitch. You owe me money.
It's a free company too right now. I'm not charging anything for anybody. I'm consulting for any band, and I'm gonna say local. Which is local Midwest.
I was just gonna say. So when you say local, that also, believe it or not,
our friends and family
goes all the way to Fargo, Sioux
and all the way to Virginia. I'll help out Virginia bands.
Virginia.
There's like a weird pocket jump, like a WandaVision level vortex that jumps over to Virginia,
and it's all hex. No, we got everyone. But what I'm saying is no, I worked with Facebook, like specifically. I worked with Google specifically. I tested this out with Acrylic, and the guys were really awesome about letting me test this out, and it worked. I mean, one song we got over 1,000 fans. I mean, and we didn't have an album.
Fans, so followers, likes
and followers.
Both. And I avoid bots. Like the plague, because you don't want that in your data.
No, you don't.
Do not want that in your data.
Not only do you not want it on your data, but it'll bog down your average watch time per viewer, which is the number one metric.
Yep.
No. Your number one metric is 75 or more of your video.
75%.
I'm doing
75%.
Thank you. 75% or more of your video.
Are you talking exclusively
That's my
Facebook
key metric.
or YouTube?
I mean, well, both.
Well,
I mean, YouTube? Wouldn't you want? I mean, okay. So I will say this, because you might be there. YouTube and Facebook give you this average watch time as a metric. They give it to you. They're like, hey, and then they give you this price, and they say, hey, this is what we're doing, and that's right, because they should give you that.
Okay,
fair. You need to make your own metric. You need to make your own metric.
But what I'm specifically talking about is what I see when I dive into all the numbers.
It's so geeky.
The value that I see is honestly, and the reason I'm saying this was
you have a long podcast.
But the reason I'm saying this with volition, okay, is because it tells me uniquely how many times a viewer on average will
that's a good
watch
point.
my
That's a good point, actually.
podcast
Your podcast is different.
and how long they watch it for.
Yep.
So I get
Your
an
podcast
average,
is different. Yeah,
I get an average of
Yeah.
each listener listening 2.5 times for an average of almost 20 minutes per podcast.
Right, yeah,
that ain't bad though.
That's
ain't bad, though.
amazing.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
That's double.
Yeah, that
That's
ain't bad.
literally,
bad.
that is literally double what YouTube says I should be trying to strive for.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
So is what that tells me is that even though I have a low subscriber count of only 200 plus, which is honestly, man, I'm fucking super excited to be over 200, man. I'm not minimizing.
Where's the air horn?
Thank you so much for the support, because the 200 number is very recent, within the
There you
last
go.
3-4 days.
It's about to be 400.
But is what I'm getting at,
I'm
and
just
I got other buddies who have YouTube channels, and they say this. They go, like, other friends who have way more subscribers than mine, almost 1,000, well over 1,000, several thousand.
You'll get there.
They go, dude. They go, here's the thing.
It's March.
Yes, I have all those fucking subscribers, but none of them watch my videos.
Right, yeah.
I
That's the
average,
problem.
like,
It's
I average 1 view per X amount of subscribers,
And this is-
they're like, dude, I'm at 5,000 subscribers.
this
but
is
I
where you
don't-
need to start.
I'm not
and-
monetized
and
because
the
nobody
thing
watches my shit.
Right, and Jared,
Yeah,
you
the
are in
data,
your
yeah.
infant stages of building
That's what
your
I'm not
podcast.
insecure about this. I'm not minimizing our
No.
success.
What?
But I'm saying, to answer your question, that's the value I see, is when I can go, oh, the average viewer, whether you subscribed or didn't subscribe, comes back to my podcast and watch my videos
Right.
2 or 3 times, and every time they do it, they watch for approximately 20 minutes.
Exactly. That's data.
That
like
is a fucking win. No complaints.
Exactly, but you got to take that win, and if you want to grow your business, you have to learn how to promote that, and that just comes
Data.
with time.
But why
and
I
experience.
said this was what you said. You stay away from bots, because that's what I'm getting at, is bots and sub for sub are the death of your content.
And your
Because
band.
They're not
And your band.
watching.
Yeah, right.
And
They're
your band.
not real supporters.
Right.
They're false hollow numbers.
I reached
It's a
out
Ghost
to
Army.
I reached out to the
Ghosts
Minnesota.
don't buy merch.
You
Some of
might
them
you
do.
might have to help
They
me
pay
with this.
taxes, I guess. That's what I heard.
And some of
and
them
they
vote.
get stimulus
And
money.
some of them vote.
Motherfuckers.
I mean,
But-
you might need to help me with this, but Minnesota Music
But
Collective,
they don't
is that
buy
the
merch
Facebook?
from our bands.
Is that the Facebook channel with all the Minnesota Music Collective, with a metal or Minnesota Metal Collective? What was that called? That Facebook.
There's a bunch of them, dude. There's
I know,
like
but
6
there's
of
one
them.
specifically that
the one
you
Natalie does, or
you like added us on.
I don't know.
It was
There's
like
a couple I
Minnesota
left.
Music Collective or Minnesota Monthly Collective.
Dude,
or-
there's a
yeah,
couple I
that-
left
that's
because
one of them. Yeah,
they
that's-
got
Minnesota
mad.
Metal Collective or something. But I reached out.
They got mad that I shared podcasts in that group. One of those groups, 2 of those groups, and I left them both.
But you have metal bands on it, like
I-
that would.
not only that, but I have musicians on, and all, including me as a musician
Yeah.
from Minneapolis. Like the whole thing is about promoting
But-
the music scene and comedy scene.
Well, yeah, and that's why I jumped in and I started talking about ads, and I was like, here's how ads go, and a couple people were like, yo, like what you're doing is a joke, but like what we're doing is we're going to Indonesia and Japan, and that's it, and we're getting thousands of likes. Here's this ad, or here's our post, and I look at the post, and they're getting like 1,000 likes and hearts, and that's it. And then there's like no messages,
Right.
no comments.
yeah.
And I was like, no, this is totally,
Yeah,
this
they're
is
bots.
bots.
We've
And
had to sit through
hated-
some
they hated-
ruthless.
They hated that. They hated me telling them that. I'm like, but no, this is bots.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
not
remember
user
that. I
engagement.
but they
remember
were
that.
like,
Because-
they're like, no, and they had nothing to say. to
That's
me.
actually the number one metric that the all the platforms actually use. So my number one metric is like what I said earlier. How many unique viewers are watching X amount of times?
That's because
for how
video
long.
is a really
Right,
good,
But
really
what
good
really
medium for
matters,
this.
what really matters, and what really drives the algorithms is user engagement. So a comment, and then a reply,
Yep.
and then a reply, and then a reply.
But
When
the
you
replies,
stir shit up, that's
But
whether it's good or bad.
What are you trying to gain from, everything that's coming out of the data that's being presented to you? You
Well,
know
the
what I mean? Like,
idea
all right,
is-
so like
the
I'm being
idea is
presented
important.
with.
Grain, you're
It's
trying
important.
To, the
That's
idea
You
is
should be.
you're
You should
trying
be
to gain-
No, hold on.
You're trying to gain
Hold on,
people
Jared, let
that
me-
are into your content.
Yes,
you're putting
that's
out.
right. But if like 90% of them are only watching 20%
Look
of.
how far back you are in frame.
I'm way back here. So if they're
just
snug
move
up,
your chair
snug up,
and lean back.
snug
again.
up, snug up.
Yeah, just move your chair up
Well,
and lean back
the-
again. Be comfortable. Keep
I
going.
am comfortable. I'm
He's
comfortable.
drumming. He's drumming right now.
I'm drumming right now.
He's drumming right now.
I guess what I'm saying, and like
you can
this
lean
is,
back again now and pull the
Lean
mic
back.
with you.
Lean back.
Lean
and,
back.
and
back.
pull the mic
Tell
with
him.
you.
back.
Now you can get comfortable.
Get something done.
All right, so no, like Jared. So if you were to look at the data and go, all right, so 90% of my viewers are only watching an hour of my podcast. Maybe I should let's go and let's tailor like my podcast to a shorter segment or
No,
something like that.
that's
You know
the
what I mean?
wrong
Like
answer. Nope, right there. Boom.
why?
Well,
Wrong.
How?
Because
Personal
that's how,
artist expression, maybe.
exactly, because that's how Metallica goes. Oh, you guys, you
But
know
if
what?
90%,
the
90%,
data says people only listen to 3.5 minutes worth of music. We should shorten our song. No, your job is to create the
Consider it,
content
though.
you want to. No,
90%.
Consider it, though.
No. Your
Okay.
job is to create the content you want to listen to, and
I
then
get that.
find of those 8 billion people on the planet, people that also want to listen to 3-hour.
I mean, you have two options. You do have two options. You do what you want, which people need to consider
That's
that.
yep.
There is an emotional aspect. If you're not doing what you love, you can't be doing it anymore. I mean,
That's
you can't,
always
a
you
primal
can't
motivation.
sacrifice that.
But
You
here's
can't
the thing:
do
is
it.
you also
That's
have to
mental health right there.
But you also
Yep.
have to respect
Yep.
people's time and understand that this isn't a movie.
But
Okay, so people aren't
that's-
scheduling date
but
night
you
around
do
the
need to
Jared
consider
Singer
data.
podcast.
I mean, data will get you money.
But
I mean,
the
data's
data
going to
is
pay the
not
dollars.
telling you in context.
Tells you everything.
Dude, no, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
If
Dude,
you read it right, it
I've-
does.
How many Joe Rogan podcasts have you listened to in full?
0. And I won't.
Okay, I've listened.
He doesn't cater to my
Fair.
personality.
Then it's irrelevant data. Here's the point.
Right. Yeah.
I rarely listen to Joe Rogan from start to finish for his 3-hour podcast.
Yeah.
But I almost always finish his 3-hour podcast. I am going to be that user who shows up and shows that I listened to this episode 2 or 3 times for an average of an hour or
But
whatever.
you're one person in that whole fucking pool.
Joe Rogan has 10 million subscribers, and this is YouTube numbers. I don't know what they are in Spotify,
He's
but
got
this
a
is YouTube.
massive pool.
10 million subs, and each episode averages 3 million views. That's not his subs. So are you going to tell me that because a third of his subs don't watch every podcast,
I'm going to tell
that
you.
something's wrong? No.
No, I'm going
No,
to tell you
the
he's always
reality-
learning.
No, I'm not.
He's
not.
always learning. I mean,
Yeah,
this
it's
is why
learning.
he took
It's a
the
learning
deal.
thing,
He
you
took
know.
the deal because he's learning.
Oh,
Yeah,
trust me, he's regretting that deal.
He might be, but
The
he-
numbers have shown he will not stick
But he had
with
a
that
team.
deal.
I mean, he had legal, he had marketing, he has
Yeah.
sponsors.
Yeah, but is what
He's
he
got
didn't
everything.
have is somebody going, yeah, dude, but here's how it really works. Everyone's on YouTube.
Everyone's watching him though.
watching
Like,
YouTube. No, they're
like
not.
as far as
Not now.
as
I've
far as
become a-
podcast, as far as podcast,
His own
folks
friends
go,
don't watch his podcast now that he's on Spotify.
That's
It's too hard.
personal.
Really?
I mean,
no,
that's
it's
personal.
No, it's not.
Has
It's
to
a
be.
business. It's
If
the
his
model.
own friends don't watch his podcast,
Now that he's on
How's that not
Spotify, his own. I don't watch Rogan anymore now that he's on Spotify. It's too hard.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, because in order for me to watch
Okay,
Rogan,
yeah, you're more.
I
Yeah.
have to pull up the app on my phone, or I have to pull it up on fucking desktop.
right?
Is what I can't do is throw it on my Xbox. Is what
Right.
I can't do is throw it on my fucking TV. Is what I can't do is watch it literally anywhere on any.
So he
format.
changed his listener. He changed his audience.
He didn't. Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what he
and-
did. He
and-
changed his audience, but
and-
he got paid.
yeah. Well, I think he actually is losing money.
He
Like
might be.
I've run the numbers. I'm actually confused why he did it because
sponsorships.
even at $100 million, I'm running the numbers and I'm like, dude, you got to be losing money unless you're getting twice the views
Yeah.
and you're still getting paid per view. So they gave you 100. This is the only way it makes sense to me. You got paid 100 mil as an exclusive. You're still getting paid per view
Yeah.
and you're still getting all
Paul,
your
what
ad
up, dude?
and they're
Our guitarist
Gosh!
and Spotify is doubling your
Hey,
views,
we're
which
gonna,
I know isn't happening.
we're gonna interrupt.
It's the only way. It's the only
and
way it makes
say-
sense to me because I've done that. I can audit Joe Rogan's
I
channel.
hear that. Yeah.
I have the apps.
Yeah.
I can audit Joe Rogan's channel and see how much
It's
he made.
amazing what you can audit these
I
days.
know.
Like you can audit companies. Like
This shit is
legitly.
public information.
I audit companies before I apply for them now.
Dude, I had somebody.
so you
audit,
can literally audit these
I had
people. Yeah.
more. it's crazy because it happened once, and I didn't know it happened until he was on the podcast. But he flat out said, he's like, I did an audit on your channel before I came on, before I even agreed to come on.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and
sometimes
I was like,
they have
oh,
to.
I bet my score's an F-, and he's like, you're doing really well.
Yeah,
he's like, you're doing
good for you,
way better than you think you
Yeah,
are.
no, I mean, like I said, I've watched 3 episodes. I've really enjoyed what has been going on here.
Well, thank you.
Awesome.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, you should.
You
I think
need to
that's
start
fabulous.
learning, dude.
I mean, I do.
I know
study a
you
lot.
do,
I was gonna
Jared.
say a
I know
lot.
you do. I know.
study a lot.
You
Jared's
have a
got an idea. He's got an idea.
Well,
But I
no,
really-
Jared.
There's
like,
3 goddamn microphones here, and like they're all set up. Really
Microphones
well.
on.
But I will tell you this: part of the matrix of learning is one of those phases is you
The
start
matrix.
to know what you don't know.
I got the blue pill and the red pill.
right.
I'm in the phase of I know what I don't know.
But do you?
And I don't know.
Have you been
shit.
advertising like at all, or do you just word of mouth,
I've put out,
organic?
so okay, I can answer that directly. Both of those questions. I primarily go word of mouth because I think that is hands down the best way to do it. But I have put out
These
ads.
companies are killing organic. I'm going to tell everyone right
I
now.
have done.
They are killing it.
I have done a few of those paid little Facebook and Instagram things.
Yeah.
But I did it for the specials. And honestly, I'm telling you, from my experience, I got no benefit from it. I get more benefit from having you guys on and having you guys post that you're coming on and exposing me to a new
You could get
180
even
people.
bigger than us and you.
Jason is preaching something similar because Jason's over 1,000 subs. He's monetized on his gaming channel, and he's preaching something similar.
You have to buy into it.
But
you have to
what he's
stop
saying
and listen.
You gotta do
he's
ads, man.
preaching is Google
Gotta do ads.
AdSense.
That's what Chester's taught me
So
here.
so Google Ads.
Because Facebook, I
With
don't
Google
feel like I got
Ads-
shit out of Facebook.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
I'm better at
That's
Facebook
what I
ads, and I
thought.
think Facebook ads is the future. I think it's going to beat Google. I do, and
You might be right. And each of these are different
believe it.
platforms with slightly
Because
different algorithms, so they're
you
different
need
animals.
to know what to kill from Google ads. Google ads will be like, dude, we're going to get you on all this shit, but it's just like, no, get out of Instagram unless you really have pictures of video, and then your video needs to be under 2 minutes. So just get out of Instagram and stay out of it, because Facebook ads are cheaper. Instagram's ads are more expensive. They're like double. They are every time.
Oh God.
I will let you know that now.
We've spent
If
a
you
lot of money.
if you
on
throw
that.
money on Instagram, it's double every time. And you can get I can help anyone here to get Facebook to your ads as you go. Obviously, when you start, it doesn't work this way, but as you go, I've gotten Acrylic ads down to 0.02 in interaction, in engagement. That
And I think
engagement
this is
like
what we need because
0.02 a penny in engagement.
we used to have 20 years ago a
Very
full-
easy to
when,
do.
when you and I were basically teenagers. We used to have a full infrastructure of a music industry that had all of these things figured out. And then MySpace came out, and it was like,
Yeah.
no, why are you flying? Don't fly her. Just create a MySpace and add a bunch of friends and invite them all to a show.
HTML stuff in your header.
Yeah.
You hire that guy.
We had the
Oh, we had
coolest.
Tim from Iconoclast
Dude,
Art.
I literally learned HTML
Just
to
for
design
that?
our
Yeah.
Facebook or
Yeah.
our MySpace page. We had the coolest fucking MySpace. The entire thing was themed out.
What band? What band? Dying for You or
No.
Solace
Listen to
or
Ashes.
7 Months of Nothing?
it had to be Solace. It had to be Solace.
Had to be
Ashes.
Solace. I got
It had to
gotta
be
agree.
Solace.
I gotta
it had
agree.
to be Solace just because
You guys were a great band, by the way.
we were a good
Just
band.
What was that lineup?
They had Nick Vukovic and
Nick Vukovic.
Oh!
Anti-Chris.
Well, yeah.
Who's the
No,
Antichrist?
here's the thing, like, fuck Chris. Fuck that guy.
Well, I don't.
Who is that?
No. Fuck that guy.
Don't
he
talk
was the
about him?
reason that band
I
broke
didn't.
up.
I didn't know.
He's the
it.
reason
Okay.
that band broke up.
I didn't know there was a bad beef.
He
there.
murdered
Sorry.
a human being and tried to get somebody to swap seats with him.
Yeah, that was a bad deal.
This
that was
ain't
a bad
a good
deal.
guy. We're not glorifying this human being. He's the reason the band broke up. Like, fuck
I was
Chris
just saying he was in the band.
fu-
That's all.
For
Yeah.
5 seconds. He was
Oh.
not part of the band.
Okay, I didn't know that. Sorry, my
Fuck
bad.
that guy in his stupid
Woo.
ass, and I will fight him in person still to this day because he's the reason I got kicked out. He
Well-
literally came in like a parasite and convinced those guys they just wanted to be a local band. Because I would come to a rehearsal like, hey, we got this to do, and I wouldn't leave rehearsal until every item had been assigned. and every band member had one or two things. It was fair. It was great.
Mhm.
Like we were fucking doing our thing. We were making it up the way the local scene. We were doing everything we wanted to do. And then this dude came in and had secret meetings with everyone in the band.
Oh shit! I
Like
know this.
fuck that guy. No,
Yeah, that's
fuck
sketch.
that guy, dude.
That's sketch. That's
fuck that guy. And then he murdered somebody. And then he killed somebody. And then after he killed that person, he got the person in the other seat to switch seats with him.
Yeah, it was
so he could cover it up and pretend he didn't do it. He tried to get someone else to take the fall.
But he got the fall. He got what he deserved.
Good.
So.
Good.
Yeah,
And fuck him, because in the zombie apocalypse, he's the first one I'm shooting. Because that dude will literally get your fucking gates breached. Because he's a fucking two-faced cunt. Fuck that guy.
Okay,
Fuck that guy.
Sorry, Jared.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
I didn't
We
know.
don't
I didn't
mention
know. I
him
was just
anymore.
So, anyways,
so Pat Ruland was also in the band. So, like I said, the first time that I met you,
Nick Vukolich.
and
I met Pat in
guitar.
Body Beneath. That's when
Yeah.
I met him.
Well,
And
the
then in
first-
Bastard Gun, which is one of my favorite local bands.
God, they were so good.
Bastard
But
Gun.
the first time I met Jared was at Star Central. We played a show with And Hope to Die. You weren't in at the time.
Okay, I wasn't at that. I
Chester was in
vocalist.
And Hope to Die.
Was Will in that?
Of course,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
started the band. He
Will.
and I and Eric
But was he
Zidek and
still in the band? Or
Of course-
was it?
well,
Will, I think, was always in it.
And Hope to
just
Die
his
is he
band?
and I. Well, I mean, he started it.
Because I remember
But-
when I met Will, we were standing outside Star Central.
I joined
and,
with
and
Steve.
apparently we had just
Yeah, it
played a
was
show
Civvy.
together. We had
love
just
Steve.
played a show together.
Shout out to Steve.
Yeah,
I
Steve Severett.
I think we opened and you guys played after us. And I
No,
think,
you played after us. We opened. We were the locals.
So while you guys were then that makes sense a little bit more. Because
You guys were solid as
you
fuck.
rarely get to see the band that's playing right before you because you're busy warming up. You know this.
As a vocalist, I don't know. I watched all of it.
Well, for me, I did because
It was like a local
yeah,
Thursday night or
but
something.
What venue was
especially
this?
me, I'm
At Star Central.
But
It
I'm
was
so
it was
insecure-
like the Rock of.
But,
Okay,
I'm,
okay.
but I'm so insecure as a vocalist. Like, if you're opening before me, I'm not in the venue while you're performing for that 45
Why the fuck
minutes.
you so insecure? I don't get it.
Well,
It's fair. I've seen people
during
I've
my
met
warm-ups,
people.
especially,
Right.
like, because you just sound like an asshole.
No, I
You're
get
Yeah.
that.
standing
I
up,
do the same
screaming in
thing.
a fucking room.
Okay,
So I
you're
would
right.
go.
You're
I
right.
would go to the
You're
van.
right. You're right. Because
I would go to
I
the
have
van.
I have stretches. I have stretches, and I have my quick vocal warm.
No, you
Yeah,
gotta do
okay.
that.
So,
That's
so what I would
respectable.
do. So like,
Yeah.
oh, we're playing at 10 tonight. Okay, so at 9, I'm going to the van.
Yeah, that's
in
fine.
private,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna like. And I slowly started humming.
I usually use the band's like.
and
Get your
then I
shit
would
going.
slowly
hide it,
like
but
start
yeah, that
singing,
makes
and then
sense.
like I'd break my singing voice with like literally "Circle of Life" by Elton and John.
Nice.
That's humiliating to sing in public.
Nice, yeah.
So I'm in the
The
I'm
Lion
in the-
King, bitch.
I'm deep in the parking lot. Literally, even when the band would park our shit, we would be at the end of the parking lot, so no one can hear me.
So
Yeah, and I'm belting that shit. And
Yeah.
then eventually turned into
Silk
Amy
will cover that
Winehouse.
one day.
Turned it, and then I would start screaming. So it was like this 45-minute workup to get my voice so I didn't blow it out on stage. It was humiliating. I never wanted anybody to hear
Sure,
that. So
sure.
if you
Fair enough.
opened for
Sure,
me,
fair enough.
if you opened for me, I didn't hear your band. And then
Well, that's
is what
fine.
I
I'm
thought
just-
happened just because of the skill level is I figured we opened and you guys
No,
played
no,
next,
no, no.
and I was trying to fuck some girl in that same van. While
I mean,
guys
you
were
might have
playing.
been doing that. That's
Because
fine.
I don't remember-
care about that.
But
I'm
here's
just
my
saying,
point.
like,
I
here's
don't
what.
remember the band. I don't remember the
And
show.
that's fine.
I don't
That's
remember
totally
my show.
That's totally okay.
I don't remember anything about the night. But I remember standing next to Will outside Star Central while both vans are pulling up to load out all the
Will's
gear.
a very memorable guy.
And I just
Yes.
remember him sitting there,
Apparently.
and he was like, "You guys are really good." And I was like, "Thanks, dude." And
You guys were
but I
fucking
had-
A, dude.
I had
like,
no
that's
idea
no
who
joke.
this dude was.
Yeah.
And he was like,
I-
"I'm in this band. We're from
It's
this
funny
town. We
because-
should play more shows
Will is
together."
hands down one of the nicest people on the planet. He's
100%.
so nice.
100%.
So
But
nice.
I don't remember anything from
He's
this
a great
night.
guy.
And all I remember is like, we should play more shows together. We're from this town because they weren't from Minneapolis.
Yeah,
Like St.
No,
Cloud or-
well, some of us were.
but
I was
but you had
living.
a fan base in another town.
Wait, he was from Lacrosse.
That's
like,
what it was.
We go.
That's what it was.
If you,
That's
we
what
could
it
go on a
was.
whole nother segment of Will and I. Like Will and I could come
Let's
on the
do
show
this.
and talk
Let's
about our
do
fucking
this.
Let's
history.
do
Let's
and
let
hope
me
to
set it
die
up.
so that we can.
Yeah,
we
'cause
can-
Chester
Let's do
was
this,
in-
but
I
let
was
me
in-
set
I
it
was
up.
in
But
that.
let me set
But
it up.
Isilic.com. Get on that shit and
Yeah,
buy our stuff,
Isilic.
please.
Sign
like,
our-
Is
we
it
were here.
Isilic or is it Yasilic?
Isilic.com mailing
it-
list.
Isilic, Isilic, or
Isilic.
Yasilic?
Isilic.
Isilic.
Yeah.
The Y
So
is
I
like an
did
I.
pronounce
It's
it right.
yeah.
The Y is like an I.
Yeah,
Isilic.
yeah.
Isilic. Okay.
Isilic.com.
All right. So
But
Will
also
and I,
bef-
let me set this up, and then what he said.
I would love to talk about the origin. Or
Yeah,
like
so
how
I'm hanging out with Will, but I don't really know who he is because I don't remember anything about the show.
And that's fine. Yeah.
He just shows
Which
up
makes
like a
sense
shadow.
now. Which makes
Like a
sense
shadow.
now because you guys opened while I was warming up, right? But my point is he's like, yeah, we should play more shows together, and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it, dude. And then I don't know if we ever did.
Well, okay, so
Like I don't remember.
Technically,
we could have played 20 more shows together.
Dying
but, like,
Euphoria, because so he after and Hope to Die broke up, We Are Legion formed
in my
All right.
basement.
and
I lived
oddly
with
enough,
Will. I was living with Mill. It happened, or Will. Will. I was living with Will at the time. We Are Legion formed in my
people have
basement.
been asking when he's coming on the podcast, and I was like, when he's willing to do it non-remotely. That's your answer.
He's well,
That's your
Will's,
answer. He's
Will's
busy
going
guy.
through some health issues
He's
right
busy
now.
No,
guy.
I know.
So
I
he's-
know. I'm not putting any shade out there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, that's your answer. So stop bugging me about it.
All right, let's.
He wants to do it, but he it's remotely because
him and I have
he's
talked about
legitimately
it.
going
No,
through.
Him and
yeah.
I'm talking to the listeners. Him and I have talked about it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no issues. I'm saying,
No,
like,
I know that.
when
but
he's
I-
willing to do it non-remotely, that's when he's coming on. Stop bugging me.
Gentlemen. I love that, Paul. We're gentlemen, like the gentlemen.
That's our guitarist,
The
Paul
gentlemen.
Ash, Paul Wallace Ash.
Paul
we could,
Walsh.
We could talk
should
about
try
that
to get to some
motherfucker.
questions?
Gentlemen.
Yeah,
wanna
let's get
do
some
questions?
questions. Paul, ask your own band a question. Why are Aaron and Chester?
All folks
such-
can ask questions. No, but before we do
got a
that,
lot
I
of chat here.
want to hear the start of And Hope to Die. I still want this.
All
to
right,
happen.
we're gonna do this story, and then we're gonna do some questions, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I got to piss and I don't want to do it in your sink.
but
'cause
let's-
that's just like.
Yeah, let's
I
start
can't
this.
piss in your
Short.
sink, dude.
Let's start
Like,
this,
That's
thing.
just
It's not a
like
real
bad
sink.
proper.
No, it's not a sink. It's a fucking laundry tub.
Okay,
But
sorry.
start the
But
thing,
you're a
and then
little
when you
short.
get to
You
me,
might
I
not make
can
it.
I can take over.
So
you.
yeah, and Hope to Die formed.
This was,
Will and I have known
pre-
each other.
This is where we technically first met. You and I.
Probably.
Yes, and
No,
Hope to
you
Die
just-
was
yeah, you
pre
just said this,
Chester.
yeah.
It was Dan Young,
Yep.
Iron Lung Dan Young, my
Star
man.
Central when it was a
Star
fucking
Central.
legit club.
God damn, it was legit as
1,500
fuck.
people,
Joe,
some of the best
Joe
concerts
Spanbauer
in town.
running sound.
So this
and-
was in Maplewood,
No, it was in Columbia Heights.
Columbia Heights.
Just
Right off
outside of
65.
Minneapolis.
Dope.
Like literally,
Dope.
literally 8 feet outside of Minneapolis.
Okay.
Like it was on.
well, I
the
know
border.
where Columbia Heights is.
Right,
I get it.
but
yeah.
37th is the border.
Yeah,
of
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it
I
is,
lived
it
over.
is.
I lived over there. I get it.
Yeah.
So you were
Geography.
technically still in elusive,
Yeah.
creative
Yeah.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
But once you cross
That's
the
like
street, you were in
northeast.
Columbia
It was
Heights.
like it was very similar setup to the Rock.
Okay.
Like they had a massive stage,
Yeah,
but no
massive
poles,
PA, massive room.
no poles right in front of the
Let's
stage.
get back to And Hope to Die though.
So yeah, anyways, blah blah blah. Like we formed and we broke. Well, I shouldn't say we broke up. Our guitarist and vocalist left in 2007, and then Will and I and Blake, our bassist at the time, Blake Bozen, good guy. I miss that motherfucker.
Love you, Blake. I know you.
Blacko. But so we were putting the band together again and blah blah blah, and we were doing vocal trials first, and this guy named Mike, Monster Mike as he's known particularly, came and tried out for us first, and he nailed it, dude.
I remember
we were doing Butcher Boy
I
and
think we
something
did it
else.
the same day because I remember him.
Yeah, and he nailed everything spot fucking on.
Yeah,
Everything.
As
Dead
the
spot
recording
on.
was. As the recording
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
He was good.
He's
He was good.
very meticulous. He's very autistic like me and like, nailing shit.
Yeah, he was good.
And we were impressed with him and stuff. But then you came on and you knew half the fucking song.
I
Like,
did.
we knew
yeah.
it.
No, I
But
knew.
Will
I knew.
and I, like-
I knew one song all the way, and I knew one song half the way. That was me.
Barely. But
Yeah,
that's
barely,
not
yeah.
that's not the
But
important part.
I still ad-libbed it.
That's the best part about being a
after-
streamer.
after
You
we
can
did
ad-lib.
it-
still ad-libbed it.
This was the
Being a
conversation
streamer
Will and
in
I
a metal
had.
band, you can fucking literally make it up as you go half the time.
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
But I learned it from
Eric Kais
POS.
is very big on that.
I learned it from
literally
POS.
did it in Dying Euphoria for like 3 months.
Yeah,
POS.
that's when you know you're a good vocalist.
So-
Jared,
So for screamers out there,
Screamer. Not
screamers
Screamer.
out there,
Screamer.
I learned from POS, the rapper himself.
yes,
He told me, because he goes, "Hey, what's up? You nervous?" My first show ever at First Avenue. He goes, "What's up? You nervous?" I go, "Yeah, I'm nervous. I don't know half my lyrics." He goes, "Chester." He stood left me. He goes, "You're a screamer. Nobody ain't gonna remember your lyrics.
Yeah,
Nobody ain't
fucking
gonna know what you're gonna
POS,
say."
dude.
That's why Steph's
he
the
goes,
shit.
No,
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Steph's
He
the
looked at me. He
shit.
goes, "Nobody ain't gonna know what you're gonna say." He goes, "Just scream whatever you want,
can't
man."
wait
And
to
I
have
was
that
screaming.
make it-
on the
make
I was
podcast.
screaming about that person's mom and that person's mom and like all this stuff. I just
cannot
made up
wait
on the
till
fly.
Steph comes
So
on the
I've
podcast.
done this
Dude,
I've
get
done
that
this
motherfucker on
forever.
here.
I've done this forever.
I miss that
So
motherfucker.
I
at
know,
their
like,
audition,
30 people that know him, including myself. Like,
Well, this
it's
guy knows
inevitable.
it
I know
personally.
Steph too. Yeah, no, he's
Get him on
a
the
great
podcast.
guy. He's a great guy.
He knows he knows my roommate, who is the best man at my wedding. He
You gotta
knows
get
me.
Prof on
Yeah,
it.
He knows
dude.
my old singer. Like,
But,
all my people know.
But
Steph.
he taught me how to land this fucking audition. He just told me just make shit up. So I did not know half the
Yeah,
lyrics,
he
like
came.
said.
I was
But
in Circle
screamed
Pines.
a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you came. We were having auditions.
That's how I got a job too. Swear to God, it's
Fake
like
till you
being
make
a
it, man.
screamer- That's why, like, dude, this is why I resented.
I
and
gotta
eventually
pee.
was like, I'm done.
You finished the story,
I'm
Chester.
like,
yeah.
I'm done.
I got to know what you and Will said before you.
Oh, okay. So before I piss, so like we had the discussion because you and Mike had your auditions the same day.
Yeah.
This is a big.
It was the
fucking
same
deal,
day.
by
We
the
were
way.
both there. Me and Mike were
It's a big
both
deal.
there.
But
we got
had
our
the-
answers differently.
yeah. Will and I were like, well, God, Mike fucking nailed it. Note for note, blah, blah, blah. He hit all the iterations, blah, blah, blah. But Chester, dude, his fucking voice, man, like, we knew you didn't hit everything perfectly, but we were just like, his fucking voice, man. And I was like, yeah. I think we want Chester to come back and, like, do it again, you know? And, like,
That's true.
Mike stayed tight with us, though, man. Mike came
That's
in
true.
and did fill in bass for We Are Legion, and, you know, I'm still tight with Mike.
dope
Awesome,
guy,
right?
like dope,
Super
guy.
fucking
Yeah, yeah.
awesome guy.
I liked meeting him. Like we talked to each other.
Yeah,
about
he's
that was happening.
he's
a great
still
guy.
fucking great,
Yeah.
man. But that's how it worked out. You know, we got Chester based on his vocal abilities, not the fact that he nailed the tryout perfectly. It
I
was just
sucked
like,
so bad the trial. I knew half a song. I think.
yeah, it was. But like your
but I still
your
kept
voice was like,
Still kept
wow.
going.
And it still like continues to Isilic, dude. Like
going. Yeah.
that's why you know, when I saw you at the protest show and we were talking about
Yeah,
that,
we were
I'm
talk-
like,
and we were not talking about like old times, like you and oh, homeboy was there. I'm trying to remember.
Nick and Zydek.
Zydek was
Yeah.
there, yeah. Zydek and Nick were there, yeah. And we were all hanging. And we had the was that the drama with my boy?
No, that was the
a different
sixth
night.
show.
Okay,
that
okay,
was
that
the
was a different
same,
night.
but it was the same
I
crowd.
won't bring
How
it- I
fucked
won't
up
bring it-
is that?
I won't bring
But,
it
like,
up, but that was the same crowd.
yeah.
Yeah. But we had a great night that night with
No, it was
protesting,
great, yeah.
So we just hung out and we were just friends.
I'll never
talking.
forget. Like
It wasn't like
I
a
didn't.
forceful conversation
No,
about
it
being in
wasn't.
Isilic at all. It was just me and Lanik and Nick and Zydek were just having a great time hanging
Yeah.
out. And I was like, yeah, man, like let's get drunk, let's hang out, and like let's try this out and like see what happens.
Well, I did.
and I
like,
knew Paul, but I didn't know Greg.
Yeah, and the weird thing is like I mentioned it like just as an anecdote because we haven't
Yeah.
seen each other for like a year or
Yeah.
year and a half or something like that, and then I stopped and looked at you. and
Yeah,
went,
he was pretty good.
I was
Lanik
immediately
pretty
like,
convinced.
bam, you're the vocalist.
By the way, I nicknamed him
So-
Lonzo. That's my personal nickname for
Yeah,
him.
he
It's just
did.
Lonzo. But
it used to be Lons in high school. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't
There was
know
a
that.
teacher called. His
Why
name
would
was,
I know that?
It wasn't Lonzo. It
I
was-
know, but I
his
call
name
you
was
Lonzo,
Mr.
yeah.
Lons, and everybody called
Me and
me
my
Lons,
buddy
and I
John, who
fucking
you know,
hated it.
John, we call you Lonzo. I don't know why
Ah,
we both call you Lonzo.
I
but
don't know,
we
it is
do.
what
But-
it is.
But
it's either Lanik or Lon or Lanalo or
we call
Last
you
or
Lonzo.
Lamb.
But
Seriously, I'm not even fucking
yeah.
kidding.
So when I joined the band, I'll go back to this and hope to die
You
thing.
keep going, Jared. You keep going,
Yeah,
Chester. I'm gonna go
so
pee.
you go
we're good,
speed.
dude.
So and hope to die is back in like 07
I think
or,
I finally fixed all the camera
or around
angles.
this time that
I
he's
think
talking
we can
about.
actually run this angle now.
And
It's a disaster.
I'm meeting
It's
Will.
a shit show.
I'm meeting Will for the first time, and Will always has his shit tight. Like Will, even in 07, was like, "This is the band. This is our sound." But he's still such a chill, awesome, like calm dude. So, but he's just telling me like, "This is the sound. This is how we do it. This is what's going on." And then he's like, "You're the vocalist now," and I was like, "Awesome!
There we go.
I can't wait to start." And I'm leaving Sarah's Victoria, the Max Dessa brother band. We played First Avenue, and then we played Basements for like a year. And this is my next band and Hope to Die. And I meet Lanik, and I've been blessed with great drummers all my life, but Lanik is hands down the best drummer. Like
well, fuckboy
and-
over here is
and
a
he-
human drum machine.
yeah, he's probably going to be the best drummer I go to the grave with. He's just insane. But
I give him a little shit from time to time on his repetitiveness,
well,
but
you got to. Well, no, I wouldn't say he's repetitive. He has similar. He has.
hold
he's,
on,
he's
hold
trying.
on.
he's-
I hear him chiming
yeah, he's
in.
trying to chime in.
What was that, Lanik?
No.
Okay, he said I need other people to influence me because I'm a repetitive bastard. All right, I got you on that. Which is
funny,
dude.
but
I got you on that. Literally, I swear to God, I have
he's got tendencies. He's got tendencies. He's got a sound. I mean, you gotta have a
songwriting technique that will like literally. It's the cheesiest cut, but I'm telling you, especially as a drummer,
this is why he's in the band with Paul.
It'll change everything you do. Like I'm not explaining it on the podcast. I'm not giving my IP away. But Lanik,
this is because you make a ton of money on that IP, huh?
Well, I make enough.
Hey, you make some money on that IP.
I make enough.
You make that
to
IP.
where I ain't just sharing it on the internet.
You make that IP.
Here's the thing: is when we sit down, like I'll sit down with you, like write a drum part. Like here's the chorus, here's the guitars, here's what I'm playing.
Yeah.
And give me 4 bars, and I'll go do this in this bar, and you'll go, oh shit, okay, that sounds really cool. And then we'll do that for a few songs, and you'll go, oh fuck, dude, I see what you're doing here, and boom, it'll turn everything on a dime.
Yeah,
and
Paul
do that. Fuck. You'll go, holy fuck, dude, I can do this like
because Paul's
I can
like
do this in every
writing 18-6 for 2 bars.
Well,
18-6.
You're Lanik, you're gonna go, I can do this in every chorus, I can do this in every verse, in every song, and it doesn't matter because this philosophy will allow me to just turn it just enough to where only it's so weird because I say only like music fans and obsessed musicians will actually get it. Everywhere in between, no one will notice it. But like real music fans, they'll start going, I don't know what you did, man, but something changed. And then real musicians are going to go, hey, man, I love how you started doing this. And they'll break it down like chemistry. And they'll go, on the way you switched this on this and you did this on this. And it's this stupid.
If
like
somebody
I said, I'm not saying it out loud.
If somebody can do, no,
it's my intellectual property.
If my band members,
it's my little secret. Y'all can eat shit.
If my band members can give me that type of like feedback and direction, I'm gonna take it because, like you said, like I'm very repetitive on a lot of things. And
you're
like,
not repetitive.
I am, dude. Like,
I know you're gonna say you are, but like,
it's not even.
You still change it up.
But here's the thing,
similar,
though.
But
the thing with that is, I put myself in the headspace of like,
wear a new T-shirt
what would
every
Daniel
time.
Copy do at this point? What would like fucking?
That's the joke of the night. That's the joke of the night.
You wear a different T-shirt every time you play the beat. It's different.
Yeah, that's what I do. I toss them on, but like, I wear my influences on my sleeve,
I mean,
man.
Guys,
like
we're in
without
a prog tech band. He can't play the same thing every night.
No, you can't.
He can't.
I'm sorry,
but I
I
have
lose
to call
my card.
Now maybe he feels that way, but like, it is different.
There was
like
fucking gummo shit going
I want
on,
any person, Deftones beer, it spills. I want any person out there to like listen to the whole record, the whole Acrylic record, and say, where are the beats the same? I need someone.
But here's the thing, and with that, Chester, I put myself in headspaces of like, what would Daniel Copy do on this? Like, dude, Your Sorrows Bring You to This Place.
Yeah.
That song specifically, I was thinking Daniel Copy the entire fucking time. I'm gonna push it to the fucking like absurd levels. Like it doesn't need to have all these fills.
Eric was almost in that song for a minute. By the way.
He was.
I
reached out to him.
Copy,
I said, hey, let's get in there. That would have been
Copy
cool.
doesn't play loops.
Copy is a
Copy
cacophony.
will play the same beat. Copy will play the same beat for 4 bars, but there will be something unique in each of those 4 bars. It might be a ghost note that no one
It's not
hears.
even a ghost note. It's a machine gun cacophony symphony of.
But you know what I'm trying to get at here. Like,
right. I get
there
what
will
you're
be
saying.
one
Yeah.
little
I know
thing,
just what you're
there
saying.
will be one little thing in that beat that no one
He's
notices.
Dope. He's dope.
But there's 4 unique bars to everything he does.
Right, yeah. He
It's
pushes
not
it to the utmost extreme.
Unless the part is specifically written to be 2 to 4 bars of him doing whatever.
Right, yeah.
Whatever.
Yep.
If it's repetitive, it's quite intentional. That's what I love about Copy, because as a drummer, it's really interesting to listen to, funk drummers, rock drummers, guys who are really into shuffles and backbeats versus death metal versus metalcore. These are all the same instrument, but expressed so differently
Yep,
and so
yep.
dramatically differently within their own version of the same art, really, which is metal. There's ways that certain artists separate themselves in their writing style away from the genre that they're pigeonholed in, and I think Dan does a great job of that. I think he really, really excels on finding a unique way on playing progressive technical death metal, as I guess.
And I totally like
without
rip it off.
sounding without sounding
that drum setup that he has is
like
so
a drum
unique
machine.
and
It's
special.
super unique.
It's
yeah,
really cool.
I sat down behind his kit, and I'll tell you what, man.
Keep going, I gotta piss.
It was so crazy. He has his kick drum tilted forward. Like, this is just absolute batshit crazy.
How far?
I don't care, man. Like, it has to be a 90-degree like flat level, but like he goes like maybe like 80.
So he's tilting it back.
No, he's tilting it forward. So the beater. Sorry.
The
beater-
microphone.
Oh, forward into you.
Away. Yeah, away. Okay, so
Away.
here's his drum. Jesus Christ. Here's the drum head, and here's the pedal, right?
Give it to me.
And you have to. Oh, you want the? Okay.
Still do this. I don't know if you can take my mic.
Oh shit, we're still there. Like,
No.
hello.
Never mind. He's.
So, give me the mic, Jared. So, I think, at any rate, like,
Just give me the mic.
Daniel plays
Fix it
with
while I talk.
extreme physicality, and he does things that
There you go.
are almost like it's a challenge to play physically. It's not just about like the music that he's writing on drums. He wants to make it physically challenging, not just
That sounds
mentally
like him,
challenged. He
honestly.
wants to make it physically challenging, where I'm like, okay, like, holy shit, dude. Like, I have to put extreme effort into hitting your kick drum head because you have your bass drum tilted away from the beater. Like, so here's how. All right.
It's
So here's the
tilted away
beater.
from
Did you
it.
play it as
Yes,
practice space
like
or at
this.
a show?
Yeah, no, Dying Euphoria. You were there, dude. You were fucking there. We were set up at Reaping Asmodeus Place
Yeah, but I didn't sit by
at Hush. Well, okay, you didn't, but like, so yeah, he just brought that up. But I sat behind his kit and I actually like looked at it. And I'm like, dude, your fucking kick drum is tilted away, much like his toms are tilted.
That's so weird,
Dude, it blows my mind.
Who would do that?
Because he wants to have a physical component to his playing, as making it that challenging.
That's
Not only his
crazy.
parts are crazy,
You can pull that up.
but like physically playing his parts are just as crazy.
That's
because
insane.
his drums are like you have to reach up here and you have to stomp really hard to hit his kick drum head. And I know he has the laser trigger on his trick pedals, which, help. Like, you don't always have to hit the head because it's going to trigger as soon as it crosses that threshold. But the dude does not fuck around. There is no.
He's a machine.
He's an absolute, like,
Let's do some
well-oiled.
questions.
Okay, what do we got?
Let's do some questions. Have you ever infused THC with the beer?
There are, I don't know about THC, but there are hemp-infused beers. I've not done THC.
You haven't done one?
No. But there are hemp-infused. That would be a great idea. Why wouldn't it be? Holy fuck.
Sean, bring me an ounce of shake, and I'm going to do one.
Oof.
Bring me an ounce of shake. So, like, save up your shake from all the weed you've smoked, Sean. Save up all the shake. Bring me an ounce of shake.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
And I will make a THC infused beer. I
Yep.
will do that for us.
Put it in the secondary rack, and there you go. Just let it ferment.
Yeah, I'll look
About-
it up. I'll look it up because I think you might need to put it in the brew because you might need to.
Maybe. If you put it in steeping bags, you could.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. Do we want to get the flavor or do we want to get ingestible THC?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So if we just want the flavor, you're right. We want to put it in secondary. But if
I
we
think
the
people want the
ingestibles,
THC. Like,
we
they
need
want
to
to get
put it-
fucking high
then
as
we
fuck.
need to put it in the
and drunk.
actual boil.
Yeah. Probably yes.
All right.
I haven't done it, but
Oh, we got lots of chat.
Greg went nuts for a minute there.
Greg says,
Check it out.
It out.
Check. Cut.
I love you,
it
Greg.
out.
Greg is the godfather of the fucking music scene, by the way. Oh God, Paulie, my PhD. He has a
76
PhD.
Thursday. He prefers writing 76 Thursday, which actually Lanik probably knows what that means in a time signature.
That's a We Are Legion thing, but Paul, our guitarist, is a guitar instructor, and he has a PhD in ethnomusicology. So he's a smart motherfucker.
In what?
Ethnomusicology, and
Is that ethnic music?
ethnic music. He knows, like, we're actually writing a new song with this. What was that Japanese guitar? Like, I can't.
Bro,
He brought it in. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
It's
like
this Japanese guitar, and like we're now implementing in this, so, like, which is why I love this band so much. Like, let's do it. I mean, I don't know. Eventually, you might
It's
find
sick,
me
dude.
a synthesizer.
Keep going.
I don't know.
all right,
I
but
got pissed.
It's
I broke the
so
seal.
what's the hardest thing about being in Acrylic for all four of us? I'm not going to say it just for any particular musician, is the fact that we love music so much that we have to be outside the circle. So and this is where we want to be. So when a lot of bands, especially metal bands, Lanik might back me up here or not, but when you do like death metal, you're part of the culture of death metal. Like, you're wearing the shirts, you're going to the shows, you're specifically playing this part. But when you start saying you're progressive, that's where you kind of
alienate people. Or?
yeah, or yourself. I would
Yeah.
say you don't alienate people. Like, we're still friends with the same bands. We still love the same
alienate
people,
them as a
but we
fan
start
of
we
music.
start falling out of the loop. Like, we start dividing ourselves from everyone else because
Yeah.
we're now in all these weird different time signatures, and we're still playing these weird different beats. You have a break beat in this song. I mean, that's not really a
Right,
death metal
yeah.
thing to do.
Well, yeah.
And then we're wearing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shit. I'm wearing a Kiss shirt. I mean,
I was gonna say,
or
dude.
I'm in these weird fashionable items, and everyone's looking at me like, but you growl and scream, and like, you're horrendous. And I'm like, sorry, I can't wear obituary shirts and play a show.
Right,
It's
we're
just not who I am.
Right. It's and this is why I felt like, after Greg, Paul, and I like started jamming this stuff, I'm like, well, we got to find, if we're gonna do it. At first, it was gonna be an instrumental band.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it was gonna be.
You guys told me that.
But
yeah.
then we're like, these are really well written songs. Like, we can hear vocals. We can, In fact, like Pale Blood, like that was the one song I felt like we almost had like completely finished in We Are Legion, and Al actually wrote a lot of the drums for me, and he had some lyrics and some patterns. So I'm like, well, yeah, there's got to be some vocals, and we just can't get any old fucking metal vocalist to just do it.
Which is what you told
They
me.
could.
What you told
do
me
it.
when you met me was that you
Right.
said the same thing. You said we could try out a lot of people. We have a few people in mind, but like, we need something that isn't the norm, is what you said.
And that's why when I saw you, I'm like, dude, like, and it wasn't like we just saw each other, and then all of a sudden, like, it came up, and I'm like,
well, you were
Chester's the fucking guy.
yeah,
dude.
you were
like,
you were at the Earthrise shows, by the way. So my little teeny stint at Earthrise, which, by the way, like, regardless of what that was or how it ended, changed my life. Like, those
guys are great dudes.
those guys
Mikey and-
really taught me this way about being a vocalist that I've never heard before in my life. And I actually drank the Kool-Aid. I did. I drank the Kool-Aid, and I was like, wow, like, what if I wrote lyrics this way? And what if I did things this way?
Yeah.
And Acrylic, this album that we're going to release on March 26th, that's the product like of their speech, but also the way Acrylic allowed me to be who I am. Like, that was also another thing, because I was able to come back as who I am in my influences and still do that. So it was a little mixture of both, but also a mixture of sometimes whether Lonzo or Paul or Greg had some add-in on, like, I think you should try this out. I totally tried it out, and we ended up with
for the
this
most
result.
part, we just let him do what he did, and like, it was
this
just like,
album,
holy
this
shit!
album
Like,
ended up
I
being that
couldn't
way,
even
yeah.
like, honestly, on Reptile Intelligence, I'm like, I don't know how Chester's gonna do vocal on this. Like, it's
Live?
very just period.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I'm
period,
like,
yeah.
when I heard it, it was kind of very Rush, very Protest a Hero, very just like,
I thought of Converge when I heard it.
really?
Yeah, I thought
That's
of Converge.
crazy,
I was
like-
in old school Converge.
Like, there's like
Jacob
aliases
Bannon in
yeah.
a day. And
little bit of Sixth in there too. I'm like, how
Yeah,
is Chester?
and a
And
little
you
bit of Sixth, yeah.
like you kill that fucking song, dude.
And
I'm
I
like,
plan to perform it live the way I recorded it. By the way,
it's so good, dude.
It will be.
I was so very happy.
The
with
high,
it, so.
mid, low. So I started. I'm not gonna lie. I started thinking of Kendrick Lamar in Nasilic, like as an influence because of his
way
voice.
overrated, man.
No, I don't think he's overrated. I think he's. Okay, I think the Pulitzer Prize on that album was overrated, but I still find him a genius. Swimming Pools is such a
like,
genius.
Bitch, don't kill
Wait,
my
he won a
vibe.
Pulitzer Prize for an album?
Yeah, Damn. The album Damn. But no, Swimming Pools
Is he
is
the
a
first
great
musician who's ever won a Pulitzer Prize?
song. I don't think so. No, Virginia
That's the first
Woolf.
ever.
Virginia Woolf won a Pulitzer Prize, and she's a vocalist. Back in the day, choral music. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't say he's the first.
I think Kendrick Lamar is like.
I congratulate him on it because he is talented.
That's insane.
He is
talented,
talented.
but
I
not
didn't know
Pulitzer
you could win a
Prize
Pulitzer
level.
Prize for
So
making music.
Apparently.
But
Shit.
is it called the Iron Butterfly or the Iron Butterfly? That album to me should have won the Pulitzer Prize. The King Kunta and the Blacker the Berry. So the Blacker the Berry is this song about how he feels like it's like his injustice as a black man, and it's so angry and it's so good. The beat behind it is the guy who makes the beats, Big Boy, the guy who makes the beats for Drake, and the beat is
I thought
insanely
Drake made
good.
his own beats.
No, Drake never made his own beats. That's not true. He might have made one or two. I don't know. I can't acknowledge that. But his main guys are Big Boy and another guy named 40 or 40 something. But Big Boy made the beat for that song in particular, and it's like the chorus is blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
And then he's just rapping on this, and he's so angry, and it's so passionate, and it's incredible. The song is incredible, like it's unspeakable truth. It's really good. If he should have won a Pulitzer Prize, I feel like it's for that album.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's such a great album. Like
I'll have to check that one out because
In and
I mean
out.
everything that I've heard of with Kendrick Lamar, he's always guest vocaling or like the song "Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe."
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
really, like seriously,
It's
like
a
this
good
guy
song.
is like a lyrical
it's a good
genius.
vibe song. But that was my problem always from the start with hip hop. Like meeting all these hip hop artists. Like when I was starting out as a young musician, and I was like, I cared about production. I cared about how everything was laid out, and talking with these guys, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna be a fan of you if you follow these steps for me. Otherwise, I don't really care. Slug never really made sense to me. Atmosphere and all this stuff never really made sense to me because Slug wasn't really a great person when I met him. He wasn't quality. He just didn't care.
He's known as being kind of a dick.
No, he's
well known.
What am I trying? Sexist. So if you got boobs, he'll talk to you. That back when I met him, he might have changed now. I don't know, but back when I met him, it was that way.
People
was that
don't
way.
change;
like
they evolve.
like I had girls around me. He talked to them. He didn't talk. He didn't care anything I had to say. But I got to imagine that a lot of that changed like over time, and maybe a lot of that style was that way. But you know what? I got to say, a lot of the times, everywhere I went, I was like the only guy. There was always women around.
Well,
always, they were at
that's
the
a different
They
like
were
the whole
always
different
hanging out.
demographic. Like when you go to the metal
loved
scene,
it more
it's all a
than I
bunch
did.
of dude nerds, like you were saying, like yours,
And that's what the data says.
How can you do sweep
I mean,
arpeggios? Like how many notes can you do? Like
yeah.
Slug don't give a
Especially
shit.
with
Like,
prog. I mean, prog
Yeah.
music. I mean, it's gonna
Yeah.
be that way.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna cross out any ladies. But I mean, there's ladies who text me about the music that we're doing now, and they're like, "This is the best you've ever done. I want to marry the drummer."
no,
Like all this
no,
stuff.
no, you
Yeah,
do
I
not want to do
I
that.
hear,
baby.
No,
I hear
no,
these
no.
things. They want,
can't
they
do
want
that
Lanik
anymore.
babies. They want Lanik babies.
They can't do that anymore. Sorry.
But no, he's gonna be the next guy on The Bachelor. Like that. His time is
no.
due.
Might be.
No more.
Jared, how do we submit it?
I don't wanna be.
We gotta research that. 'cause
No.
that's
Please, no more.
16
I'm taking
women
a break.
in one room. And
I'm
he has-
taking a break.
and
from
he has
that.
to solve it. And anyone who could tolerate his repetitive beats with different
God,
t-shirts.
nobody can.
With
That's why
different
they
t-shirts.
leave. You play the same damn beat all the time.
You
I'm
fuck
out.
me the
This
same
is
way
over.
every night.
Yeah.
No. It's not the same way. It's the same BPM every day.
Yeah.
Can you just 180 BPM blast beats like a.
You're always.
Could you do a gravity or something?
And she says something weird like 183. She doesn't say 180. She's like 183.
You
ridiculous.
Fuck me on blast beats at 183 BPM every night. Jesus Christ! I just want to get fucked like Jazz one night.
Like Jazz.
Can you swing a little bit?
I want it 251. I want it in 6'8". I don't understand why this is a problem.
Jesus Christ!
Like that. That's the arguments they have.
I'm actually gonna do this.
I'm on 183, but I come on 126. So I'm gonna need you to.
Or they push them. They're like, I need you at 280, and she's got piercings everywhere. And tattoos on her throat.
That's what it is.
She's like, I need piercing. I need 280.
You got a side ache, and you're just driving it with everything. And she's
side
like,
ache.
I need you to go
Runner's
harder.
ache.
I need you to go harder, faster.
I need your drumsticks
I'm actually
on my
a pussy
back.
player too. Like I tap my drums. I'm no Tom Tier, man. Tom Tier demolishes the fucking
I can't go faster without a drumstick and a bounce off of a snare.
Yep.
Like,
I need it on my earlobe.
If this isn't enough,
I play with my fingers. Jesus Christ, ridiculous. I don't know. Like
this conversation went left. I love it.
Went left.
Yeah.
But
took a wicked left turn.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
I literally thought I was
it.
invited to the show to talk about his bachelor life, so we have to.
No, we cannot. Please don't. There's nothing there. I'm a single father of 3 children, and they
a hot
are
bachelor is what I'm hearing every time he opens his mouth.
Big swinging ass single dick.
He's ready,
and he plays drums, so he's got rhythm and stamina.
Have you heard these beats? Have you heard these beats? He's ready. He's ready for new love.
Or if he knows how to shuffle, it's ba ba.
So, but what he said, what also Lonzo said in an earlier part of this interview is that we're writing this jazz tune, or no, this Japanese tune, which actually is
this
a
Japanese jazz tune.
Japanese love song is actually what he was trying to say.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
for,
love song
for his next lady.
Well,
and Paul's gonna lay the melodies to make it happen.
Yes, because
but this instrument was insane. So like, he ended up bringing this thing to practice, and Paul, by the way, is no dummy. Like this guy comes in, looks at all of us, and he says, "This is typical Japanese, like." And he like,
but he
gives
does it
us
with
the
this kid-like enthusiasm. Like, oh wait, by the way, this is not like he doesn't.
He gives us the decade, and he starts playing this stuff, and we're like so fascinated.
Yeah,
is this the time we play a Silic music video, or do we?
You didn't send it to me.
What?
So I don't know.
If you look up Midnight Hour, we just play that one. How about that?
We'll see if this works.
We're testing
our bassist Greg.
The way I set up the MIDI player now is I have to preload your link, and then I just hit a button and it plays.
Oh, right. Well, I emailed you a link. I don't know.
I didn't get it. I bet it's still sitting in your inbox. And
average watch time.
No,
look at those
your
stats.
Inbox because you gave me the email at 5:00 p.m. No, 1 p.m. this time.
Yeah. And
actually, no, it's
4:00 when I checked
the music video is probably on my laptop still uploading.
Trust
right
me,
now.
I didn't get it. I checked multiple times.
We were talking about
I got to see if this
dropping tomorrow.
Upload, by the way.
Did you upload a video?
I did to debut on your show.
Well, now there's pressure.
Now I gotta see. I gotta see if it uploaded though, because never know.
You never know.
Where do I look for it? Where do I find it?
Look up a Silic. Just look up YSILIK on
what?
YouTube. On YouTube, search on the search. We have a channel, and you can like and subscribe. We'll just say that. You can like and subscribe. Go to our channel. So hit that Silic band. Silic band. Okay, hit Midnight Hour. That's the one we want to play tonight. And as Lanik said, Greg, our bassist, did all the visuals for this music video, and he's such a talented
dude. He's
graphic artist. We all love and appreciate.
I'm
his
not
work.
sure this is gonna work, dude. I didn't have time to beta test it.
Well, yeah, if not, don't worry about it. It's
we'll
all
see.
good.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna see if I set this up.
It's a good test for you, then.
Sort of is.
Hey. That's what we do in our releases, right? We test and prod.
Go live and proud always.
Nope, that's not the right one. Let's
Go
see
live
if
and
this
proud
works.
always.
Oh,
There it
look at
is.
that. Oh, look at that. You lucky sons of bitches. You're lucky I have shit figured out.
You see,
Jared,
this is what
for
we
the
thought.
win.
It still probably won't work, but
This is
That's
what we
fine.
thought. This is what we thought.
hold on. Let's just double check one more thing.
I figure you plugged that hardcore band with Reaping, so I thought you might have.
One more thing. Yeah, I had it set up differently back then, though. I literally went through a huge production revamp last. I took a whole week off. There was no pot. I had one night off on purpose, and then someone else canceled, and so actually that's not even true. It got rebooked. So I had a whole week off. So I completely revamped how the entire media sharing all this is. So I'm actually kind of surprised this is working right now.
Woo.
All right, so we'll see if this actually works.
The Sunkiss Club.
That's working so far.
I don't know.
I don't hear nothing. Gotta unmute. Are you on mute?
They do.
1,000 times. So
yeah,
you
this
know.
is gonna take a
On
bit. I
Facebook,
was not
by the way.
prepared for this. Like I said, you should have sent me this link.
No,
But-
it's not. It's not your.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, it was. We sent them a different link thinking it would upload, but we're not going to talk about that.
Hold on.
You'll know about that tomorrow.
I think I know how we can fix this.
Official release single tomorrow.
Yep. The wrench in the
Right into that.
You guys are seeing behind the scenes shit. we're not supposed to. Let's do that first. I think I know why.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. So now, in theory, if
I know you keep saying leave, but
2 likes, baby. Woo. Throwing it up. There it is.
like and subscribe.
yeah, I
I'll
don't
be
think anybody
smashing.
Like,
No, that's fine. It's fine. We're beyond our time. We're beyond our time threshold. So
like and subscribe.
we'll get it out there. I'm just glad that Jared, you had us on tonight. It's been a great fucking time, and you know,
They can definitely hear it. Good. You pull it up on the phone.
Disappointment, right of God.
What,
That was cool.
What
Right.
happened? Like, how did you do this? Because it's so good.
There's Meat and the Thresher, I think. I don't know. Or is that Lawrence? I don't know.
That's
Whatever.
Meat and Thresher right there. Yeah. Dude.
But yeah,
Greg, though. Yeah. Oh,
that's
man.
what we got going on. We got an album coming out at the end of the month, and
March 26th.
it's going to be hot.
We have a date for everyone. March
Mhm.
26th. It's in the
We got
books.
physical copies of the album coming out, and
Undisclosed amount, but it is limited time.
limited.
This
Sorry.
is great.
There we go.
There
There we go. We're good.
We're-
You guys probably couldn't hear that. I had one of my headphones.
I could
on, so
hear
I
it.
was
I
hearing
could
the
hear it.
echo back and forth. It was
Yeah.
fucking with me for a second.
No.
No, we're good now. All right.
Ah,
So we played your video. We pulled
thank
it
you,
off.
Jared. Yes.
We did it.
We pulled you off. You sons of bitches were supposed to send that to me this morning.
Yeah, dude. I'll
Cheers.
admit right
Oh,
now,
By the way, cheers on this Centauri.
We moved to the Centauri. Yep.
I would, but yeah. Again, I apologize, Jared. Like today was a
Don't
fucking-
apologize, dude.
No, I'm going.
I mean,
to
what was the
because
last thing I said? I said, get here comfortably.
You invited
You
the-
were late,
said-
motherfuckers.
That wasn't the last thing I said.
I know.
He's
I
like,
know.
I'll slit your goddamn
The
throat.
last thing I said was get here
I know,
comfortable.
yeah.
Don't get here rushed.
Right. No, you
If
did.
we
You
have
did. You
to
did.
push it back,
You
we have
did.
to push it back.
No,
Yeah.
and that was my fault because the last time that you and I had this,
But-
I came down at 6:30. So like, I just
I always thought this whole time.
that was
the
my
two
fault. It
band
was my
members
fault.
who are moving. We have to move, man.
Dude, today
Excuses
work.
built
Dude,
in.
no, today work. I
gotta
got
move.
up
We
at
gotta
6
move.
a.m. I was on a call from 6 a.m. till
You-
3 p.m. Non-fucking
Wait,
stop, dude.
One call.
Yeah, we run war rooms, dude.
Oh, you went War Room on today. Wow.
All day. And then I'm
Boy.
like trying to micromanage.
Bro.
Dude, it was an absolute
I had
chaotic
no idea.
mess.
Sometimes you just gotta tell me War Room. I know exactly.
And
what
my
you're
brain is
saying.
shot
I know
from
exactly
the
what you're
move
saying.
and all that
I
stuff.
know,
Like we
man.
were
I
talking
know,
like
man.
discombobulated. My
No,
kids
I
were
know.
over.
Like-
all I'm hearing are excuses.
I
for
know, it's
why you
bullshit.
should be
No,
drinking-
it's bullshit.
No,
Hey,
I'm
man,
hearing
fair enough.
excuses for why you should be drinking whiskey with us.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Well,
man.
I just
That's-
I don't want to
pour him a
disappoint you,
glass of
Jared,
Centauri.
because like no.
Pour him a
I'm not
little.
gonna-
Pour
no,
him
I'm
a
good.
splash.
not unless
I'm
he
good,
tells
I'm
me. I'm
good.
not.
Pour
I'm
him
good.
a splash of Centauri.
But yo,
I
no,
would, but-
I know the life, man. I know it. I
But-
had meetings all day, but I had 2 hours of my me time. So
Yeah, it was.
I
I had nothing. It was just
DistroKid
like.
has her single because of my 2 hours of free time. So
Yes, thank you. Yes,
single out tomorrow, by the way.
I was
it's called
try-
Laurentian Divided.
yes. Laurentian Divided. It's
It's on all available
that's our
streaming
prog fucking song,
platforms. So I'm gonna drive back to when we talked about my auditions with And Hope to Die, and bring the story forward for a minute, because this really shows Asilic and why Aaron decided to choose me as a vocalist. So when I
chose you. We didn't choose you.
No, they chose me.
You.
They chose me. But what I'm saying is why Aaron Lanik hit me up at the protest show and said, "Hey, do this thing." This is what I'm saying. So when they gave me the thumbs up, "Hey, come to practices. By the way, we're auditioning a guitarist." I was watching these guitarists play as I'm learning the music on this And Hope to Die stuff, and this guy named Steve.
Oh yeah, Steve
shows up. We nicknamed him the band, and I'm in the band now, so I got to do it. We all nicknamed him Sweepin' Steve. This man was
Sweevo.
Yeah,
Sweevo.
Sweepin'
Pink Gorilla
Steve.
versus Panda Bear.
Steve Sibert, man. Oh, okay.
I talked to him last night actually.
I
He wants to get it going again. I'm like, all right, dude.
Butter. Do you play guitar like Butter?
He's
it was
so
great.
good. Like if it's between him and Paul, I'm like, dude, why don't you just join our band? We could do something with both of you.
Steve, join the band.
It would be constructive. Like,
Steve,
we would
join
get
the band.
shit done.
Steve, love you, man. Join the band.
I want him to join the fucking band. Like, badly. So badly.
As we're talking about, so everyone decides Steve's going to be in the band, and now we're a band, and Hope to Die has Steve. We played, 2 shows?
One show.
We played
at the warehouse.
At Warehouse, which was a great show. I met Iron Thrones that night. I met some other bands that night.
That was the...
No, Iron Thrones was there because I met Curtis.
No, that was the And Hope to Die reunion. Where Angle Obscure played. It was Angle Obscure.
You're right.
You opened.
Right. Okay, sorry. You're right. And I was like, what?
And it wasn't Iron Thrones at the time, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
okay.
I met Kurt. I met Kurt.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and
they
Kurt
did.
was a funny guy, and me and him are friends since. Yeah.
So yeah, they played before us, and then you came up and did.
I did.
When Slit Wrist Bleed Light with Dan.
Yep.
You guys did that duo.
I did one of the EP songs then, and then that was done, and then you guys ended it.
Yeah, that was just a reunion show. We were broken up at the time.
That's right.
Like we just did the reunion.
Obscure. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Yeah.
Angle Obscure. We Are Legion played.
Yep. Okay, you're reminding me.
With the original lineup of We Are Legion.
So we'll get back to. Yeah, I went ahead. We'll get back to the practices. So we go to Aaron's garage space where And Hope to Die practice
Circle
with.
Pines.
Blake was a dope guy. Steve's a dope guy. Still to this day, I love Steve. And Will, I love Will to this day. He's a great guy too. And we're all hanging out at Lanik's garage. And I would get there early sometimes, and like Steve. And then Lanik and Steve and me are hanging out on Dillinger songs, like covers. Like they're playing these songs, or they're playing these Between the Bear and Me songs. And one I remember the most is Backwards Marathon. And I know this song, and I'm just screaming it with them. I'm just hanging out, and we're just really doping out on these songs. And it's not really Will's game, and that's okay. Like he was okay with it too, but like it wasn't really anyone's game but ours. Like this was our time. Like Steve, Lanik, and me. We shared those moments together.
There was actually in the song. Remember when Slit Wrist Bleed Light?
Mm-hmm.
That very Lamb of God. Like at the end, we did that. Steve we kept pushing it.
Steve,
and like, dude, let's like break this down and like. Yeah,
we added things like
that's when I knew. I'm like, all right, Steve's one that wants to chase like the fucking idea and get it.
I love that you added that because that's true. Like we were progressively thinking like, how do we enhance this and make this going? And Steve was way ahead of that. Like he was on. Man, the guy had the idea before we even played it.
Yeah,
these parts.
Right.
It was great, and I would hear what the enhancements were, and I would join them. And that because I felt comfortable joining them at that time. So you're right. Like Steve was the trailblazer to what you were saying. Like, let's go, let's do something. Yeah. It was magic. I gotta say it was magic when those moments happened. And so we ended up having a lot of fun with these parts. And that's what I gotta say really ignited that conversation with the Protest Hero show.
Yeah.
Because it was all very progressive. Because I remember at first We Are Legion didn't have you. They would start joining this, but when you joined We Are Legion, There were some shows I played with We Are Legion.
Well, I actually started We Are Legion after and hope you remember this because it was at your place in Crystal.
Yeah, originally, yeah.
I came down and did like 1 or 2 practices, and then I remember this. I brought down a 6-pack of Summit with Will, and I'm like, this is when I made up my mind. I'm like, I can't. Like, I'm quitting.
I remember you. It was very fast.
So like, I came down, brought the 6-pack of fucking Summit. It was just our EPA. And,
did you just join Pink Gorilla at that point?
No, I was going to quit music for a while because I had just gotten my student loan.
Yeah,
like I was just in repayment.
I remember you had,
and I got my first bill and it was like $600. I'm like, holy shit, dude, I'm fucked. Like I'm a parent of 2 kids. Like it was my daughter and my son at the time.
And the band was built out at that point, by the way.
Yeah, it was. I'm like, I can't do like
they had the original.
I brought it down. I'm like, Will, like I love you, dude, but I can't continue this. And he slammed 3 beers in like 10 minutes, dude.
Yeah.
Like
that was a hard house. That was not an easy house for any member.
Right, but I remember telling him, and then
Steve.
They continue. Will being Will, he's like, this is what I love about Will, man. He doesn't accept defeat. He will continue to get through any drastic measure of anything
his
that life
vision.
throws.
His
vision, yes.
He really drives his vision.
He absolutely does.
I love Will.
Dude, he's an amazing songwriter. Like,
he is.
And that's what I love about him so much. He's, with Plague of Stars. Like,
by the way, we did Hex Immortal.
Yeah, we did Hex Immortal.
We did meet up that one time, and that was, in my opinion, one of the best I Hope to Die.
Yeah, it's a great song. Great song. Wish it would have had better production.
And Zydek did their solos, and
you and Dan, dude, it was so good.
And Dan teamed up on our vocal parts, which he wrote the lyrics, and Will directed me on the overall goal. He's very much a producer. Like we loved the end result.
I think Will did Dying Euphoria's first. Well, Truth, Trust, Ashes. I think that was after you. It was after you. It was with Danny Z.
Combs.
No,
well, he might have done that one.
No, Ian did with Dead on the Road and
Ian did the.
What's the name of that one?
Ian definitely did the first and the third one. He did the one I was on.
Really?
Yep, because I was in the studio with him.
Oh, okay.
And
you did Faceless with it, and
he definitely did the third one. Yep.
Dude, that fucking vocal harmony's like, I'm like, how did he do that? That sounds so fucking good. I wrote that part
on bass. I wrote that part on bass guitar while I was auditioning. So
the vocal harmony?
No, like the whole part. So it was dun 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 dun.
Yeah,
like, that was a bass part. That was a bass part I wrote in that spot, and then I didn't get the job, and they threw me on vocals. And I was like,
that's right. And
I
remember.
Tim didn't play that part. So I was like, well, if it's not going to be the bass part, it's going to become the vocal part. And everyone was like, oh my God, it's amazing. And I was like, that's supposed to be the bass part.
That's crazy, dude. Because that vocal part, because you harmonize it, was because, I'm like.
Yeah, because,
yeah.
Yeah, that was a bass part I wrote while auditioning for the band.
Dude.
And then just turned it into a vocal part.
You guys did the fucking American Head Charge return show at the Rock.
That was one of the
I was supposed to
career.
Play with Gabriel because I was in the band at the time, but my daughter was going to be born
Gabriel in the Apocalypse?
Yep. I was supposed to play that show.
You did a double thing with us, yeah. I ended up dying Gabriel.
Highlight of
my
career.
I ended up playing the show what I'm
saying is you were in the 2 bands together. I don't know what shows exactly, but I listened to Gabriel and Apocalypse because of you.
You were supposed to play that show, though.
Because of you.
I was. But I
played that show that night.
Wade did. And guess what? I love Jake to death, man. I love him, but I'll never forget him.
Wade's a great drummer.
Oh, he's a fucking amazing drummer. He's a great human being. He really is. He's got issues, but he's a great fucking human being. And I'll never forget him when I told him I want to play the show, I really do, but my daughter is due to be born around that fucking time frame, so I can't. And Jake goes, well, we're going to do it with or without you. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And they did, obviously. And guess what? They used my garage, and they paid Wade to come and practice with them on my kit.
Yeah, that show was one
and
of the highlights
I allowed
of my career.
It. Dude, you guys fucking, I was at that show. There was like 1,500 people in the Rock. It was packed.
I
Almost
crowd surfed while I sang my first verse of
you
one of the
guys,
songs.
dude.
Like,
Yeah, it was insane. It was
the crowd
insane.
was so full, and I was so at the top of my game. Dude.
Yeah,
like,
it was.
like still not a good singer.
Pat
but
Rulin
like,
was playing drums
as a front man, and as a band. Pat Rulin was filling in for us on drums.
Dying Euphoria.
Yeah,
at the time.
Okay. This was their most solid.
I'm trying to catch up because I was not in like this.
Yeah, dude.
Scene, but
this show was something else, and we got asked to play that show because, literally, Head Charge didn't actually sell out, and it was like the bookers were panicking, and they were like, "Dude, what are we gonna do?" And they were like, "Call Dying Euphoria."
Right, yeah, at the time.
I remember always hearing the name Dying Euphoria.
Yeah,
at that
because
time.
we brought people and we drank.
They did. Oh,
we
big
made
time.
everyone money.
That was,
that's really what it was.
Yeah,
so that's one
yep.
of the things is like the bar owners make money when you come and you bring people to the show who drink alcohol.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they get
that's where
they get the bar,
make their
man.
money.
They make
exactly.
on the bar, yeah,
and that's where they. So like again, just kind of where we started like 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
like that's again, like dude, it is about money.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
That's how
absolutely.
the shows.
Yep.
That's how
the shows
people
happen.
find you. People find you because they can make money off you. That's
if your band isn't profitable.
We actually played a show with Dying Euphoria. Pink Gorilla did. Like you were. I don't think
I was in it yet.
That was Danny Z era. That was fucking.
Oh, that was after me then.
That was Danny Z.
Ink Obscure never played with Dying Euphoria, but like we'd play around them. Like there'd be like one
Yeah,
night that you
and
could-
there
The
was-
only good
there
era
was two
was your
fa-
era. Like
Well, and
the-
then when Joe joined, that was their
oh
best
yeah, the
version.
Joe. Yeah, the Joe version. Yeah.
There was two versions of that band. So there's 4 singers, I believe, total.
I love hearing about this because I need to know.
The first and the third, the band
It was
in a
Tad.
rut. Yep.
And then you.
Yep.
Right.
Are these singers only? We're
and
talking
then
about singers.
Danny.
Yep.
Z. Yeah.
And then Danny Z, and then Joe.
you know Danny Z tried out for Pink Gorilla, right?
So when I was in the band, we drew our biggest crowds. But when Joe was in the band was the best. So
That's
when
that
Joe was
their-
the singer, that
Yeah.
was when the band was at its best.
Right,
Dying
yeah.
Euphoria. When I was in the band is when we drew our biggest crowds. So define success, right?
Right,
like
right,
it's all
right.
relative. But
Speaking
my point
of
is
trash,
that show was my. Dude,
I got a
that
banger for Lanik.
That shit was insane because, dude, like we came out to a fucking packed crowd.
Dude, it was insane.
We
That's
came out
dope.
to a packed crowd, and when we like
So talk
so-
about your audition. Like
for
how
Dying
did you,
Euphoria,
yeah,
I
how did you
auditioned
get
on
in?
bass.
How
yeah,
did
he
you get
did.
in?
He auditioned on bass. Yeah.
You originally auditioned on bass.
Yeah, and
Jeremy backs us up 100%. Like
I
is
auditioned
exactly...
on bass guitar, and Tim was auditioning at bass at the same time. And technically, I had the job, but then all of a sudden, their singer Tad didn't show up for a
Yep,
show
yep.
one day. Like literally,
A show, like an
Like,
actual
it's the
show.
day of the show.
Shit.
It's
Are
the
you
day
kidding?
of the show. They get an email and Tad.
An
An
email. An email.
An
dude.
fucking
Back,
email.
back in the day.
Maybe-
Not a MySpace message.
Maybe
An
it was.
email.
I'll send
Maybe
you a
it
smoke
was a
signal.
MySpace message.
Oh man, it's
No,
still,
it was an
still-
email. It was.
It's
You're
still-
right.
that's
It was
fucked
something
up.
that
That's
was
so
just
It's
funny.
an
like,
email.
yeah.
Regardless, it's not good for you.
And
No, it was
and
bad.
Jason, the drummer, calls me in a panic. Like, dude, you used to sing in this band, Solace and Ashes. I know you're auditioning on bass, but because you're auditioning on the bass, you know the songs, and you used to do vocals. Can you just show up and fake it?
I love that.
And I'm like, okay.
Awesome move on that guy's part.
I'm like,
awesome move.
I'm like,
try it out.
okay, I'll do it, but like, I'm still auditioning for
That's
bass.
sick. That's sick.
And he's like, yeah, but Tim's gonna fill in on bass because he also knows the songs, and we need you to do vocals.
Well, yeah. I mean, this
And I'm
is
like,
how
okay.
auditions work. I mean, like you gotta
Yeah, right.
figure it out.
And then 3 months later, I'm literally being bullied in the fucking rehearsal space hallway after show after show after show. Because I had started, like we talked about earlier, just
Yeah.
making it up as you go.
Make it up as you go. Yeah. I mean, you got to
Improv.
do it. You got to do it.
And then I had started to actually refine parts.
Yeah.
Because we had played so many
That's
shows.
what I did with these
And
guys.
fucking Rain and Jeremy are literally like borderline threatening me with my life, like high school football hazing style. Like, you're our singer. or you're not making that. They didn't really do this. But
No,
like,
I know.
It was bad.
Your last name is Cantor,
They
damn
want,
it.
like-
yeah, Cantor.
Your last name is Cantor, damn
It's,
it.
I'm like-
it's written in the stars.
And I'm like, okay,
It's
I
written-
guess I'm the singer
The
now.
sun and the moon.
Dude, you fucking
And
like.
they were like, okay, good.
I'll never forget that fucking
they were
show,
like, good.
dude.
They were like, good. And it culminated after I had been in the band. Like it had been decided. We wrote, we recorded an album.
God damn it.
We had really decided to focus. And yeah,
That's
we got
awesome.
invited to that Head Charge show. It was one of the fucking highlights of not only my music career but my life, because we helped Head Charge sell out. They didn't sell out the
Yeah.
show until we jumped
That's
on
crazy.
the bill. And then
I believe that.
not
though.
only that, but
It was like us with
dude, that crowd was so fucking packed.
Dude,
It was so
packed.
full.
It was
It
packed.
was
I
one
regretted
of the
not
most
doing it.
insane things I've
My
ever
daughter
seen.
You'll
was
never
born
forget
early.
it. You'll never forget it.
And not only will I never forget it, but it was such a highlight, dude, because I literally remember, like, we pulled the full rock star move. So the band walked out on stage before me. We had ego boxes, and like I'm hanging out backstage. The band starts playing.
What'd you guys open with? Faceless?
I don't even remember.
It was
But
probably Faceless.
But
yeah.
the crowd is already fucking getting riot.
You were
They're
there.
fucking losing it.
I was there, yeah.
They're fucking losing it. And I run out on stage. And our sound guy is running show for the whole night.
Yeah.
And Zeus
Which is good for you.
and
Is
that's
it Zeus? Was it
and that's
Zeus?
Cody and Zeus. And
Cody,
Zeus
yeah.
and Zeus is running lights. And I run out on stage, and fucking Zeus drops the stage lights and brings up the spotlight on my ego box. And I do the classic Jared Lee Roth. How the fuck is everyone feeling tonight? And everyone fucking screams. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And everyone fucking screams. And I'm like, that ain't fucking good enough.
Yeah,
How's
dude.
everyone doing tonight?
Yeah,
And
dude.
everyone screams a little bit louder. And then I'm still not satisfied. So I say one more fucking time at the top of your lungs, like a fucking professional wrestler.
Yeah, dude.
And I get the fucking room shaking. Like the volume is so
Like,
high.
everybody
My-
did.
The
It was
ocular
pretty
nerves
ridiculous.
are fucking
Everybody
shaking.
did it.
Like my eyeballs are shaking. And I'm like, that's fucking like it. We're dying euphoria. We're here to rock your fucking socks off.
Yeah, dude.
And boom! Ba 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 ba. Jeremy kicks
yeah.
in with that fucking intro riff.
Yeah.
Dude, like second or third song into the set, I tell the crowd, I'm like, I've never crowd surfed in my life. I want everybody to get
Yep.
as close to the stage as possible. And I swear to God, there's a fucking
There it
video
is,
of this
man.
lurking around
No,
on
there is.
stage.
Dude, fucking pull it up,
Still to
dude.
the-
Pull it
I
up.
can't- I don't know how to find it, dude. It'll take me an hour.
bullshit. All right.
It would
I'm gonna
take
pull
me
it
an
up.
hour.
I'm going to
But-
pull this
but
shit up.
point being is,
I'm
point
pulling
being
this
is,
shit up.
You
there's
said-
there's
you
a
said
fucking
phones are
there's a
allowed.
video
Phones
where
are allowed.
where I get everybody to come up, and we start the song.
Because this
And
is this is
I
real.
jump
dude.
out into the crowd because I have a wireless mic.
I have a 7th Street entry sold out show on,
I crowd
on
surf.
my body.
I crowd surf
Or
while
my
I'm
shit.
doing my first verse, and they throw me up on stage. And when my feet hit the ground, it's perfectly timed.
oh,
And I scream, "Fuck yeah!"
Yeah.
And the whole crowd loses their mind, dude. This was one of my.
They got so sweet.
like-
they have so sweet.
That's the
Dude,
thing about
that's
Dying
not the
Euphoria.
song.
From that show. From that
Dying
show. I
Euphoria.
know.
Sure,
Dying
but
Euphoria
that's
is-
not even the song.
I
You
know
hear-
it's not the.
you hear
I know
about-
it's not the
you
song.
hear
That
about-
set,
you
yeah,
hear
that's
about Dying
definitely
Euphoria,
the
yeah.
set. And
Look
like,
at
hear
that
about
shit.
Dying
Look at
Euphoria.
all those fucking people,
yeah,
dude.
show him, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
packed. It's packed elbows to
From
assholes.
front to
Yeah.
back.
When I played, there'd be like 20 people there, and
I
they
did
were
those
about,
shows
They
too.
were about ready to close. Like they were about ready.
I
to
did
close
those shows
at
too,
those
man.
times. I mean, Angle Obscure was a project like these guys.
This was one of those shows, though. This is one of those shows, though, dude, where your
That's
legs.
sick. That's sick
You,
for rock.
you're so
sick for
hyped.
rock.
You're so hyped. No matter how prepared
Yeah.
you are,
Yeah.
your legs are cramping up. Like
Yeah.
literally, you jump up and your legs cramp up, and you're like, "Oh shit!" Like
I
there
never had
is-
those nerves.
There is no, and it wasn't nerves. It was the crowd was so big. Like you could have prepared like it's the Super Bowl. Hydration, it doesn't matter. Everything's gone when you show up and you're about to walk up on stage, and that crowd is ready for your band. It wasn't just a big crowd.
I know.
They were
I know.
there to see us. It was incredible.
My
dude.
intro to the Minneapolis scene was opening for
Yeah,
POS's side
Lanik,
project.
I don't know if the listeners can hear the cell phone. It's okay if you can. But Lanik's trying to look up these videos on his cell phone right now.
And then
like there is videos of these shows.
And then I
there.
started like playing these like shows for like
they don't sound good and they don't look good.
Sex Burger, and that was like hundreds of people every time. And it just became fun. Like I ignored them. I ignored
that's
everyone.
the video.
He found it in seconds. You were saying it was going to take you hours.
It would have taken me hours. Okay.
This is so sweet, though. It's not.
Oh, that's not. Okay, so that's not the right thing.
It's not.
Well, don't
Jesus
put
Christ.
the audio up. Don't put the audio up.
What
It
the
sounds
fuck's
like
the name
shit.
of that song? Did Faces Unknown. Jesus Christ.
That's the opener, but that's not the one where I was crowd surfing. Because, dude, I'm telling you that crowd surfing video is legit. It's so shitty. It doesn't matter.
This is a 7.
Because you see me.
Bring it up, people.
You see me fucking
People
jump
listening,
on stage.
bring it up.
You see
Find
me jump
it.
on
Find
stage.
it.
You see me jump out.
We
You
gotta see
watch me
Jared
do my whole
crushing
verse.
this.
You
Yeah.
see me throw me
Fucking
on
thing.
stage. I go, fuck yeah! And the fucking crowd loses it. And
Dude,
then
it was nuts.
Let's go.
It was nuts.
one honestly,
Let's go.
it's that night, and then literally winning the state championship in Little League baseball.
See, notice how no band in any interview will ever say it was a battle of the bands moment. Don't sign up for those. Anyone who's
I
starting
love
right
the
now,
battle of the
don't
bands.
ever sign up for those anymore. Like back
No,
in the
I
day,
think you should.
in the day they were awesome, but I don't think they're the same today.
Gabriel did them
If
a
you
couple
can-
times.
if
I
you
don't think
can
today it's the same.
If
I don't
you
think
can
today it's the
guarantee
same.
me a crowd in the
Don't do it.
finals.
Hey,
I
that's
say-
what got
Spotify-
Pink Gorilla into
I know
the
I know.
Warped Tour. We played in front of like 10,000 people, man.
But
it
you
was
boys
like
were
legit.
sick as shit, man.
But we
Like, that
played
was
at like
fun.
10 a.m. It
Give
was
me a
like
crowd in the finals, and I'm in.
we
But
played a show the night before
You had-
up in Pine City, and we came to the show like hungover as fuck.
Vote
And
for
we had
you?
some fucking stage manager
Dude,
that was a nerdy motherfucker
think
that.
about this though. Chester, you're a football fan. You're a football fan.
Oh fuck
For me-
yeah!
For me,
Go
you
Cowboys.
you combine music and a competition, and oh shit.
Oh yeah!
I'm
oh yeah!
fucking home.
It depends.
Boys. I'm fucking home, boys.
It goddamn
go.
depends on
Let's
the
go.
Yep.
what are you going? Are we going for a Lombardi Trophy? Or are we going for?
Well,
like,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
support.
care.
Here's
I
the
don't
thing,
care.
like
are we going for some participation trophy that everyone else gets? Like I'm not going for this participation thing. I'm going for
Guarantee
Lombardi.
me a crowd in the
Going
finals.
for the
Give me
goal, go
Lombardi
for the goal,
Trophy,
go for the
and I
goal.
will talk about
Chester,
it.
my
But at the
definition
same-
is this: guarantee me a crowd for the finals, and I'm in your battle of the bands.
But that's
All
not.
I want to know is that if I get to the
Spotify-
finals, there's going to
This
be
is
a
why
crowd.
I said in the beginning, Spotify killed
Exposure.
that. Spotify killed that, man. Just go to my Spotify at this point. It's
There's
free.
nothing
Just
will replace
fucking go
live
to my
music.
Spotify.
10,000 people could
I
listen to my
agree.
music
I
on a
agree.
record.
Yeah, but
I
people,
agree with you,
people
and they'll
Jared.
go,
I
okay,
agree.
cool.
People
cool,
from France,
cool.
'cause
But
France is-
10,000 people see me live, they're going to go,
You got to
"This
be good. You have to
motherfucker."
be
in
good
our
live.
data
You
though,
have to be
France
good.
is our
That's why.
second biggest
I'll get more
crowd,
fans.
and France ain't coming over here to watch our
Chester,
battle of
ask
the
me this.
bands.
Chester, ask me this.
They'll watch online.
Ask me this. Are you going to get more fans? I give you 10,000 fans live. I give you 10,000 fans on Spotify.
Give them to me, or
No, I'm gonna.
that's the
I'm gonna put
potential
you
that
in-
decides if they're fans
going
or
to.
not.
I'm going to give you a listener,
I
a new new listener base. So like, I'm gonna book you on a concert.
yeah.
I'm gonna book you on a concert.
And it's 10,000.
There's 10,000 people watching your band live,
Yeah.
or I'm gonna book you on a.
But
digital
what's the show?
Hold
What's
on.
the show?
No.
I
Doesn't
need
matter.
to know that. Yeah, it does
It-
matter.
No,
We're progressive, but it does matter.
I'm gonna.
It does
your
matter.
ideal show
All
because
right.
it doesn't matter.
So between the berries,
10,000 people live, 10,000 people live,
yeah.
or 10,000 people on Spotify.
Right
How-
now, at this moment, I'm taking 10,000 people
Well-
on Spotify. I am.
Oh, I'm taking them 10,000 live.
I love you for that, but I'm
Right-
taking
right
the
now.
Spotify.
Oh,
right
oh,
now,
right
I
now.
would.
No, you put me in, especially regularly.
Because
regularly, I'm getting way more real fans after a live concert
I don't
than
know
on
if you
Spotify.
are. I don't think-
Jared,
I might get a follow.
this is where
I
you
don't
and
think
I
I-
agree.
I
is
might
we're,
get a follow.
We're thinking in the realm
I
of
got
how
follows already.
it operates in our realm of how it works.
I want
Things have changed from our platform of how it works, and that's fine.
If
I still
there's-
want what
I'm
you want.
If there's
I'm
a
studying
choice-
2022.
if there's a choice, I'm taking the live audience, but I think we need to start
If there's a
respecting
choice,
the
yeah.
reality of what you're talking
Yes,
about,
yeah,
which is
that's
that
a very good
that it's
analogy.
not-
yeah,
it's
that's
not-
great. Yeah, that's a great
I'm
analogy.
sorry.
Yep.
it's not an if or.
Yep.
It's
My-
an and or.
My day job
We
is
wanna
this
do the
product
live things,
management, so
and
I have this weird
Right.
ability
Yep.
to see things.
I
I study
do you
markets.
think- do
I
you
study
think
markets.
anything
I don't
will-
study.
do you
I don't
thi-
study one person.
Do you think anything can replace the human experience of live music?
Slightly.
As
Slightly.
you ask
Slightly.
that, no.
No,
I
but
do
slightly
not believe.
yes.
I do not believe.
Code
any,
Orange, dude.
Hold on, though, Aaron.
Yeah, but
Aaron,
Code
hold on,
Orange's
hold on.
stage presence
Hold on.
is great, but the
Boys,
the
give me a pause
video
here.
is not.
Hold on.
100%.
Really?
It's
Did
not
you see
100%.
they did
I've seen every link you
Aaron,
sent me.
hold on.
It's good, but it's not what
Chester.
their original
No,
shows.
not
Have you seen the
boys.
original shows?
Boys.
Everyone.
Oh,
comes
yeah,
in-
I know.
Oh, it's so
But
good.
I'm talking about their when they did their live stream for their album release. They were gonna.
Yeah, with the video, the Terminator looking footage.
No, not that shit. No, not that shit.
Boys.
What? Sorry. Go ahead, Jared.
You said something. You said as you asked that question.
As you lay dying.
So
Yeah. As you asked that question when you were asking me
something by saying that
Because
statement,
I
you're
want-
inferring something changed throughout the process.
No.
You were thinking one
As
way,
you-
and
as-
I asked
As
that question,
you asked the question, it was perfect to me saying yes. What you said, because you were saying
will anything as
You
will
were asking
anything
it-
replace the human experience of live music?
yeah, because the question comes from the fan. It doesn't come from him as a musician. It came from the fan. Will the fan ever experience? That's how I took it, and that's why I said, as you ask the question, you're 100% right. As a musician, it shouldn't matter. As a musician, you should listen to your fan. This is my answer.
Yeah.
As a musician, you need to listen to what your fans are saying right now. If your fans are uncomfortable with masks and uncomfortable with vaccines and uncomfortable with everything current and state, you have to listen to them.
Yeah, you do.
You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to listen to them. If they are scared, they are frightened, listen to them and do what they say.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're good, like if these Rockfest folks, which I'm on that page, Rockfest folks want Rockfest. So give them Rockfest. If all of them will buy your tickets, pay your bills, you're going to be good forever.
This is what you were talking about
Do it.
earlier, which is
Do it.
what's driving your
Data.
your
It's
fan-
fucking data, bro.
What's driving your
data.
fan base? What's driving your listenership?
So, and what I was bringing,
Appreciate your fans. Give them the front attention.
So-
always.
and what I was bringing up about the Code Orange thing, I
Yeah.
wasn't talking about their videos, the things that I've shared. I was talking about they were supposed to go
I
on
would have to
tour.
hear that then, yeah.
They released their album literally a year ago, almost to the day. It was March 14th.
Yeah.
When we played our show.
That would have been different.
That was their kickoff tour date, March 14th.
Yeah.
But guess what? That's everything shut down.
You're right.
So they did a live stream
Yeah,
to
you're
an
right. You're
empty
right.
fucking audience.
Yeah,
There was
and
nobody
they
there.
Played I didn't
Dude.
see it, but they charged for it and stuff like that, and it was awesome.
It's so fucking sick. Like I couldn't
Corey
even understand.
Taylor, didn't Corey Taylor do a song on that album? And like,
No,
didn't
he
he, like-
no, he
okay,
did.
that was
He
a
did a
different-
song called "The Hunt" with them.
that was a different album
It was like an EP.
Okay, never
It was
mind.
called
because I thought they featured guys.
It was
and-
called There was Three Knives, The Hunt,
That's
and remix song.
You're
But,
right. You're right.
They went out and did the very first.
Very exciting.
I'm pretty sure they were the first
You're right.
artists to do like the live stream.
They were
on Twitch.
advertising that. Yes, I agree with you. They were advertising that. They might have been. Yeah.
But they threw it down, and every time I watch it, I'm like, God damn, this is.
Did you have to subscribe to them, or did you have to just show up for that?
It's on
show?
YouTube.
Is it? Okay,
You don't have to
dope,
subscribe. It's
dope.
on YouTube.
Because I think the Twitch.
But I'm
channel,
subscribed
you
to
had
them.
you
Yeah,
had
I'm
to
subscribed.
Because between
to
the
it.
Bear and Me, you have to subscribe.
Yeah, I
They're
am.
about to
Yep.
do Automata
I know.
1 and 2
I know. I know.
this month. Yeah,
I'm there.
So,
I'm
so-
fucking there,
Yeah,
dude.
me too. I'm gonna go to Riley's and watch this fucking shit.
Yeah,
on
Blake
his
just
surround
had a
sound.
fucking baby and shit, dude.
Yeah,
It's
I know,
crazy.
and he's still like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking play a show
I know,
in my parents'
I-
basement. Let's do this."
Well, it's you get more
And
leniency on that.
Great
Like,
Misdirect has dates. They're not announcing them yet, but the tour has dates. They're gonna go.
What?
They're gonna go on tour. They released the poster and they said dates to be announced, but they
for the
said
Great Misdirect.
yes, the
Here's
20-year
the entirety?
anniversary. They're
Here's
gonna
the thing
do
is,
it.
here's how
Yeah.
the business is working right now.
They're trying. They
There's
got to
two
make
things
money.
happening
They
right
got to
now.
make money.
There's two things happening right now. There's people.
Blake makes a lot of money on his fucking videos.
He says he doesn't.
Here's
he says
how,
he says he does okay. That's all he says.
Here's how the entertainment booking industry is happening right now.
I believe that.
There's two
Twitter's
groups of
hard.
people. There's two groups of people right now booking and not booking. Okay, there's people booking aggressively and taking every date they can, and those
Booking
dates
what?
may be canceled.
Wait,
Music,
Shows.
comedy,
Shows.
everything.
You talking about at live at
Tours.
clubs,
Yep.
like live
Yeah,
in person?
Music, comedy,
Shows.
tours,
Shows.
everything.
Yeah,
everything
shows.
live.
Yeah.
They're
There's people
trying
that
every
are fucking
time.
booking
Yeah.
everything right now.
Anoka,
trying.
serums.
Everything.
My dad and
Target
I went.
Center.
My
Dude,
dad went
everything.
out. My dad and I went out to serums on Friday when we were moving, and I asked him, like, because my dad's in a cover band, and like, dude, those motherfuckers make a lot of money. So
Yeah.
he lost out
What's the name
big
of their
time.
cover band? Where can people
Hair
find
metal,
them?
hair
Learn
metal,
how to make a plug.
hair metal radio, hair metal radio. It's on Facebook. Like,
That's
so.
what,
Anyways, we were talking, and
what I do.
my dad's like, "All right, so what?"
is
what?
it, are they just radio?
No, it's called Hair Metal Radio. That's the name of
Okay,
their band.
okay, thank you.
Hair Metal Radio.
That's awesome. I thought you said your dad has to go to radio to play it.
I'm pretty
never
sure he
mind.
does.
Never mind.
To
Never
work on his
He's
hair.
62. Yeah,
I know.
He's losing hair, so he
I-
puts
It
a
sounded
blonde
like
wig
your
on.
dad has to go to the radio station.
I'm trying
to
to
work on his
travel.
hair
I was trying to travel
he
this,
has
but
metal
yeah,
work to do.
He
the
does-
band is called Hair Metal Radio. Thank you. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
good. Same page.
But
Sorry.
it was funny. Like
was
we were
so
talking.
confused.
My dad's a play. Dude, my dad is like the most motherfucker.
That
Like
was such a
we're at
bad
serums.
joke.
Like we had this waitress, and my dad just like he gets
have
the
nice teeth.
women. He
you have
knows
nice teeth.
he knows how to
says.
do it. My dad is
I
like
used to have nice teeth.
You got nice teeth, lady.
my father just knows
You got
how to
pretty mouth.
fucking
What's up?
yeah.
That
pretty
apron
much.
just that bow looks perfectly on your back.
You make a good omelet. Do you want to get
back
pregnant?
knee.
Speaking of that back, I would like baby back ribs.
Back knee ribs. Back
What is
knee
it
ribs.
like to have terrible back knee, Aaron?
I don't fucking know. You want to see? I got nothing for back knee, but I got back hair. Fuck you, Jared.
Oh, these rumors are coming. Now Paul's asking about back knee. I'm just kidding. He's not. But
Jared is
Chester,
was
I
he
want
might
to know
be.
one thing though. I want to know one thing, Chester.
Jared. Give me one more beer, and then we'll call it even.
Honestly, man, I have a bunch of them right in the fridge.
I remember the
100%,
one I
brother.
gave you. Have you had that one yet, or what?
I think you did. You gave me one of the Omnis.
you
I
want-
gave you one of the Omnis,
Deftones?
but like, remember the one that I brewed, the last one, the Scotch Ale, dude.
That shit was legit, bro.
Oh, you had it already?
Dude, I texted you after I drank it. And I
Oh,
said
you
I
did, you
I
did, you
gave
did,
you
yes.
a detailed description.
You did, you
as
did, you
to
did,
how
you
they
did.
got
You fucking,
everything into
you
that.
fucking broke
Fuck
it.
you. Fuck you. Duh. Oh,
Bing,
did
bing,
you
bing,
drink it? Oh, not
Fight,
only
fight,
did I
fight.
drink it, I told you how they got
This
to
is
that
why I
fucking-
wanted you in the fucking
punch
band,
out
dude.
NES.
But you're like, oh, I can't be in a band because I
That's
need
not
this,
what I
that, and
said.
the other thing.
No.
Dude,
you
we
know
had
what?
that fucking conversation,
Let's
dude,
be honest.
at Spring Street.
Oh yeah, no, I
Oh,
didn't
Spring
decide
Street
that.
Tavern,
I said,
great
here's the
place.
thing: is I will be in this band, but I still, to this day, will only sing for this band
Forever.
because I want to be in this band, and I'm not into singing. I'm into singing
We don't
with
talk
this
about
group of
what
dudes
band it
in this
is.
band.
You were so
And
like,
the Dying
dude, you
Euphoria
had...
dudes pulled the same shit they did when I auditioned for bass, because what I said on bass, by the way, to finish the story from earlier.
I only play low notes.
No. I said.
I
Here's
only
the thing.
play four strings.
I said, here's the thing: is I really don't like want to play bass. I want to play bass for this band.
I only plan to play a string.
Tell
ride
me
music
I'm your
band.
bass player, and I'll go buy.
We
bass
were
gear.
fucking,
No,
like,
hear
why
me
do you
out.
think we...
Hear me out. Let me finish.
Alright.
This is before.
I want a 5-string
This is before
Stingray
what we're talking about. This is my
with
original
the
audition.
Ampeg amp.
Listen, this is my original audition. I looked at them and I said, listen.
The original, not the one that I'm talking
Correct.
about, where we had...
Correct, but
Well-
this ties together because
It's
they
like
pulled the same move.
irrelevant.
They pulled the same move. Now listen, here's what I'm saying. I sit down with the guys and I go, listen, I want to play bass for this band. Okay, I'm not going to play bass for anyone else. Okay, so I'm not going to go invest $1,800 worth of professional bass gear.
For a Scylla.
And then
Right, right.
hold on.
I know.
Why don't you audition for us?
But
one
if
day?
you tell me I'm
Down
the
the
bass
road.
player of this band, I will invest thousands of dollars into
Joke's on
gear.
you.
And I will be the bass player of this band. Just tell me I have the
yeah,
job,
yeah,
and I'm going to do it.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Now, their response to that was, you don't really want to play bass, therefore you're not the bass player of our band. However, you're a singer, even though you don't really want to do that job. We want you to be our singer. So I became Dying Euphoria singer.
But it sounds like
years
a band
later,
situation.
years
It's
later,
a band situation.
years later. Now we're fast forwarding to this conversation.
Yeah.
When I'm sitting in Spring Street,
Yeah.
we're having brunch.
Yeah.
And I say, listen to me. I have a lot going. Got this podcast. I'm playing drums in this band. I'm playing guitar in this band. I have no desire to be a lead singer unless we're doing this. And then I even threw out, my only real concern is, I think in order for me to be good, I either need to go full singing or full screaming. That's my only real concern. But I'm not gonna run and start auditioning for vocalists in random bands.
Yeah.
Like if I'm gonna do this,
Yeah.
if I'm gonna do this, it's gonna be because I want to be with you guys in a room creating our music. And all of a sudden, these motherfuckers,
Not me.
in writing, I will prove this. Don't even, because I will I will release the text messages.
Not
the
for
group
me.
text messages.
I will publicly release
I didn't
it.
say shit
which
about
is
shit.
basically the
And I will
same thing.
indemnify myself.
It's not a character issue.
No,
these
I
are all
know,
good
Jared, I
guys.
know.
These are all good guys. But it was basically the same thing from when I first auditioned.
Yeah.
They were like, we want to find somebody who's not involved with all this other shit, and this is what they want to be passionate about.
But we want Lanik as the drummer.
I didn't.
That's what I
I
said.
had
12
That's
bands.
what I said. I swear to God.
Every
I
time-
swear to God. I
every
called
time
out Aaron Lanik.
I've ever known
I
Lanik.
called out Aaron Lanik, and I
Boys.
called out Tim,
Hey.
who's in Hex Vortices. I called out everyone in that band.
That's
I
his
didn't
life.
say
49.
anything.
That's
I
his
said
49
nothing about.
49 projects.
I said nothing
That's
about
Lanik.
that.
That's Lanik's life, though. Lanik has
they
to be
all
in
made it.
You have
1,900
to know-
bands. If he's not in those bands, he is not
I'm just.
himself.
Hey, I'm.
You have to accept him for who
Hey,
he is.
can we set the
it's very
record?
different. It's very
Can
different.
we set the record real quick? Because
He is a
that
natural.
sounded
He's-
like it got heated for a second, but that was really
It was
fun.
not.
No,
it
it
was
was
not
fun.
heated whatsoever.
Here's
I
the
just
thing is,
know
like-
this man, and
No,
he
no,
has
Well,
to
I
be
want
in
you.
bands.
I want you to
But
know
let's
that.
just set this. Let's just set this bed. Like, this is all in fun, and there's
Well,
no.
I
animosity.
know.
that was all
I
fun,
know.
yeah, yeah.
I
There's
know.
no animosity.
But that's good. I want to hear
But
this because I love
the
it. But, like,
hilarious. This is the hilarious.
I just want you to know, Jared, that I would never fucking hold that. Like, if you're in 10
Oh,
bands, I don't care.
you
That means
wouldn't-
you're great.
Aaron, you would.
That has nothing to do with.
He does care about me being in a lot of bands. Like, he
Aaron-
has texted.
I do
Aaron
not.
has texted. He has texted me several times. Like,
Aaron,
well, you can't be vocals for Annihilation Process
this is
because.
this is the best podcast.
But it
we've
was
ever
a joke.
done.
It
This
was
is
a
the
joke.
best
You
podcast
were
we've
not
ever
being
done.
serious. I was about to try out for Annihilation Process.
Oh,
and
I didn't know that.
No, you
Like-
did know it because you go, Chester, you actually should. You go, Chester. you were. This
I'm
was
being
your.
framed right
No,
now.
you're not. You're not
Like,
being, no, we're actually on your side here. You're like,
Okay.
dude, you actually should apply for Annihilation Process. And you
Apply.
Go, or audition. I don't know what it's like for these kids these days. And then you go, I'm 100% of Silk now, so you probably should be.
See,
too.
that was a
it was
joke,
like
but
that.
that was a-
It was really
All
funny.
right, so,
it was a funny chipper.
Taste my own medicine. Taste my own medicine.
But what's funny about it is I'm only in a Silk and you're in like Dying Euphoria.
No,
Silk,
dude, I
Fire
was-
Stars, like 200 other bands. And I just, I love when I
Dude,
get
you
the,
could be.
bro, I love when I get these texts from you because it's so funny to me.
Dude, do I
because-
make like I
No,
just want to know
like,
if I'm
like,
making
like,
myself out
I
to be a
can't do
dickhead?
what
I don't
no,
want to be a dickhead
I can't
anymore.
do what you do, bro. I can't be in more than 3.
I can't.
I can't
I'm
be
getting
more
to
than
the
3
point
bands.
now where I'm
I
like,
will never do it.
I just want to
As
do
a
it.
vocalist, I could be in 1. And it's gonna be a Silk, but I love because I never auditioned.
Some
for
of these
them.
other bands are like.
I always
Well,
I
Dying
always think
Euphoria
about- I
was
always
going to
think
be
about that.
something,
Yeah, I'm gonna audition
but this
for
other
it.
motherfucker fucked it up
I
because
love-
he got all these stipulations he's got to throw out on the fucking table. Sip it, bitch. Oh shit!
Not bourbon.
Is it Makers?
That's not bourbon. It's not. It's not. No, I don't think. Is it?
Don't insult me and shoot that.
Can't.
Oh, that ain't Makers.
No, I was gonna say it can't be. It might be a sour mash though.
The real sipper.
Sour mash is what I'm going with. Sour mash. This is Kentucky, Tennessee.
Look deeply into my eyeballs.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's Medusa shit.
No, it's a blend.
Blend.
This is Japanese blend.
Oh, it's Hibiki.
That shit's good,
It's
ain't it?
Hibiki, yeah, okay. It's because I was gonna say this is not bourbon for sure.
I wanted to give you a little sipper of that.
No, I thank you.
Sip that shit. Do not fucking down that shit.
I'm
Like, that is a sipper.
So we
want
started this whole thing about beers.
No, Lanik, you want a sipper?
We started this.
You're not gonna sipper off of his sipper.
We started this whole thing.
I'll give you a
can, you can
sipper.
try it. We started this whole thing about beers.
No!
We started this whole thing about beers, but I'm a whiskey connoisseur. Like I know whiskey a little bit.
Shit.
Yeah, this tastes like a really smooth Tennessee sour mash. Like extremely smooth. Like
Yeah.
yeah, this is smooth as shit. Yeah.
That's the smoothest.
This is smoother than
all the
any
smoothies.
Irish whiskey I've ever had in my life. Well, obviously,
Irish whiskey is not smooth. There's nothing smooth.
sometimes
about
you
Irish
get a
whiskey.
smooth one,
Irish
it's
whiskey
fake.
is about balls.
Hey,
It is not about.
grab
class.
a 2 gingers and tell me it's not smooth. It's smooth.
Come on, man. Nah,
But
man.
but you know what I mean when you say "come on, man." I know what you mean because it's not really Irish.
No, it's about
but-
proving masculinity.
But that motherfucker is just
It's still
distributed.
smooth.
It's
It's
still
smooth, but it
distributed
ain't
from
smooth.
Ireland. Yeah, no. But
You know what I mean?
this
Come
this is different. Like when you go to Japanese whiskey,
That
you-
shit is like
You
I
get-
like that.
yeah, no,
I like
you
that
get
shit.
what you're familiar with, and you start drinking this, and you go, wait a minute, there's something about this, and it's that rice.
This
How do you
whiskey-
not want to be on tour right now and just like
This
this is your
whiskey- let
your
me put it
sleep?
this
You're
way.
in some fucking
But
stranger's
it's still-
Hold
basement
on,
post
hold on.
show.
Still-
As a brew-
it
as
still
guy-
gives
hold
you-
on, hold on. As a guy,
motherfucker.
as a guy who brews beer and a guy who's into this idea.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are truly like
Big-breasted.
We may be blue collar dudes because we're into metal, right? But we are also
We are
white collar
blue-collar as
dudes
fuck.
because we're
Well, we're
cultured.
into
White
progressive.
collar.
We're into progressive,
collar.
so we're dark blue. We're into progressive.
Light blue.
So
Light
when you're
blue.
into metal,
Light
you're,
blue.
you're,
Wear
you're blue
Levi's.
collar.
Light blue
But when
collar.
you're into progressive metal, you have the darkest Levi's you've
Yes.
ever worn in your life.
You are
Because
indigo, motherfucker.
Progressive level, you.
Or what is
I mean,
that
progressive
Dan
metal?
Briggs?
You go backwards. You
Chester, what's the Dan Briggs bass solo?
Viridian.
Viridian. That's a blue. That's a straight
Yeah,
up blue.
So we're Viridian.
We're
metal.
Viridian.
Okay.
We're Viridian.
Now
We-
think of it. Think about from a
The most
purity.
hex off color.
Think
blue.
of it from a beer brewer's purity perspective.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like we think about all these things, elitist level. You know,
Let's think about
snobby.
progressive, man.
Okay. Now, if you go into the distillery culture, there's a snobbery about single malt.
Okay.
Single malt.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah. As
Single
a product
malt
manager,
Scotch.
I have nothing.
Single
I don't
malt
know.
Scotch.
that's a moneymaker marketing.
I don't
Yeah,
know
that's a
anything.
single
market-
malt
It's
Scotch.
a marketing technique.
Single malt Scotch, and it's not just a marketing; it's real because the difference.
It is
between a
real,
skin-
but people can still play it. But it is real.
but-
You're right. You're
but
right.
The real difference, like when you boil it down
Man,
to
you
actual
get that.
brewing
You
and
get that
distilling.
single malt. It's fucking insane.
And here's the reality. Okay, now when you talk about single malt, is what you're talking about is somebody who brewed a batch, and they delivered it
Mm-hmm.
into multiple bottles,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. Now, anything that's not a single malt is a blend.
It's a blend. Yeah.
Now, is what a blend is I had two fucking different barrels, and neither one of them tasted right.
Yep.
So I blended them together, or two or more, so maybe 4, maybe 8, maybe 16, and then that's how I created this whiskey.
Yep.
And that's what you're tasting.
Yep.
So that's why single malt scotch, especially if it's been aged, right? Like a Macallan 18 or a Macallan 21 or whatever.
Yep.
This is why these things are revered, because this is a scotch that was perfectly brewed in and of itself and was aged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
However, what him and I are sipping on, what you just tasted, has completely eliminated that elitist, arrogant single malt.
That should never
and
exist.
Blends are
though.
bullshit.
It should
Single
never
malt
exist.
or go fuck your mother.
No.
Single malt or go fuck your mother. That mentality was completely 100% dissolved and disintegrated
Marketing
and
technique.
done away with
Yep.
when I tasted that whiskey. When I tasted that whiskey, I went, that's some shit I will fucking drink, bro.
Hibiki.
It's the Centauri.
It's so good.
The dude, that shit. Tim Java brought that over. You know Tim.
Oh, Jesus.
I know Tim. Tim was in a band with my buddy Reed.
Tim gifted
up
Tim
north.
Tim brought
Tim
$100
Java.
bottle
Hey,
of whiskey.
he was in this band that was like a Nine Inch Nails thing for a minute with Phil from Dead to Fall and Andrew, and then I know his name is Sloth. He was the bassist, and then my buddy J. Anthony Allen was my teacher. He was in the band too. It was like this Nine Inch Nails kick. It was so sick. I forget what it was called, but Andrew ended up moving to New York.
Sipper. Like, see how little I gave you?
Obviously,
That's what I'm
Phil
saying. It's a sipper.
and Tim were in Dead to Fall at the
true
time.
sipper.
But it was sick.
It's so smooth.
Tim,
You don't.
By the way,
Tim's in
if you're-
Cobra Czar now, and he's
Tim,
also
if
he
you're
did the
thinking about
latest with
this,
Dead
if you're
Ants.
thinking about this band I'm talking about, if you're thinking about this, Jay Anthony Allen is my homeboy, dude. Like, I love Jay. He was your glove guy. He would play the gloves, and he would make the electronic music do its thing. Like, dude, what's up?
Tim Java brought me $100 whiskey.
Yeah,
$100 bottle of whiskey, and I fell in love with whiskey for the first
Also,
time
if you
in my
remember
entire
Reed
life.
Alt, that's what's up.
And the reason this story is actually significant to the idea of beer brewing is because most people don't understand, and you're going to be interested in this as well, Chess.
Yeah.
So check this out, brother. Most people don't know, but I promise you this.
Modern Sex Trash. That's what it was. Thank you. Yes, Modern Sex Trash was the band. Thank you. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
There you go, buddy.
That's what it was.
Check this out. Most people don't know this. Whiskey is beer.
Yes. Yeah.
Minus
no.
hops.
Yeah. Minus hops. Yeah. I do know that. Yeah.
It's the exact same thing, only in beer.
And they hid
We
it.
add
They
hops.
had to hide it differently.
We
Like,
add hops.
That's what I'm thinking of. They had to hide it weird ways.
But the difference between whiskey and beer is we add hops
Yeah.
and carbonation.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
The brewing process is
Have
identical.
you ever tasted?
Identical.
Have you ever tasted whiskey?
I've tated and tasted.
You ever tated?
and turded.
You ever tated? Tasted whiskey with carbonation? It's
Yeah.
still
I like
fucking
it.
dope. It's still
I like
fucking
it better.
dope. Yeah.
I like carbonated beverages,
Yeah.
which is why I'm
You
more of a beer guy.
Get a soda stream. Like grab a soda stream. Grab a soda stream and like throw whiskey through it, and then drink that with some ice cubes.
Stereosympathy, is that
It's
Matt?
Sick. It's sick.
Is that Matt?
Yeah.
Stereosympathy. I know his YouTube tag, but I can't remember his real name because I suck at this until I see your face, and then I'll never forget your name.
You'll never forget it. Yeah.
Right. But I'm pretty sure that's Matt.
I gotta say, Stereosympathy was on the
out?
Legion.
All right, well, we're gonna wrap it up soon.
All right. I'm out.
I love you guys.
You might as well switch to this seat, buddy.
All right. Well,
And yeah, you can keep those headphones. Just keep rocking those same headphones. Aaron, you're out. Love you,
Lanik.
buddy.
I'm out. You gonna grab these? Or? They're empty.
Are you sure to drive safe?
No.
No, just leave them, dude. I got a garbage right here.
What are you talking about?
I got a garbage right there.
All right. Well.
Yeah, just give them to me.
All right.
Yeah, watch
I got
this.
one for you.
Watch
Then-
this.
Then what I'll do is I'll grab one more beer.
From the three. I have a half hour to drive, and I was like, stay. Anoka is way the fuck out.
I have 20 minutes.
I love you, dude.
Is that 20 minutes?
Yeah, I got 20 minutes now.
That's it?
Bro, I live in South Minneapolis now. I know you.
That's
you
why
never
everyone
remember.
asked me.
Bass player with Dead Hands Rising. Thank you, Sarah Simpson.
And everyone asked
it's
me.
Matt. Hey.
And everyone asked me literally, they go, why do you stay in Minneapolis? Why don't you go to... Can I go, dude, everyone's 20 to 30 minutes away.
I used to be 2 minutes away, though, to be fair.
You know what I mean, though? But
Last
think about
week...
if I went to Bloomington,
bro, you asked
you'd
me
be
last
an
week...
hour and a half away.
If you asked me last week, I was 2 minutes away, but now I'm 20 minutes away.
Oh,
Yeah.
20 whole minutes.
Hey, man, bro, I'm the one here that cracked one more beer with you. I'm gonna have one more goddamn beer. We're gonna have a history lesson on the old metal scene.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Like,
Are you going to be on time next time? Are you going to be on time? Are you going to be on time? Are you going to be on time?
That was my fault. That was honestly my fault.
Aaron Lanik, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron
I just
Lanik,
want to know who
the
thinks
one
he,
and only.
who
God
thinks
damn.
he should show up at
He's so
6:30 when the show starts at 6:30. Who thinks
I
that?
didn't know, like, dude, the last time we started, like, it was very freestyle, and you're like, well, show up 6:30.
Well, grab the microphone while you're talking. I mean, you might as
No,
well.
no. Don't worry about it. He doesn't deserve a voice.
He doesn't deserve it.
He's
He
barely-
doesn't deserve a voice.
Like 10 times.
I think he does. He's a band member of mine. I think he
No,
does.
actually, I'm giving you guys a really hard time. Aaron's right.
It's order
last time he
6-6.
came,
It's
last
order
time he
6-6.
came on, it was a completely different deal.
It was.
No, you're right.
And
I've been busting your balls all night.
But this is
Have
order
you met me?
6-6. It's
Have you
different.
met me? I bust balls.
I know you.
That's what I do.
He shakes shit up.
And if you didn't bust my balls, we wouldn't be friends.
Eric's coming on again too. We were talking like we got a fucking like therapy chat group.
Are you talking about Lanik?
No, Eric.
Oh,
Nice.
you're talking about Kai's.
Guys, yeah.
I was gonna be like, cause you're Lanik.
No, Eric.
I thought you said
We
Aaron.
have a fucking therapy
I was like,
group
is he
together,
talking
dude.
about himself now?
Oh, fuck.
I love you, Aaron. I love you, buddy.
All
Hey,
right, I'll be back.
hey,
Get to-
hey, crash Eric. Eric's coming on soon. Feel free to crash that podcast if you want. No, we don't. We're all just part of each other's things.
Eric's.
Are you armed? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, good. Just
Well, I'm
yeah.
Are you armed to extremely dangerous?
extremely.
By the way, if
How
anybody
big's your dick?
if anybody knows how to get Aaron on The Bachelor, let me know because I'm gonna add him on that show.
Dude,
I have to know how the submissions work.
My last girlfriend told me nobody wants a guy with 3 kids. And I'm like, you're right.
No, everyone does. They don't
Aaron,
care. Hey,
Aaron,
I have text messages
you
that
gave
will
up
show
your
you that
microphone
people want
privileges
you
about
no
3
matter how
minutes
many
ago.
kids you have. I have these text messages. I have text messages.
Fine, I don't need any.
Aaron, you gave up your microphone privileges 3
Yeah.
minutes ago.
No, women want
Either
you.
come
You're
back on the
crazy.
podcast or leave.
Either log onto your Tinder account or go, bro.
Get a life.
I have to see his Tinder account. It
What
has
are
to be.
you doing?
It actually is probably dope. He just
I want to see what your Instagram account is like.
my Insta. I don't have an Instagram. I have
You
a
should do.
business. I have a business Instagram account because I write music for TV. So that's what it's about. It's about this.
You know, you were talking about this earlier, and I thought it was extremely fascinating. And I want to have another.
How it started.
Well, I want to have another discussion with you where we can start off, kind of at the same point, because I feel like
Yeah.
don't
That
get
was
me wrong. Don't get me wrong. dude.
Similar but different part of my life. Yeah.
I'm about to say something really shitty about myself, but I'm not actually saying something shit. Let me put it this way. I feel like all night you've been talking above me, and it's not anything you're doing intentionally. I feel like I don't really understand the foundation from what your expertise
Bro,
is starting from.
That's a good point.
So, like, if we get down to first principles.
Yeah,
thinking,
let's start that.
like-
Yeah,
like
I
that's
love
what I'm
that.
getting at.
I love
And-
that.
And I'm not sure we have time to get into it tonight, but
No,
I
we
wanna have
definitely
another-
do
I
because
want to
it's
have
easy.
another discussion where we start there. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
I
wanna
came
just have
from-
fun tonight.
I
and
came
wanna
from
just
that-
talk about
that-
whatever.
I came from that farmland shit, like in northern Minnesota, where I had nothing and I don't know what anything is. And then when I moved to Minneapolis, I still didn't get it, and I was always in a learning process. And so I don't know everything, and I never will. But so I have these two lives when I joined Minneapolis. I have these two lives, and this will really help the situation. My one life was this like metal scene, and I loved the metal scene with all my heart. And I got to meet all these really great people like Lanik and like Will and like you and like all these people as I go on.
We just met tonight.
No, yeah, we did, but it still happens. Like I still have this heart with metal, and I still have this heart with this scene because you were in the scene the same time I was. Like we have to go backwards to meet each other, but we were still relevant in what we did.
Do me a favor. I just need you to while you're talking. Yep, spin that towards me. There you go.
Okay, cool.
That's good now.
And then I have this other life where I was working jobs. And as I'm working jobs, I had, just like you probably did, and just like a lot of people probably did, where they had these people telling you, this metal thing ain't going to amount to anything. You have to like figure it out. But I was adopted by my grandparents. I didn't have parents, and I didn't have support. So I
really didn't either. If I'm
I moved out.
Honest.
I moved out, and I had to find a job, and I had to like pay my rent. I had to pay.
I had parents that were supportive, but like they weren't supportive of the music. They thought it was
same. Yeah,
they thought it was frivolous. And
my dad wore the shirts while farming, but he didn't give me money
you know
for
what's
it.
Super fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
is my entire family is super supportive of this podcast. They're like, "Oh my god,
yeah,
like, you're so good at this." You like, and it's like, listen, the only reason this is happening, literally from start to finish,
it's because your experiences
from the music, though.
Yeah,
I started this
yeah
as literally going, hey, you know, every comedian starts
it's funny
a podcast
how that works.
to promote their comedy.
Yeah,
they don't start it because they want to be a great pod. They start the podcast to promote the comedy. I did that for my music.
Yeah,
and then I was like, oh, you know what though, is I can also like help the whole scene and have on guests. So instead of just doing like a solo thing, I can have on guests like Rogan.
Exactly.
And like do a whole community thing. Oh my God, this will be so much fun. But not one of my family members in my entire life has been like, you need to quit your job and focus everything you have on music. It was like they looked at it like a hobby, like we talked about earlier on the podcast,
exactly.
right?
Like if you don't take the energy to understand what that means for you, that's your answer. I mean, and that's what I came up with all my family members. Like, I think my family members know that I'm always going to be a screamer. Even my nieces and nephews, like even the folks that are now born beyond what I'm doing now, they see it. And I hope that they understand that like this is an option for creativity. But it's up to them. I mean, like, I still will come back to my nieces and nephews and support them. Like, I still will say, hey, you know, you be who you need to be. So, I mean, that's just how it goes. But when I think about all this stuff, I still think about it as a business because that was my other life. Like, I had this musician life, and then I had this business life. And it started with these Doomtree people. Like, when I met them, they're like, hey, you have to make the culture work. You have to do all this and that. I disagreed with them a lot when I started. I said to Dessa, I was like, okay, but I don't want to have long hair and I don't want to wear death metal shirts. Like, what are my options? And she's like, I don't know. I don't think you have other options. And so I struggled with them for a while. I was like, well, I don't understand how we can't have both. So I made both work, and I have to thank Lanik, and I have to thank Will, and I have to thank some of these other guys that I auditioned with after the band because they were able to help me understand that I don't have to make both work. I can now still do what they said and then use their experience and their situations.
As you're telling this story, do you think people understand or appreciate how much hip-hop influences, in fact, not just hip-hop, but the entirety of black culture? Do you think the vast majority of humans, black, white, gay, straight,
and I know all of them,
get rid of all that bullshit, do you think
I include all of them in everything I do?
Fair, but in the equation, let's just get rid of all the sub gay, straight, white, black, like get rid of that. Let's just go hip-hop.
Okay.
Do you think most people let's just keep it simple, in America,
Yeah.
do you think
Minneapolis.
the
Let's just
vast
say
majority?
Minneapolis.
No, let's keep it America.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
I want to keep it America.
Yeah.
Do you think the vast majority of Americans have any idea how much hip hop and black culture has influenced musicians on the metal and death metal genre? Because one thing I have found that I didn't expect doing this podcast is I've had a ton of death metal musicians that come in and talk about how much hip hop has literally directly, not indirectly, directly, hip hop and black culture have directly influenced Midwestern straight white men
Yeah.
in the death metal industry.
Yeah.
Do you think, like I am starting to realize,
Yeah.
how little people understand how integrated hip hop and black culture is into everything that is, including what you would consider to be the whitest of fucking cultures
Yeah.
in America to
Yeah.
be death metal?
Yeah. Death metal.
Do you agree that that is something? Because as a former
I love
vocalist-
this question.
As a former vocalist, hip hop, rap, the rhythms, the cadence,
Yeah.
the message,
Yeah.
the volition that they
It's
would
definitely-
deliver that message.
It's definitely an experience. Like, were you ever influenced by it when you were writing your music?
100%.
100%. Thank you.
100%.
Because I was too. And
As a vocalist,
as a vocalist, you
Oh
have
my
to be, because
God,
and it's
dude.
the delivery, like
It's
the delivery.
and the
Thank you.
volition, and
Yeah,
the volition
you have to
behind
be
it.
confident, and you have to
The-
deliver
like,
your
when
message.
we say the
Thank
delivery,
you.
it wasn't
Yeah.
just about the rhythm and the cadence. It was
It's
the
the
motion.
delivery.
It was
Like
the
you
anger,
have to
the passion.
the certain moments where you have to convey a message, but you have to bring
Yeah,
it back in other messages.
so
you
instead
have
of
to
being like,
you have to say this phrase isn't as strong,
so let's
but this phrase is.
let's take a phrase. Let's take a phrase. Listen, motherfucker. Okay.
Yeah,
Then we learned through hip hop as a
I
metal,
totally agree.
as a metal
I
vocalist.
totally agree.
If I'm going to deliver the line, listen, motherfucker, right?
Yeah,
I've learned through hip hop to go, listen, motherfucker,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Or listen, motherfucker,
Yeah, you have to know where your going take is.
or listen, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like all of those deliveries never got presented to
It's
us
about
through metal or
Exactly,
grunge.
because everyone wants
was
to.
through rap music.
Everyone in the 80s wanted to just go, like, and I'm not making fun of 80s. I'm just saying 80s wanted to cohesively say their message, and you didn't know what was the most important part of their message. You just heard their message, which
like for example,
I
let's
I
throw
couldn't
this into
find the
context.
message.
Let's
I
throw this
can't
into
find the
context.
message in that moment.
Let's throw context. Throw the verbs. Throw the adjectives.
Like, I'm fighting for what I know is true, but it's like, are you fighting for
I'm
what
gonna
you
give
know
you-
is
I'm
true?
gonna give you
You're
an
just
exa-
yelling at me. You're fighting what you know is true.
I'm going to give you an exact example.
Yeah.
In hip hop,
Okay.
remove the nouns, remove the verbs, remove the adjectives,
Fuck.
and just think of the music. I like big butts and I can't deny. You other brothers can't deny. Like that whole presentation
Yes.
is irrelevant
Irrelevant. Yes.
to the language he's speaking.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
I like big butts and I can't deny.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
other brothers
yeah,
can't
yeah,
deny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
The specific exact. It's like a comedian.
yes.
When you hear comedians talk about their
Well,
breathing,
that's the
and
thing
their
about hip hop.
timing
They can
and,
go
like,
anywhere that they want to because the way that they present the lyrics is what is actually intended.
exactly.
That's what Dessa taught me. Dessa taught me, like,
It doesn't
you
matter.
have
you
to-
just said it. You
you
said it 2 hours
have
ago.
to
You
know.
said it doesn't matter.
doesn't matter. Yeah, you
It
just have to
matters
know
how you do it.
Yeah,
Do it with passion.
and that's what I did with Acylic. I just said my most important lyrics are where you hear the relevancy in the voice and how they work. And I love Lanik for saying this. He said, Chester, your vocals are very operatic in this. And
I can agree with that because I think screamers, and if you're new to screaming, understand this. Screamers have a lot to deal with operatic voice. Like you have to actually work your voice and warm up the same way opera singers do, because you can blow your voice the same way opera singers
what did we
do.
Joke about earlier.
You had to go in your van and you had to warm up. Yeah,
I started humming,
which is the way opera singers hum up. They hum. I did the same thing, bro.
Elton John songs from The Lion King.
Yep. You have
Circle of Life.
You have to warm your
Amy
voice
Winehouse,
before you scream.
Then I started screaming.
Yes, yeah. You have to have this sense. And Melissa Cross is what POS taught me. POS gave me the DVD that I had for a while, and then I got rid of it. But I started listening to Melissa Cross, who was on YouTube. You can just look her up for free and listen to those. There's other people. I've grabbed people on YouTube even when I don't have Melissa Cross. I just grab them on YouTube. I look up metal screaming warm-ups, and then I do them, and then I go in the studio and I get my job done.
In case you're just tuning in now, guys, Aaron is no longer here.
It's
It
just
is now just his singer, Chester Yourczek.
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 See, silent. Hester Yourczek.
Hester Yourczek. You almost sound like a Colombian drug dealer.
almost.
Hester Yourczek.
Hester, I don't know. I'm only 60% Cherokee and just
We're gonna
live in
update
America.
the thumbnail later. So fuck off. I don't want to hear anything about it.
Order 66.
Matt says he's super into this conversation. Can you recap who you are talking to? I think I missed that. So
Oh.
I think I just did that. Just
Yeah, I
now.
think you just did. Yeah,
I think
sorry,
I just
man.
did.
My name's Chester. I used to be a student of J.
He's the
Anthony
singer for
Allen.
Yourczek.
So you know Modern Sex Trash. So I was very, and I still am. I talk to Jay all the time. I love that guy. He's an awesome dude. But shout out to you. I do know who what Dead Hands Rising is. I knew of who Dead Hands Rising is when I started in this band called Ceres Victoria back in 2006.
And I hate doing this.
But
I really hate doing this. But, you know, we have to. We're in the music industry, so
Yeah,
we have to
yeah.
seed things. So,
sure.
So for a point of reference, I hate saying this. I fucking hate doing this. But this is Aaron Lanik's singer.
Oh
from
yeah,
Yourczek.
that's true. Yeah, me and Aaron Lanik were in a band called And Hope to Die back in 2007,
with
2008.
Will Marvelous. And we talked about this earlier.
Will Marvelous, which I know he loves to hear sometimes.
At this point, I don't care what it is. I'm just gonna make
He was
it
a
up
roommate of
every time.
Also, I was a roommate of Adam Tucker, who did our album, Silic's album. I was with him for a year. He recorded. I was in a band called The Angle Obscure, and he recorded that album. And I lived with him for a while, and I met a ton of fucking awesome people with Adam. So, but he's a genius, fucking engineer, man. That guy. He knew how to make that business work. He got this gear. Cheers
with whatever beverage
with
you want.
whatever. Oh, I still got this one actually.
That one's Aaron's. I'm taking Aaron's and that fuck boy.
Yeah, take that. I'll drink this one then.
There
But
we go.
yeah, no. So Adam Tucker he did Blue Ox, which you brought Blue Ox here for a second.
God damn, I love that band.
He did Ambassador Gun, your boy Pat Ruland. He did When in Hell.
Dude, I was in a band with that fuckboy.
I know, but
that dude, I was in.
I had a
Solace
show
and
at Body
Ashes with him.
Beneath, which I first heard of Pat and Eric in that band. Out in Wisconsin.
Pat's finally coming on the podcast. So
Woo,
just so anybody
soon.
knows, if anybody gives a fuck, Pat Ruland, the legend, the man, the myth, is finally coming back on the podcast. And when you say, what do you mean back on the podcast? Did I miss it? No, you didn't miss it. Because he was one of the first 8 guests on the original podcast that never fucking aired. And it was one of my absolutely, if it wasn't for Pat Ruland, if it wasn't for Greg Chilton, if it wasn't for those 8 people that I got lucky enough to do my first version of the podcast with, that no one's ever heard. It was audio only. I did it upstairs in a bedroom I had recently remodeled.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for those specific 8 people, I would have never, even though I shut it down because I didn't like what I was doing from my side, not that. If it wasn't for those 8 guys, I would have never had the confidence and excitement to actually do this again, which is where we are now. So shout out to
That's
Pat
awesome.
Rulin, Greg Chilton, Steve Murphy, Scotty Ball, anyone else I'm forgetting in those first 8 episodes. I apologize sincerely from the bottom of my heart, but like,
there you go.
Like, man, for real, it was so much fun, and Pat's finally coming back on. I can't tell you how many times I've texted him because he's my old drummer.
Yeah.
I got his fucking cell phone number.
Dude,
I've been harassing him since July 25th.
He's
when
a great
the first
dude.
episode happened.
He's very chill.
And that son of a bitch is just now coming on. So I want all of you, if you have Pat Rulin's
when
number,
in hell is
text him and give him shit that it's taken him this long.
When
Text
in
him.
Hell is one of my favorite local albums of all time. Like
Pat Rulin is one of the greatest drummers I've ever played with. Pat Rulin is one of 4 drummers that influenced me as a drummer. So the way I sit on my drum kit, swear to God.
You watched him.
I swear to God.
You studied him.
Because I was in a band with him.
Yeah.
The way I sit on my drum kit and where my right elbow sits and the way my right elbow moves versus my wrist.
Is all study.
Including when I
Pat Rulin study.
Including when I moved from my fucking hi-hat over to my ride. Because I rock a crash ride.
Yeah.
Because I'm a rock drummer, technically, with a hardcore background.
Yeah.
Metal influence.
Dude, I've been in like bands that are rock.
It's Pat Rulin. It's
Angle
Rich
Obscure.
Zazada. I swear to God, it's this. It's Pat Rulin. It's Rich Zazada. It's fucking Lars Ulrich. And then
always gotta be
I
Lars.
swear to God.
Or Joey Jordison. It's like one of the two. Lars or Joey.
Do you want to guess the 4th one? Because I bet you won't.
The one-armed guy?
No,
Def Leppard?
Nah.
Def Leppard, yeah.
Nah.
No,
Dave
okay.
Matthews Band.
Oh, dude. I know the guy because
Carter Beauford.
Yeah, Carter Beauford. So Angle Obscure, which is a band that has not been referenced at all in this podcast.
Those are my 4 biggest
But
influences on drums.
after I Know Up to Die, I joined a band called the Angle Obscure, which was this it was just a prog rock band.
And if you understand
and
drums,
the drummer and me left Angle Obscure, and we made a disco funk band, Daft Punk with live drummer called Sexburger. That shit erupted. I played all over the Midwest. I toured like crazy, and all I did was synthesize because I was a keyboard player at the time.
I gotta throw one more guy in there.
And Carter Beauford was his guy.
I don't know his name, but I gotta throw one more guy in my drumming influences, and I don't know his name. And
Neil
I feel
Peart?
terrible. No, I don't know his name, but it's the drummer from 12 Tribes.
Wait, fucking 12 Tribes. I thought you were gonna say 12 Stones for a second.
No, 12, dude.
Like wake me up. That guy.
You want to hear something that from the opening frequency?
Yeah.
Fuck the opening beat.
Why not Static X? Why didn't you like that guy?
Let's move on.
I gotta throw it out there. Yeah, you just gotta ask. Korn. Why do you like David Sylvia?
No, Dave Silva's good.
He's funky,
he's really
man.
good.
He's different. He was different.
He's elite, but he's just not a top 4 influence.
He was literally talking about how his arm died in a tour.
He's not
the way he played.
He's not a Mount Rushmore level of influence.
I like that. You have 4. I live on Pat. Pat makes your Mount Rushmore.
Fuck yes.
I love that. I love that.
I was in a fucking band with that dude.
Well, I know. I played this, and he's on my favorite album. So
Pat will tell you.
He's probably on my Mount Rushmore.
Pat will tell you. Here's
drummers.
the craziest thing. This is one of the reasons Pat is one of my influences.
Yeah.
It's because I made Pat a better drummer.
Yeah.
I swear to God, he'll tell you this.
Yeah.
When he comes up, I stood over him. Literally,
You
sat
took a
behind him
snare
with
drum
my-
away and you said,
Nope.
you play this snare
No,
drum.
I sat my fucking shoulders like this, standing directly behind him.
Yeah.
Because we were trying to figure out how to write a part,
Yeah.
right? And I was the only
I
one.
love these band members, by the way. That
I
do
was
this.
the only one who could count drums.
Everyone has this guy in their band.
But it's not me
I
bragging.
love this. I'm not
It's-
making fun
it's
of you.
not me
I love
bragging.
this.
It's
yeah.
not me bragging.
I know.
I'm just
I
saying
know.
this.
You're not bragging. You're saying this is.
I was the only
you
one
had
who
to
could
do it
count
to get the
drums.
job done.
I was the only one who could count drums.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to stand behind him I had to stand behind him.
Yeah.
Because in front of him, I couldn't see his feet.
Yeah.
So I had to stand behind him. And I have very, very good peripheral and photographic memory.
Yeah.
So I was able to like literally look at the back of his head, standing behind him, and watch his feet, watch his arms, and not focus on anything, but also see everything.
Yeah.
And go, no, that beat's wrong. You're counting this, but you're doing this. And
Yeah.
then him and I dialed it in, and I stood behind him like with my arms.
So you put in the work with him. This is what I'm saying. This is what I
100%.
like about it.
Yeah,
Is because
and I sat behind him,
you're
and I was like, nope,
coaching.
do it again.
You're
Nope, do it again.
coaching.
Nope, do it again.
Yeah.
Nope, do it again. Nope, do it again.
This
Do
is
it-
what
and
I was
then-
saying. Is the
and then
coaching
even when he got it-
aspect. The coaching aspect is what I'm talking
And
about.
then even when he got it,
Yeah.
I was like, cool, you got it. Do it again.
But do it again. Yeah.
Do it
Yeah.
again.
Coaching.
Do it again.
Coaching is so
it again.
important when you're in a band together. And you have to be comfortable with coaching, and Pat clearly was.
And he said,
this is awesome.
He said he literally
Yeah.
told me, he was like, that was my favorite part of being in a
See?
band with you.
Yeah.
He was like, that shit got me.
Constructive criticism is the best part you can bring to your bandmates. Constructive criticism.
And unfortunately,
Don't
I
be a
wasn't
dick.
good at doing that.
Just constructively tell people, hey man, like that's cool, but like let's try this other spot, and then let them try it. Like, and if they don't, like fuck them, but like still encourage it. Like
Yeah.
be a passive
And I wasn't
leader.
good
Be a
enough.
passive leader in today's age.
And I wasn't good enough at doing that all the time.
Well,
back
we
then.
weren't.
So,
weren't
like, I was
at
good
that
with
point.
him.
Nobody was.
I was a good
Yeah.
leader. With
I wasn't
Pat.
either.
No, I was literally
Obviously,
a
it
great
worked.
leader for
It
Pat.
worked. Yes,
But
that was
wasn't-
awesome.
But at the same human being, Jared,
Yeah.
wasn't a good leader for Nick or anyone else in the band. And
Dude.
so, like, within like
Look at Pat now,
a
though.
year and a
dude.
half,
Like, come on.
within a year and a half, though, when all of a sudden we get this new dude in the band named Chris, who I recruited into the band,
Yeah.
and was then also warned by his best friend, he's gonna break your band up. And I was like, yeah, we're a little too tight for that.
Oh, I heard about this. Yeah.
Yeah. We talked about this earlier
Yeah,
tonight.
yeah.
No, like, I give no quarter to Chris. Nope, you're dead to me.
Yeah.
You literally became a cancer and broke up my own band,
I gotta use the bathroom.
and then you went super dark.
That's
like-
that's hard. That's hard.
Yeah,
That whole
like
situation.
I'm not giving any quarter to that dude. I'm not into this whole like, oh, he's a better person now. Like, no, you're not. You're still a piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Try to me to me. Go hit up all my ex-girlfriends. Pay them as much money as you want. Don't give a fuck. You're a dick. You killed someone. And then you actually tried to like get someone else to switch seats with you and get them to take the fall from your crime. Bro, where I come from, that's worse than snitching, bro. That ain't no good shit. You guys got any questions? Shane Shook. 12 Tribes drummer was Shane Shook. I knew that name. I swear to God, I was thinking in my head Shane Shook, and I'm like, if I say Shane Shook and it's not the right name, I'm gonna sound like the biggest asshole in the world for being like, yeah, this guy from this band, and I'm gonna mention his run. That motherfucker slapped that snare drum like his life depended on it. That's the way I play drums. Like, yeah, I can do your double strokes. Okay, cool. Let's play some ghost notes. But can you hit that snare drum as if your life depended on it? Because if you can't, then I just think you're cute as a drummer. As a drummer, I'm just saying. Like, you can do all the fancy shit. But if you can't slap that snare drum like Shane Shook, I'm just saying.
I love that name, Shane Shook. That's a pretty good
Dude,
name.
and that was the name that was Bowie, and I was like, "That's not the right name." If you say that out loud right now on your own podcast and be
I
like,
feel
"This
like
is
I've
one
heard
of your
of
biggest
12 Tribes
influences,"
before.
and you say his name wrong, you're gonna, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
I was
you
like-
don't want it.
Yeah. So I was like, because you don't want to be the guy who goes. Lars Ulrich is one of my biggest influences on drums.
Yeah.
You mean Lars Ulrich? It's Lars
Which
Ulrich. like
it's
don't,
funny that
don't,
you're
don't
bringing me
do
back.
that.
Yeah, you're bringing me back to those days because like back in
Don't
my
do that.
18-year-old days.
It'd be like going Kerry King is one of my biggest guitar player influences. You mean Kerry
King? Yeah, Kerry King.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I was so afraid to say the wrong name that I didn't say. I just go in the drummer from 12 Tribes.
You know what's funny for me is
that motherfucker hits the snare drum like he's about to be shot.
Last year I taught a class. So my buddies, who is Jay, who I was talking about in Modern Sex Trash, he owns a school
Throw
called.
Your questions in, guys. I got to take a piss too. So give Chester some shit to talk about.
I'll tell the story, but Jay now owns a school called Slam Academy, and so I was asked.
Midwest Pandemic. By the way, just because Matt's talking right now, we're talking about 12 Tribes. Drummer Shane Shook, dude, that guy. Oh my god.
I gotta hear it. 12 Tribes one of these days.
12 Tribes. Midwest Pandemic, and this is right before you had to go pee. I brought this up.
Yeah.
Hit play, and it goes like like is what I want you to do is put there's only one way to do this right. Put headphones on.
Which I have headphones on.
Put headphones on. 12 Tribes, Midwest Pandemic, full blast, hit play. And that first fucking track is boom, 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 pop, boom, 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 boom. Dude, it just immediately is just like, it's like Blue Ox. It's immediately distortion, dissonant notes.
I need help.
Knockout blow.
I need help.
Day one.
I need help.
Right off the bat.
I need help.
That's why I'm saying this.
Yeah,
and
man.
I was so terrified to say this drummer's last name. I was so terrified I was gonna like misquote this. I just said the drummer from 12 Tribes.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting at.
No, yeah.
Because like you get in those moments. You're like,
well, you have certain drummers who also, as we were saying with vocals, we were saying this about vocals earlier with the hip hop. And the way that you have to say what you say. This is why I love Aaron so much. Aaron, he wants to say he's so like basic and he says the same things. He's always the same person. He's not. He tells a fucking story. He always has told a fucking story in everything he's drummed in. This is why people want him in his band. I mean, this is why he's in 12 fucking bands every time I ever talk to him. I'll talk to him in 3 days. Motherfucker's in 3 more bands. Like the guy's in band because he tells a story, and the story is told right. Like the man, his passion.
Okay, but now that he's not here, what jokes are we gonna make up about him?
I want him in The Bachelor. I want him to be because I get texts from girls. He doesn't know this, and I've never told him, but I get texts from girls, and they're like, "Oh, Acrylic. Oh, blah blah blah," and they're like, "Oh, well,
fuck your drummer."
Yeah. They always say, they're like, "I want your drummer."
That's
I want your drummer. That actually happens. Your drummer. It does happen.
If you're in a like,
I want
band,
Cupid. I want to be Cupid, but at the same time, he's always saying he's not ready.
Super
but
weird. Like
I want to be Cupid. I can
attest to this. This is real.
Yeah.
If you're in a band, you get text messages and Facebook
and I'm taking. I'm the vocalist. I'm taking
for your other
I love you, Brooke.
band members.
You're probably watching. I love you, but
you get them for your other band members.
Yeah,
I remember this.
Yeah,
like I remember girls messaging me and being like,
"Aaron's the only single guy in the Acrylic."
I remember
he's got it. He's got to get
listen. I remember being a lead singer in a band.
Yeah,
single.
Yeah, I was married. I was too.
Before I was married.
Yeah.
Don't fuck you. You don't get to Me Too me. Get out of my ass. Now listen.
That's true.
Before I'm married, I'm rocking it. I'm doing my deal. I got everything, every opportunity. There's no need to like get dirty. There's no need to like, and I'm still getting girls that are messaging me going, "Hey, I want to fuck your guitar player, but he won't answer my messages."
Oh yeah,
Tell them I'll swallow and take it in the ass.
Yeah, those messages. Yeah,
and I'm like, hey,
hey,
I'm gonna mute my mic because it's better for the podcast to be real. But I'm like, hey, listen. And they're like, and they're like, and I'm like, all right, so listen.
That was their reaction, yeah.
And I'm
Why not?
And I'm like, so you gonna get these girls out of my inbox or what?
Yeah. Hey, this is your territory, bro.
And my favorite reaction was like, yeah, dude, I thought that was chick. Okay, I thought that chick was crazy, but you know what?
You know what's funny?
It's worth the risk. It's worth the risk. Fuck it, I'm doing it. But at the next show, that girl was out of my DMs and into his DMs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but you also saw the guy on Tuesday.
Exactly.
You saw the guy on Tuesday, anyways. Like you still shoot those. That's what I loved about those back in the days. You're like, I'm gonna still shoot this message, but I still see this fucker on Tuesday. Like you're just like, and then you still had that connection on Tuesday. You're like, hey man, and they're like, so how'd that go? And you're like, oh, well, I bet I better tell you. And you just talk about it. And you're just like, yeah. And he popped out that giggle. And like the rest of the band's like, well, I don't know what that means. They're like, well, I mean, we could tell you, but let's play the next song.
The
like,
worst
whatever.
was when you.
That's why I love that shit.
The worst was when you
that
all
was
found
best
out
back
the
then.
next. The worst was when you found out the next day you all fucked the same girl.
Well,
that
yeah.
was the worst because you all think you banged the girl.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I got this one.
Yeah.
But you don't know. No. It was the one with the big booty
Man,
and the big tits and the red lips.
That was back
and
then.
they're like,
yeah.
that's the one I got.
Yeah,
and
that
you're
was
like,
back then.
No, it must have been a different one because I got the banging one. And you're like, and your boy's like, no, I hit the bang. And then all of a sudden, like the next day, you all compare your pictures. And you're like, we all, oh my god, she's a Band-Aid. Like she's trying to come on tour. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Fuck. We all banged the same girl. That actually just happened.
Oh man, that's so. I've always been in prog bands, and none of the other bandmates have ever been that intense. So I've always done well
so
because
you've
of
never
that.
all been in those situations.
I actually haven't. I
Good
know.
for you. Honestly, man.
I've been in these bands where I have.
Like, dude,
I've been.
Honestly,
I've seen it.
It's cool. Cool for a story.
I've just always been like, hey, like I'm a very vulnerable guy, and like I meet these vulnerable women, and like we do fine. And then my bandmates know them. They're like, oh my god, I know this girl. Like how the fuck?
You know fucking Kelly?
Yeah, how the fuck do you meet her? And like it was like,
dude, Kelly will let you eat your ass.
Yeah, we were cool, and like now that was my 18, 19, 20s, like, and then now. As I grew older, it was just like, yeah. And then all of a sudden, I'm in this dance rock band, and that was crazy. And then all of a sudden, Tinder happened, and then online dating happened, and the pandemic happened.
Which honestly, Tinder is the worst thing to ever happen to musicians.
It's
because like
it doesn't work well when you immediately go and be like, yo, I was in a band in 04. I was on MySpace.
No,
girl.
here's the thing: is like
does not
before
work. It does not work.
Here's the thing: before I met my wife.
Yeah.
Okay. Like all the way up until like 1 year, maybe 2 years before I met my wife.
Yeah.
I was doing it.
Yeah.
And I was killing it.
You were doing your thing.
But I was heartbroken.
Yeah. Incomplete.
I was so
incomplete.
I was so in love with this girl, dude. Like, and I was getting laid. You know, I was doing my thing. Everything was fine. Band was killing it. And
which band at that time? Dying Euphoria?
No,
Tyrants.
No, would have been the Tyrants. I was playing drums by this point. Yeah.
I'm still learning your band.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because every time I try to tell this story, like it gets so.
Is
fun.
This Pat is 014 or is this?
So this would have been this. So every time I tried to tell my story,
it
never makes it till the end. So even when I went on Ritual Madness, like the story gets so fun and interesting, we never make it to the end on how I got here. We've never and we never will.
We have to try
Give up.
We have to try the hero movie
where the hero movie does not get a backstory. We just get the end.
Well, we're not going to get the complete story until you listen to hundreds and hundreds of
Motherfucker.
episodes.
All right,
It's going to get pieced
He
together.
He won't let it happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's the thing is, like,
this is not tonight.
here's
It's
the
not
reality.
tonight's show.
No, but
It's not
here's the
tonight's
reality. My fans, my real fans,
Yeah.
which there's way more of my real fans than there are subscribers, which is why I'm a little fucking jaded about
This
the whole
no,
YouTube
you
thing.
have to be okay with that. This is just
I've
how it works.
I
This
have
is how it works.
thousands of real fans, but
On YouTube. Are you
No,
talking about YouTube?
just period in real life.
Period.
But
okay.
to get all of my fans to hit subscribe on my YouTube channel is like pulling. I have like 10%, maybe 1%.
So vanity metrics are a real thing. You have to watch that.
it's just stupid.
I want
It's
to tell you.
irritating.
Vanity
Dude,
metrics are a
it's
thing.
irritating.
Don't think about all of them. Think about who engages in your.
Let me put it this way: the people in my phone
Subscriber.
book,
This is what we do with the Silic. So
the phone numbers I have, and people that I know love me and support me. No, I know it. I know it.
I mean, you got subscribers, bro. I mean, you got people cooking
I'm-
on this.
again,
so that's true.
Where did we start this? I said I'm not diminishing the success we've had. I'm not saying
True.
200.
I don't think you ever did.
I appreciate the 200 subscribers we have more than
yeah,
Joe
they're-
Rogan appreciates
have
his
to
10
be-
million.
Their gold
Fuck
to you.
that.
Their gold to you as much as Ahsoka has gold in their fans. Like 100%.
But I have
100%.
way more actual fans than that. But to get them to engage and hit that red subscribe button is
Your job. It's your job at this
daunting.
point. It's your job at
It's
this point.
astonishing. I used to be able to get people to pay between $10 and $20 to come see me play live.
True.
I can't get you to hit the red subscribe button. Why is that? It's a different world we live in. I'm not complaining. What I'm saying,
It's your
that-
job, though.
but these are the relative things that we live within. It
Well,
isn't about passing out a flyer.
You can either hit their interests or you can just advertise that you're going to hit their interests. I mean,
Well, and where we've
That'll
been
improve
kinda
your
going
count.
with this whole conversation all night is what drives your audience, right? So there's two types of people out there.
I've done this.
But
And
there's two
I can
types of people
tell
out there
you
that I
how
think
this
are
works.
content providers. I think there's people that chase ratings, and then I think there's the other version, which is
Well, let's
the
skip Chase.
Metallicas, the
Let's
George
skip.
Lucases.
Let's skip these fucking guys who are way out of this planet, and let's skip this chasing ratings thing. Let's just say you and I started a band right fucking now, and we're a folk polka band. We're called Immaculate Beings. I don't give a fuck what we're called, but
Oh, I
let's
can
just
sell
say
this idea.
let's just
right
say
now, right now I have 1,000
we're fucking starting right now. No,
Boom.
no,
Boom.
it's not.
Day
It's
one.
not your audience. It's not my audience. We have no audience. There's
Nope.
zero audience. There's
Exactly.
zero.
Algorithm based.
But-
Algorithm based. I already identified 1,000 subs day one.
Thank you.
But do we
So-
have our shit together? Do we have our fucking shit together? That's what matters.
I love that. But let's say we do. And let's say we have one song written. We don't have an album. This is how I do it. This is what happens. We don't have a song. We don't have a song. We don't have a song. We don't have anything. We just so anybody listening, follow along because I want to make sure
We're
that
about to go down
that-
a rabbit hole.
the most basic, and I'm not gonna say basic. I'm just gonna say the most personable person just wants to understand. How do you just enter the market with one song? And I'm going to tell you,
breaking down.
you
hold
can
on.
get 1,200 fucking people
Chester,
following
Chester,
you right
pause,
now.
Pause. We are about to discuss and break down what's
Yes.
called first principle thinking, which means when
I'm
you're
beyond that, but yes, we have to. We
You
need
can't
that.
be-
We
you
need
really
that.
can't be beyond.
We
that,
need
'cause
that. We
there's-
need
I
that
mean,
60.
We're
But
distilling it down. But
my
neither
first
here nor
principle
there.
big.
If anyone's confused,
It means LLC, but
if anyone's confused, is what this means is when your kid goes, "Why? Okay.
oh,
That's
I don't have kids, so that's what makes
first,
it. That's
but
different.
this is
for
first
me.
principle thinking. So this is what Elon Musk does. This is what I do. This is what fucking
I probably
everyone
do.
go-
I just don't. know what it
everyone who
means.
gives a fuck. This is what they do. They go, okay, let's break it down.
So
to
you
its
and me are
simplest
this
forms.
folk polka band, and
Yep.
we wrote a song and we recorded it with Will.
Sure. which means it sounds. Hold on. Which means
at 14,
hold on.
1449, 1459
Chester,
studios.
Chester. Yes,
What's it called?
1459.
1459.
Hold on. Let's
okay.
slow it on though.
But I have to say,
we're establishing things that the listeners don't know.
It's very important that I say that. Go ahead.
If we're recording at 1459,
we are recording at 1459.
Okay,
let's start there.
In this hypothetical, okay, fine.
One song.
But for the listeners across the globe who don't know what we're, this means it sounds good. It's professional. It could be on the radio. It could be a movie soundtrack.
With the preface.
It could be.
I'll show you that in a second.
It could be a movie soundtrack. Like, we are not talking going to your friend's basement and recording a shitty demo. We're going, no. We have something. We're going to somebody who knows what they're doing. It's also not $100,000 an hour studio. Like, this is very realistic for most of us to pull off.
Ooh, I hate to say this. Facebook told me, like, Facebook, the company, told me that the most popular thing that gets the most engagement, if you want engagement. So I'm going to play along with Jared because I believe in what Jared says. I agree with what he says 100%, which is why Acylic made our album with Adam Tucker, who arguably, in my defense, is the best engineer in Minnesota. With that said, what Facebook said to me is everyone loves the iPhone video. iPhone human interaction, like just make a silly video with your band and play your song and you'll be okay. And do it live, like Facebook Live loves, or Facebook loves Facebook Live. Why I say it is because Facebook loves to keep people, their users, inside Facebook. They don't want to go out of Facebook. Think about this. Facebook makes money in Facebook. So if you are saying, go to my website, go to my website. Here's my website. YouTube. They're going to go, yeah, we'll let you do that, but we're going to make you pay more for this advertisement.
Yeah. Go to my YouTube podcast.
Exactly. And they're going to say, yeah, we'll send those users there, but we're going to make you pay double because we have to bring them there. So why not keep everyone in YouTube if you can? If you can do it. It just give them a YouTube.
In context, that's what I do. If you notice, I don't stream on Facebook. I don't stream on Twitch.
Yeah.
We're on YouTube.
Yep. So if you're a band, like if you watch Acylic, you'll see Acylic keeps their videos in YouTube, or excuse me.
Why would you
YouTube
bother
and Facebook?
But Chester,
we
humor me.
We do
Chester,
the Facebook ads only in Facebook.
Chester, humor me.
Yeah.
In the sake of, why would you bother subscribing to YouTube if I can just watch your thing on Facebook for free? I don't have to go to YouTube and subscribe. I can just watch it on Facebook. Why would I do that?
It's the reverse. So we'll throw our video on YouTube, but we still are. God damn it. We throw our video on both. We do a YouTube video on our channel, and then we do Facebook Facebook video. That was the problem. Facebook video ad. And we do a Facebook video ad because it's cold audience only. So I need every band to understand this. Cold audience is very important because we start building a funnel. Like, look at my hands, funnel. So when we do a Facebook video ad, we say simply, like we're meeting someone for the first time, you're handshaking a stranger. You're just saying, here's our video, like here's our music. And then what happens at that moment is the person either says, I like your music, or I like your video, or I like something about it. They relate somehow.
And that equates to a click.
That relates to a like, a click, or a comment. And they might even just say, fuck your video, homeboy. Fuck your shit.
On YouTube, they specifically refer to this as your click-through rate. Your CTR.
and Facebook, yeah. Yep. Or Google if you do Google.
So
AdSense,
when I show you my thumbnail, if you click it and watch it, that is part of what's called a CTR, or a click-through rate.
If we want to talk about metrics,
I'll get in that in a second because I love to talk about. That's my job. My day-to-day job is talking about metrics. So let me get there for a second. But what the basic thing that you're trying to say is when you meet someone for the first time, like you as a human, like you're a guitarist in a band, and you just say, "Hey, I would like you to check out my music." Someone's going to say yes or someone's going to say no instantly. You have to learn to say no. And this is the easiest way to say no because you don't have to hear it. You just have someone either comment on your video or they just don't give a fuck about you and they move on. And that Facebook understands that. Facebook understands the clicks. They understand what the emoticons are. They understand how people interact with your video. They understand how long they look at your video. They understand all these things, which is very important for you down the road. Right now, me and Jared's band, we just released a video with Adam Tucker making the video and recording our song. Hypothetically. But we could also have done it on a iPhone because it doesn't matter. People love the human aspect of this right now. Back in the day, they cared about MTV music videos. Orgy Stitches comes to mind. And that's what engaged everyone. But right now, just fucking play a mandolin with your fucking iPhone and play your song. They love it. They subscribe to it. They get involved. I promise you that's true. 100%. That's what Facebook has told me. So you throw that up and that's your ad. And we have this polka funk band going on or whatever we have going on. And our video starts getting plays and likes. What's very important to us is we looked at every country that buys albums. That's the most important thing.
Keep going.
Yeah. So we only give our ad to countries that want to buy albums. United States, United Kingdom, Ireland, Australia, Germany, France, Canada, not Mexico. That's click farms. Don't go to Mexico. Don't go to Japan yet unless you want to, but Japan has some click farms. So you're 50-50 there. I'll give you that option. Indonesia, if you're metal, is click farm city. Don't go there. New Zealand is accurate. You can go there. Poland, I tried with Acrylic and we made bank with fans, but I think it was 50-50 and we moved out. I wouldn't suggest Poland right now. My last name's Polish, but still wouldn't suggest it. Let's see here. France. Oh, Belgium. Great one to do. Ireland. Great one to do. All these are green countries that will potentially buy your album or listen to you and check out. So those are safe countries. And over time, keep getting involved with these countries. Sometimes click farms come up. I think some of them are starting to have question marks. Norway is another good one to check out. Sweden's another one to check out. But eventually you get to 6. And the 6 golden countries are United States, Canada, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and United Kingdom. Those are the 6. So why I say the 6 is to get into my next step. My next step is once you have 1,000 people watching your video for either 50% of the way through or 75% of the way through, that's your golden metric. Don't listen to totals. Don't listen to anything else. Those are vanity metrics. That means that it makes you feel better about what's going on, but you really aren't thinking about your listeners or your fan base.
That's super interesting because
very interesting.
The way with my podcast measures is I don't even think about percentages. I think about pure numbers. So like we talked about this earlier.
Yeah, we did.
My goal is like what YouTube says, period. Regardless of how
it's a good start.
It doesn't matter if you're putting out a 20-minute video or a 3-hour video.
Yeah.
If your average watch time is 8 to 12 minutes, 2 thumbs up, bruh.
Yeah.
So when my videos are averaging 20 minutes, Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. That's like, dude, you're double.
Yeah.
Because I go 8 to 12, that means 10.
It's a good thing because
you see what I'm saying.
But you should see
And
now. You'll
like
start seeing a slow trend up. Then you'll start seeing that because you're not dealing with bots. You're not dealing with bots.
Exactly, and that's what I'm getting at. Is like
stay away from bots. 100%. People stay away. They'll kill your stats.
Stay away from
they'll
sub for
kill
sub.
your stats.
And stay away from sub for sub because it's what we've noticed.
They'll kill your stats.
And when I speak on this, I'm not speaking alone. What we've noticed as a group here in Minneapolis, is what really okay. I could get literally 1,000 subs tomorrow.
Yeah,
but if I'm not
you
regularly on a yearly rolling average, 12 months rolling 12-month average, I'm not getting 4,000 watch hours.
Well, you
can't monetize.
Your job is to release content. As also as any other band, every band has to release content.
But think about what I just said.
To engage these users and subscribers. So you're doing your job.
And that's why I said that.
Yeah.
Because if you want to actually get monetized on YouTube, not only do you need 1,000 subscribers, but you need 4,000 rolling watch hours. So
you need them. You need them engaged.
This is what my boy Andy told me. He's like, cool, yeah, I have 900 subscribers and I'm about to monetize on that angle, but none of these people are watching my shit.
Yeah.
So I'm only at 1,800 watch hours.
They liked 1 episode or 6 episodes and then they don't like anything else.
And my boy's the one that really kind of like slapped me in the face about this because he's like, subs don't mean anything if you don't have the actual loyal listeners and viewers, man.
Yep.
So you ought to like really appreciate and care and build a content and a culture that people want to watch versus this immediate gratification of like a sub accumulation. And that's what so many YouTube players and so many people are worried about right now. Is they're focused on making sure that they have.
And why are you listening to a nobody like me? It's because I work in corporate America as a product manager. So I work with currently right now Best Buy in their corporate office, and my product sends content to their website. So if you're on their website or if you're in their app, my product provides information to both. So I've come a long way, and I've been in a lot of situations. So my last job, I was working with Google and Facebook directly. I was actually going to their offices and meeting with these companies and learning how they work. And I was fortunate enough to be in a band with the Silic where I got to hear from Facebook and from Google how things worked, and I gave it to them. This is why Aaron always said, I wasn't sure of Chester at first. I wasn't sure of what he said. This was not the history that I've heard before, but I gave him the chance and things started happening. Is because he allowed it to happen. And
this is reminding me so much of the Tim Java podcast.
Yeah.
Because Tim Java does something very similar to what you're
doing. He's and Tim's a very smart guy. I've never met him personally. I'd love to shake his hand one day, but
sitting down with that dude for fucking 6 hours.
He can talk. He can talk content. Yeah, he can. I gotta believe that he knows some shit. So, and also you're my boy J. Anthony Allen. So shout out to you. And Reed, you actually were in a band with my best friend growing up all my life from kindergarten, Reed. You were in a band with him for a minute. So
wait, who was?
Tim. Tim went up north.
Oh, Tim Java.
Yeah, Tim Java was like literally in the Iron Range for a minute in a band, this metal band, and like Reed was like, dude, I'm in this band with this guy named Tim Java. I was like, Reed, dead to fall, bro. Like, dude, are you kidding? I'm I'm hanging out with Logan Kelly. And I was in all these parties with Blue Ox and Logan Kelly, and I was like, dude, Tim, like, come on, dude. How do you not know who Tim is?
It was crazy how I met and got
Blue
Tim
Ox
Java on the podcast.
Oh, my boys. I love Blue Ox so much.
Shout out Dennis. Shout out to Logan.
I ran
Shout out
into
to Matt.
I think his name's Jeff. Jeff from LA Who and Jefe. I ran into him at a job site. And like through Instagram, through some weird fucking willingness to reach out.
Yeah.
Months later, I started a podcast. I'm like, Tim, you should come on. He's like, okay.
Yeah, he's so.
But he was the one. He
that's
was
how
one
he
of,
is.
He was one of.
He was in Darkest Hour, which is awesome, by the way. I actually have Darkest Hour tattooed on me.
But he was one of the people I mentioned. One of several people who audited my podcast before they were.
Yeah.
And Tim was like,
awesome.
Nope, that's worth doing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
that was such a huge honor.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like, I passed your
and
test.
then he brought you whiskey. He's like, yo, you gotta have
This
this
whiskey.
Oh, this whiskey. He's like,
This
yeah,
whiskey.
you gotta have this whiskey too.
And then we drank it too fast, and I was like, all right, well, you know what? We're gonna need to replace that. Speaking of,
yeah, I was gonna say I might have a little refill.
You need a little.
Might have a little refill. So
I love this whiskey because it's literally a dropper. And a sipper.
It's the smoothest
Like, this is not
whiskey I've had in ages.
And it's the point of this whiskey. I'm trying
Cheers,
to put
Tim.
it into focus. The point of this whiskey is to literally do like the air sip, like you're doing wine, like soup. You know, like you really just kind of just sip it.
You don't need to do this, by the way, with this whiskey. It'll throw you off.
No, you just take a little sip.
Yeah, you have to sip this. It'll throw you off when you smell it.
You just take a little sip.
And it's right there
It's
for you.
just so goddamn good, dude.
It's got all the content for you. It's what whiskey needs to be condensed to the core.
This is what eliminated my snobbery of
It's
single
beautiful.
malt whiskey.
It's beautiful.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's a
I agree.
blend.
I agree.
It's a blend. Like, they tell you on the front, this is the. Like, just flip
Ooh,
it around. Flip
hey.
it around. Flip it around. It tells you right on the front.
Import Chicago. This is a Chicago import.
That's where they're bottling it.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. This has to be more expensive than a Centauri, then.
Well, I mean, it is Centauri.
I know, but I would imagine this is more expensive.
I mean, it's a $100 bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, because that Centauri is probably 60.
No, well, it depends on where you get it. Yeah, anywhere from, like, I think I got that bottle specifically, the one that's sitting up there. I think I got that for like 45.
Yeah, it's not most
up to
expensive.
60.
I'm gonna say right now,
80 to 100.
I would rather save for this than buy that Centauri.
Me too. And honestly, when I sit
If
down
I'm
here
at the
alone,
bar, I would get that Centauri. But like,
and when I sit
if I'm
down
at
here,
home, I grab this.
this is what I'm saying, is when I sit down here alone.
Fuck yeah.
Like tonight when we're done with the podcast, which we're getting pretty close to, and I'm about
Yeah.
to watch this fucking episode of WandaVision in about 2.5 hours.
Ooh, you lucky
I'll-
son of a bitch.
Yeah, I pop it up on there, on the big screen, up on there, and I'll sit down here and I dim all the lights, and it's like movie theater style.
Yeah.
And I go
You
on
got surround sound?
Yeah, well, I go on the
Oh, and the headphones.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I might have to watch this fucking episode here
Dude,
then.
And dude, I'm telling, this is like the dope. Dude, I trip mushrooms down here.
Yeah.
Like, I'll turn off
You'll
the
get
lights.
the
ones behind you. See that one random red one?
Yeah.
I don't know why that one turned on, because the Bluetooth went wonky. It's this one too. So notice the one directly behind you isn't on.
Yeah.
And this
Or
one
that
isn't
one
on,
isn't on. Yeah.
But these two are.
Yeah.
Who knows why? But I'll sit down here and I'll trip mushrooms and I'll coordinate these into like a pulsating, colorful light. I'll turn these off.
There you go.
I'll sit down here and I'll trip mushrooms, dude, and I'll fucking listen to music on the headphones.
Yeah.
Like loud, dude. And then it'll be super quiet on the monitors.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're like a little overwhelmed,
Yeah.
you can pull the fucking headphones off. But the music is still playing, so you're not like taken out of
You're
the
not
world.
out of it. Yeah.
You're not taken out of the world. You're just like, oh, let me dial that back a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, I love this song.
Yeah.
And you just put the headphones back on and you're like, oh my God, it's a new world. This is the spot.
That's sick.
I
That's
built
sick.
this spot with all of the things in mind.
I mean, you got really dope plants, and you got.
It's a fake plant, but yeah,
it's still dope. It's still dope.
It looks dope. And someday, real quick here, there's gonna be a tiny little lamp behind it.
Yeah,
which is gonna backlight it.
Nice little backlight on it. Yeah, that's sick,
dude. And when you're sitting down here with this table and you're tripping mushrooms, like this room has a serious Japanese feng shui vibe.
It does.
Like when you're sitting down here tripping mushrooms,
you're
like, oh, dude, this is just like everything.
No matter where you're sitting, you're still feeling.
Clean.
You're still feeling what.
And the way the air moves, just the whole night, you're just like feeling it.
So with a couple people, you're still feeling it. Yeah. That's sick.
Someday, as soon as it gets legalized, we're doing them down here online on a podcast.
Oh yeah, dude, this is kicking it.
It's dope.
It's kicking it. Yeah.
It's dope. It's a little weird when you look that way. That way's a little skeleton closet.
Did you meet Dave Matthews to get that guitar? By the way?
Everyone asks that.
I gotta know.
No.
I got some I got some buddies who will see this eventually and they'll be big fans. So I gotta know.
No, that's my guitar. That's literally my guitar.
All right.
And then I have that Dave Matthews.
But you're a big Dave Matthews fan.
I am.
So you play the crazy chords he's playing? You try?
I try. As a guitar player, Dave Matthews has influenced me quite greatly.
Carter Beauford influenced your drums, so I imagine Dave Matthews is influencing your and singing too. I'm sure, right?
Little bit. Yeah, Dave Matthews. Actually, now that you say it, it might be Dave Matthews Band and Metallica who. If you were just going to take bands as a whole.
Yeah,
those two might be the biggest.
If I said bands as a whole, so everyone pegs me as Lamb of God. They peg me as that vocalist. And that's
People
fine.
Used to tell me I sounded like Randy when I was on
stage.
Randy
Blythe, and that's fine. I got over that. At first I used to hate it, but I got over it. But this Tommy from Between the Bear and Me started happening, and I like that. So I take that one with a grain of salt, and I'm like, yeah, thank you for thinking I'm that way. But it's weird because, like I said when we started talking about this Kendrick Lamar thing is actually where I started making my different voices. That's where it started. I'm not saying this man's a genius. I'm not saying he deserves Pulitzer Prizes. I'm just saying that his idea of rapping in different voices caused me to do the same. But also Ollie Sykes in Bring Me the Horizon, which I follow sometimes. I was never a scene kid though. I was never black eyeliner, black hair. I grew up on a fucking farm. I was probably wearing overalls on these shows when I started out. I did not. This is the thing is you sell culture, you don't actually sell who you are. And I've never been able to sell culture in my life. But Ollie Sykes had a great voice. Back when I first heard him do his Bring Me the Horizon stuff, or Grant, Luma, all these guys, these are the guys I followed with. The Faceless, when the Faceless came out.
Matt says, let me swing by for a mushroom trip.
Get out here.
Totally down.
Get out here,
and that would be an amazing mess of a show. Dude, here's the thing is like, here's what I want to do. Like, I've had people trip mushrooms with me in this room. And here's the best part about this room.
It'd be cool to get animations of it.
Here's the best part about tripping mushrooms in this room. Hold on. Let me pick up my cigarette.
Oh, you dropped it?
Yeah, I dropped my cigarette. So here's the best part about tripping mushrooms in this room. Is like literally you could decide you want to watch a movie like Pink Floyd The Wall on that video screen.
Yeah.
With your headphones. And then I decide I want to look at this video screen and just do nothing but watch Dave Chappelle videos.
Yeah.
And listen to Protest the Hero.
Yeah.
We have 2 separate audio feeds.
That's pretty dope.
Like, I'm telling you, I've been able to build this room.
Yeah, so two different universes as you go on.
And honestly, if we really wanted to, we could go 3 if I added in the
I've
Bluetooth.
always felt like mushrooms.
I could have another dude watching this screen.
Mushrooms are the mushrooms are the extreme you. Like when you take mushrooms and you get into it, you're into yourself and you're the extreme who you are. So you got to try to get comfortable with who you are. But if you're not and you get that bad trip, you have two choices. You either get to who you are and what you're going through right now. I mean, I went through a murder on shrooms. So this is why I'm saying this.
Like somebody actually got murdered?
Somebody got murdered.
Mushrooms?
No, somebody got murdered and then took shrooms to grieve over it.
Oh, okay.
And I listened to Opeth and laid on my wooden floor, and Opeth sank me into my wooden floor.
Sure, yep.
And it was dark. It was dark. It was uncomfortable. I didn't think this person would ever get murdered. They were the quietest person in my 40 fucking person class. Like 40 fucking people in my class. And this girl got murdered and raped by herself all alone. And I was 20 when I heard all this. I was in And Hope to Die at the time. We Are Legion was probably about to start at that time, actually, because it was that house. And it was this mushroom trip I'll never forget, because I threw on Damnation and I just laid on the wooden floor and grieved, you know. And it wasn't a bad trip. It wasn't a good trip, obviously, but it wasn't like, didn't hurt me in any way. It just made me just lay on this wood, and this wood would like move with my feelings. It was crazy. But when I hear people have bad trips with mushrooms, I gotta imagine like you're not in a good place. You're not in a good time to have mushrooms.
I would so 100% agree. It's so fucking ridiculous.
It's you. Like you're the star of a movie. You're the star of this movie.
I can't hit a slam. Oh my God. I can't hit a sledgehammer hard enough to try to like sound a fucking horn how much I agree.
Yeah.
If you have a bad trip, it's because you're in a place you don't trust, or you're with people you don't trust.
Yeah.
If you solve those first two problems,
it's extreme you. It's the
like
extreme you.
If
like
you trust
you're
in this room,
your vibe is happening right now.
Yeah.
And like you have to vibe with.
It's extreme you.
Go with it or go against it. But if you go against it, you're going against a whitewater rapid moment of you.
But the true, but
you.
honestly,
it's therapy. It's therapy.
I don't think you can have a bad trip if you go 100% in. I think you have a bad trip if you're not.
Yeah.
One of two things is happening. Either you're not tripping hard enough, so you're still aware of who's around you, right?
Yeah.
And those people in that place.
I had good people around me every time. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying. So like you're starting to go deep, and like you're a newbie. And like you don't really trust everyone that's around you.
I actually went in public. I went to
what I'm saying,
I went to Green Mills and shit and still did fine.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like this is how it can go dark for you. It's like you don't trust the people you're around. You're like paranoid. Or the place you're in is so nerve-wracking that
or you're nervous. Like you. I feel like sometimes it has
if you do
to.
enough mushrooms, all of this shit becomes irrelevant because you'll just go deep. You'll
just
like
the amount
fall over.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you'll fall over.
The amount of mushrooms. I don't know.
3 hours.
Like what? Like when you're comfortable. Like you're saying, when you're in the zone, the amount of mushrooms doesn't matter. Like you could probably go as beyond your peak and just be fucking great,
dude. I
did have the fucking time of your life.
I did 7 grams of mushrooms
when you're ready.
I did 7 grams of mushrooms in this basement.
7 grams is unreal.
I'll do that shit regularly.
Well, yeah, but if you're in your, what I'm saying is,
I did it in this basement.
You're here. You're here.
Cold,
you're doing it. Yeah.
Like really cold.
Yeah.
And because you're on mushrooms, all your senses are heightened.
Well, yeah, you feel the cold. You're like
I felt
feel every moment.
Yes.
Cold. Yeah.
Yes. And
I was gonna say you feel everything.
And all I felt
like
was
your
this
fingertip is cold.
All I felt was this wicked draft I had been caught in the old podcast studio. Because if you sat in the wrong spot, you got caught in a draft.
Yeah. And
dude, I was shivering so bad
because these certain fucking points are freezing 100%. On you. Yeah.
Yep.
Your whole body's probably fine, but like he's certain,
dude. And I'm so uncomfortable.
And you're on him. You're on him.
dude, I had to leave the room.
Yeah.
And this is why we moved the podcast room into this spot.
Yeah.
People ask why, and I go, for space, for lighting, all the things. That's all true. But also, literally, I was tripping mushrooms one night in that spot, which is 8 feet that way.
Yeah.
And then the draft, the way the wind worked, it was so egregious. I was miserable. So I literally grabbed my Bluetooth headphones, which are my gaming headphones.
Yeah.
Which are hooked up to the whole podcast studio. And I came and I sat over here next to my drum set. And me and my puppy curled up. Me and my baby. She's not a puppy. She's like 12 now.
Yeah.
And me and my puppy, I still call her my puppy. We curled up.
You have to.
I'm listening to music on such an extreme degree. Like I said earlier, my ocular nerves are moving.
Yeah.
Like it's vibrating my sight. Like if you tap the side of your face, that's what's happening. I can't focus.
Yeah.
There's no clear vision. And I'm seeing the universe, man. I'm seeing my soul. I'm seeing everything. But I was finally comfortable because I wasn't in that fucking draft. That cold draft that sits in that side of the basement.
It changes.
100%.
It changes.
So much so to where I was like, I literally woke up and
Your senses look for new things.
And I woke up.
It's great.
I woke up
awesome.
and I looked at my wife and I go, I'm moving to the podcast studio. She goes, why? And I said, because it's better on that side.
Because mushrooms.
That's why. It really is why.
Because of mushrooms.
Because if it wasn't for doing mushrooms, I would have never been able to use my senses.
Because of hibiki.
I would have never been able to sense the better vibes on this side.
Yeah.
I would have never been able to know that it's way better if we build the room over here.
Yeah.
And it's cooler in the summer.
Yeah.
Like, believe it or not.
So, mushrooms are the reason why we're here.
Yeah. Tonight. Mushrooms are the key to everything. I've talked to my roommate.
Mushrooms are the reason why Jared and I have been in the music industry for so long, and now we meet in this very room.
Without either one of us committing suicide or a mass shooting.
Which is true. I've attempted suicide between this time, but it didn't work.
Two.
It didn't work.
I have two.
It didn't work.
Yeah, I was suicidal once.
Suicide's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to talk about it.
Yeah,
I still haven't been able to talk about my moment, but I
had a girl drag
to anyone who has.
I had a girl
I'm
drag.
so sorry.
To make you all feel better about if you're feeling this way right now, here's why you don't do it. Because I had a girl drag me so low, so deep, that it was like I literally slit my wrist. I was ready to do it. It was done. I actually tried.
Anybody who loves you, anyone who cares for you, it's noted. It's noted. Like I always felt like a lot of the people around me cared, but at the same time, my pain. It's about pain. It's you got to understand. It's about pain. And when pain gets so unreal, so overwhelming that it's so loud, and that's all you can sense in these moments, you react in these ways that you just do. I can't say it's okay or it's not because I can't tell you that.
But
all I can tell you is this pain
that you act out of desperation.
This pain just happens. I wouldn't even say desperation. I just extreme pain, but you still feel love from people. I know a lot of people reach out and they say, "I wish I loved you more. I wish I could." The love exists. It exists in this time. It's just there's a lot of pain, and that's all the focus becomes.
What do you think that's from? Because I think it stems
from chemicals. It's got to be chemicals.
Well, fair, but on
I took medication.
Level,
I moved out of it, and now it's not. It's like a different part of me at this point after medication.
But here's what I'm getting at. Like I think it stems from this like naive. Because I've almost done it.
Yeah.
So when I say naive, I'm not being insulting. I'm saying it from personal experience. I think it's this naive belief that you're alone. Like you feel somehow
there is that
there's something in
there's
you
this
in a moment.
desert. There's this desert about it
where you feel like no one can relate to you.
Can relate to you.
No one can help you.
Yeah.
But guess what, bitch?
But they're trying.
You're wrong. You're
they're
wrong,
trying.
bitch. You're wrong, bitch. All of us can relate to you.
That voice is not in your head.
All of us can relate to you. Don't do it.
But don't
do it.
The you're wrong, bitch voice doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I want that to be the set first. That voice doesn't exist in your head as you're in this moment because
but we need to make it. Then
because now
we need to make it
exists now in my head. It exists now.
You're wrong, bitch. You're not alone. Shut up, bitch.
We worked.
You're not alone, bitch.
Yes.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. I feel your pain. Keep going.
You're right.
Don't give up.
You're right.
Don't give up. Don't do it.
You have to put in the work.
Don't do it, motherfucker.
And that's
you stupid bitch. Don't do it, you fucking idiot. Listen. I'm calling you an idiot.
Yes.
But you're smart.
Yes.
I'm calling you an idiot because you're smart. Don't do it.
Exactly.
Don't fucking do it. You stupid piece of
shit. You
are too brilliant to be that dumb.
You start putting in the work. And it's very small, and it grows, and I promise you, it grows. And
it's always someone else's voice.
I have journals, and I'm happy to share my journals if anybody needs them to help. I went from suicide to where I am now, and I've journaled it, and I'm happy to. They're hard. I read them sometimes. They're hard. Like it's hard to go back 3 years ago to now to read that 3 years ago, but I appreciate who I was 3 years ago, and then I grow to who I am now. It's not the same. It's just not the same. But when Acylic started out and we made our album title, the album title is called Anoia, old Greek word that is not translated to today's language, but it means stable mental health. That's what we named our album. And we named it for this way because we want people to know that generally things are toxic. Things are toxic with yourself internally. Sometimes you're going to say
you did like a perfect splash.
Yeah, I wanted that splash. Sometimes you're going to say you're toxic with yourself and you failed. You failed in something and like you have grief over this and that's okay. You have anoia. Like you have this like stable mental health. Bring this word back. And then other people, I had family who was very negative and very much hard on me. They called me faggot all my life and they called me all these things. And
that's tough, dude.
That's anoia. You need anoia to know that you are not these people. Like you are not what these other toxic people. It's their toxicity that they're putting on you is what I'm saying. And so that's anoia. Like you have that. You have stable mental health. Just keep it and bring it up and all these things. And then in current times with what we're going through with isolation and with all these things, you still have people who care about you. You have still people who think are important to you. Don't give up. I have a song. I'm sorry I did this to everyone. I have a song where someone gave up and they killed themselves. But I want people to know that that's not the way to go. This was about religion. It wasn't about today's state. Don't give up. You have anoia. So that's the whole point of this album. Is I'm very negative. My lyrics are not good. They're very hard to digest. Just know stable mental health. This is why we made the name the way it is.
Well, I think sometimes when you speak about negative things, it doesn't become negative. It makes it therapeutic.
I want to match pain. That's all.
You know what I mean, though. Like
architects is for me. Like that guy was going through cancer. He was dying of leukemia, he died. He died.
But think about this, though.
And I matched his pain.
when many people
I'm
talk
doing the
about,
same.
When many people talk about heartbreak and depression in their songs and their lyrics are hard to deal with.
Yeah. And Jared's going
Excuse
to sleep.
Many times those lyrics are inspirational for other people who are trying to go through those things.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell you how much when I was a teenager and I got my heart broke, or I didn't know where my place in society was. I was this weird mixed version of an athlete and a nerd and a musician, and I didn't know what clique I was supposed to be in. And and then I decided I wasn't gonna. My mom encouraged me. God bless her heart. I love that woman. My mom encouraged me like to not be in a clique and to be someone who's so cool. My mom inspired me. My mom, she'll probably never remember this. My mom never remembers the bad or the good. My mom only remembers what she remembers.
Yeah.
But my mom was like, dude, be the guy who's so... Dude, Jared, listen. Dude, like, you're one of the best baseball players.
Yeah.
You're a very good football player.
Yeah.
Like, you're starting to play guitar. Like, you're the cool kid.
Yeah. You have something.
Be the guy who can hang out with everyone and make everyone feel cool.
Yeah.
Man, that just saved my life. Because when I was ready to commit suicide, I'm telling you, man, throughout my entire life, the reach outs I've had
have
come from everyone.
Yeah.
Whether it's some kid in high school I played
Same,
D&D
yeah.
with,
I've
it's a former buddy I was on fucking state
and
championship baseball team.
You start rooting for these folks, man.
Well,
like
not only that, but they
really
rooting
start
for me.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm saying you
and
start.
When I was in there,
when you start feeling that, you're like, whoa, like, whoa, hey, like what you're going through. Thank you for bringing it up to me.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. That's a great feeling.
I got lucky enough for people to reach out for me on that.
Yes,
and
it helps.
And is where I'm pivoting to. And
community
to now
is
like, here's the thing, man. Is like, I'm you.
Yeah.
I'm the nerd.
Yeah, we're not different. We're not different by any means.
I'm the athlete. I'm the musician.
Yeah.
Like, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm you. Like, you can do this.
Yeah.
Just I promise you. The answer is simple. It may not be easy, but the answer is simple.
I trained a kid.
The answer is this.
Yeah.
Keep
going.
Just
keep going. Yeah.
It's not an easy answer, but it is a fucking simple answer, and I promise you, when I was ready to kill myself because my music career had ended.
Amen, bro.
I had nothing left. Everything was over. And then I met this woman.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm married to that woman. And now I have a hard time writing music because I'm not unhappy enough. Like,
that's not a bad problem to have, though.
It's
man.
not.
I mean, it's not.
I'll take that.
It's not. You take that.
I will take not writing another song for the rest of my life versus writing great music and wanting to kill myself every day.
Right.
It's not a...
do you remember...
That is not...
But do you remember...
Not a choice.
Do you remember being a singer back in the day where that was your life, though? Like, you were like, yeah, I could be happy, but I'm going to sacrifice the happiness to just write fucking anger and, like, write fucking sadness?
Never did that.
I had that.
I was always seeking
those
happiness,
moments.
and every woman and every family member disappointed me until I became mature enough to realize that they weren't the ones disappointing me. I was the one disappointing me.
Man,
because I
was in the middle of all of that.
Human.
I was like, family, fuck yourselves. Friends, fuck yourselves. I was like, I'm going to write shit until something works. And it was me who changed that. But once I changed that, then now it's different. And now I'm doing this mental health kick. But the next Acylic album will become something different. I've been looking at art pieces lately. I went to Houston and watched art and like all this stuff, and so now it's gonna be more progressive, more different.
John Wheeler and Jeremy Montoya. Oh shit! Oh shit! We got 3 all-stars jumping in.
What? Oh,
sorry. We got Jeremy Montoya, the singer of my current band, The Rivalry. Oh shit! Jeremy jumped in. Tim Java jumped in.
Hey Tim
Java don't fuck around.
And we've been talking about you for a second.
Tim Java, look what we're drinking, buddy.
We were talking about modern sex trash.
Look what we're drinking.
Tim Java.
This is because of you, buddy. This is because of you, Tim Java, and my boy Reverend John Wheeler. Go ahead, and if you're still watching, check out the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. my boy John Wheeler is honestly, I love this motherfucker.
John Wheeler.
I love John Wheeler.
Can't wait to hear about John Wheeler. What's up, buddy?
John Wheeler originally was the primary man and mind behind Screaming Mechanical Brain, which turned into Screaming Monkey Boner.
I've heard about this.
I said that backwards.
Mechanical Brain. I've
Screaming
heard about
Monkey
this.
Boner into Screaming Mechanical Brain. Sorry. We talked about this. He's been on the podcast. Long story short, prolific songwriter. And then he's like, you know what? I don't like the music industry anymore. And then he went like this. He inhaled and he exhaled, and then he went, I'm going to be a comedian. And then he started crushing it as that. And then he started his own channel, which is a featured channel on my channel, the Alchemical Cocktail Lounge. He has a podcast called The Rum Dumpster and several other comedy content. It's like all things comedy. Like this motherfucker. Shout out to Ritual Madness.
This
as well.
motherfucker. All right. Shout out to John Wheeler.
I just want to give a big shout out to these 3 specific people because
exactly
these 3 people.
Tim Java specifically. Do you remember my buddy Reed Alt? Reed Alt would have been your guitarist up north for a minute. I'm from up north where Reed grew up. I met him in kindergarten. If you remember him, shout out for that one. But by the way, we were talking about you for a minute for a number of reasons, but that one specifically. Modern sex trash too. J. Anthony Allen was one of my best friends, still is.
All right, let's
know him too.
Let's do a little catch up here because we got some good content coming in here from the watchers. All right, so yo, Jared, you're currently doing exactly what you should be doing. Dude, I'm a little drunk. I'm kind of seeing two different.
You're falling apart. You're falling apart, Jared. Catch up. Falling apart.
You're currently doing what you should be doing. You're building an organic fan base that actively engage with you. You're on the front line of organic content creation. That's one of the fucking most.
But organic is dying.
That is one of the
Organics
nicest things.
is dying.
Dude,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I got goosebumps right now, dude. Like
that's amazing.
I'm getting a cold sweat.
Good for you.
That's one of the nicest things
I agree.
anyone's ever said about our channel.
I'm gonna say right now, organics is huge. You always want organics, especially now when they're a dying breed. Organics is a dying breed, ladies and gentlemen. Still do them. Still try them out. But don't rely on them because Facebook and Google both want them done. Because social media, Facebook is not a social media site anymore. They're an advertising site. Google is an advertising site. That's
all
what
right,
they
Jeremy
do now.
Montoya. I love this guy. Jeremy Montoya is probably one of the most talented musicians.
I love that name. So my favorite name of all time
Doesn't he
is.
sound like he should be in Cobra Kai?
No, he sounds like he should be in 24. We have Tony Almeida and Jeremy Montoya. Tony Almeida is the best TV name I've ever heard in my life.
Touche.
But Jeremy Montoya is hard second.
He
Jeremy, get on 24's anything. Like get on Kiefer Sutherland's level.
Jeremy Montoya appropriately does jujitsu.
I love that. Yeah, you 100% need to be on Kiefer's level, dude. Hey, I'm with Tony Almeida's background division. I'm
Let me put it this
I'm
way.
Jeremy Montoya, and I'm ready to kill you, motherfucker. like, bro, dude, Tony Almeida's your guy. I'm out. Don't touch me. I'm out.
Jeremy Montoya and
I'm
I
out.
never got into a fight.
I'm Cherokee, bro. I'm out.
If Jeremy Montoya if him and I ever got into a fight,
You just die. You'd be like lay down dead.
Between the jiu-jitsu and the karate and like the actual real fights.
Yeah.
So trading aside,
I'm excited about it. I'm excited to fight Jeremy
I'm
Montoya.
50, I'm 50,
but the
50.
name
I'm 50
really ruins me.
I'm 50-50.
I'm excited about anyone I
Like
fight.
if I stepped into a fucking octagon with Jeremy Montoya, 50% of me goes, I'm gonna fucking ruin him. And then 50% of me, the other 50, exactly 50% of me goes, I might die tonight.
Well, if he's working for Tony Almeida, I'm done. But like, if he's not, I might take him out. I might try to take him out.
Jeremy Montoya is that guy. Like, he actually does jiu-jitsu and his size and everything about him.
I might try
everything about Jeremy. I look at him and I go, 50%.
Jeremy, hey man, can we fight here for?
50%.
I don't know. I might do it.
Knowing Jeremy,
I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm
but
in a
I might
band
do
with
it.
this dude. I'm in a band with this dude.
Okay.
And I'm saying 50% of me says I will fucking embarrass
for
him.
fun. I'm not challenging you because I don't
50%,
have a problem with you. But
Chester, listen. 50% of me says, Jeremy, I will embarrass you, and the other 50% of me goes, I'm about to get embarrassed.
Have you started with an arm wrestle?
No. Nor am
well,
I
maybe
nor am I willing to.
Because you know what's
it's
gonna
that
happen.
50-50.
It's that 50-50.
It's that 50-50.
All right, maybe I'm gonna cancel everything I just said.
I do not want to confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
Whether I can
maybe
beat
you
Jeremy
just
in
won.
a fight.
Actually, maybe we just we have Jared just say you just beat me.
By the way, Jeremy, since we're talking about yes, this is the whiskey I tried to force down your gullet. It is that good. Tim Java brought it to the podcast.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
And maybe you never fight a Cherokee in your life. You won.
He said he's here swilling Canadian Club. Well, welcome to our club, brother.
Canadian Club. I'm from up there. It's
whiskey.
Up there. Yeah, no, but this is better than Canadian, I'm going to say right now.
This whiskey stopped making me a snob on single malt.
Yeah, don't compare the two. Let's just say that. Sherry
Sympathy, Matt. Dead Hands Rising. Let me swing by for mushroom trip. Oh yeah, we already read this one. Yeah, dude, let's do that. Did you know that mushrooms have been approved for third stage FDA testing?
When?
Started 2 years ago.
I've seen the
like within the next handful of years.
Yeah, I've seen the rules and the laws pass.
Yeah.
Starting with Colorado and all these places.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening.
But fucking Minnesota needs to start with this fucking weed legislation. And I don't even smoke weed, but you have to start with this fucking weed legislation. Let's go. I've been very whiskey driven all my life.
John Wheeler says he went to a Tech 9 concert at the Myth, and he was tripping balls.
Bro, you didn't catch anything? Tech 9 concert at the Myth, and you're like,
Malachi Downs. Yes, this is a stream deck. Yes, I will show you. Yes,
El Gato. I have the 19,
and I have right here Talk Less, just so people know how bad of a podcaster I am. If you're curious as to how much the Stream Deck can do, it can do literally everything.
Your taxes, basically.
Honestly, I've had this thing for 6 months, and I'm still just now going,
navigating.
I can do this with it?
You on Reddit?
Oh,
are you on Reddit?
Minute. Oh, dude, I'm on everything, bro.
There's an Elgato Reddit thing.
Malachi Downs, by the way,
you...
thank you for tuning in. Make sure you hit subscribe.
There's a Reddit about the Elgato, and they give you the shortcuts, and they just give you the profiles.
It's sick.
It's sick.
The Stream Deck, man, I'm telling you, like, I was worried because I was like, I only have 15 buttons. And then I realized you could put things into folders.
And you go deep.
Dude, I can have like an
deep,
infinite.
deep. Yeah.
It's literally infinite.
I use mine for key switches on when I write for TV.
This shit.
It's sick. It's a life changer.
I gave you guys.
Life changer.
Let's throw.
You were cool with us
I
being late
gave you
because
guys
of that.
so much shit about not supplying me information up front, because if you would have, I would have had shit like one button
Beep.
video played,
Beep.
one button this,
Beep.
one button bop
Beep.
bop bop bop.
Beep.
But
Well, we were talking about it for the show.
But
It
let
was,
me throw this.
It was our bad.
Even without that, it's not even a thing anymore. I'm just putting it out there for a qualifier. Here's my point. Even without that, with the Stream Deck, it's so fucking easy. Like, you were like, oh, pull this up. And I was like, oh, hold on. Let me just.
Yeah, I wish I had one click of my button, assholes.
Yeah, instead it was 3 buttons, and it was a super big pain in my ass in the middle of our podcast.
No, I know.
Pieces of shit. How dare you? Who do you think you are?
Asilic is canceled. We're canceled.
You're canceled.
We're canceled.
You're canceled.
We're canceled.
You're canceled.
We're done.
You don't even deserve. No.
We don't even deserve Jared Singer's endorsement that he's about to give us.
You guys.
He's about to give us right now.
I love you guys.
This project has been insane.
You guys are so fun, dude. That's the other thing. Is like I've hung out with a lot of people.
We're just open to fucking whatever, dude.
There's too many of you guys in this genre of music, specifically your genre.
I gotta say,
too
I gotta
many
agree.
of you guys who take yourselves too seriously. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick and tired of it, dude. Like, you're not that cool. I'm sorry. Yeah, you make heavy music. Yeah, you're the best musician in your genre.
Well,
I get it. But you're like, dude, loosen up.
You have
loosen up. Loosen up.
When you're in a band like Asilic, you have to decide, are we the loudest band ever? I learned this from Earthrise, by the way. So if any Earthrise guy is listening, blah, 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 you win. Are we the loudest band ever? No. Are we the most technical band ever? No. Are we the most progressive band ever? No.
Malachi Downs is trying to challenge me to a Stream Deck. Well, guess what? This is not a good podcast for me to exercise that.
Dude, we just want to make heavy metal, and we want to do in this progressive fucking thing, and we just want to be musicians that the main thing is we want a core audience, and we just want to cater to that core audience, and that's what we've been successful at.
I'll tell you what.
I would say, compared to other bands around us, we have been successful. I look at Spotify listens, I look at video listens on Facebook. I compare them to other local bands, we're doing really well. We are.
All right, hold on. My ego has been challenged. Malachi Metal.
I love this. Oh, take them on.
Malachi Downs. Listen, man.
Is that Gumby, by the way?
I don't know who that is.
That's Gumby.
I don't know, but they've challenged me.
Well, I'm going to take some whiskey while they challenge you.
Do it. Malachi, listen to me. Okay? This is not an on-demand podcast. Okay? we don't do anything on demand. But I will tell you, this entire podcast, everything about this, including when I do this, and we start talking, and it starts shifting from camera to camera, and we start doing our thing, and if you watch previous podcasts where we, especially the last 2 or 3, specifically the last 2 or 3, where I've really understood and learned, this Stream Deck combined with OBS, essentially, it's not really what I can do. It's more what it can do. I'm not going to take credit. This isn't really about what I can do with the Stream Deck. It's more about my laziness and my unwillingness to produce my own podcast and programming this fucking thing. I'll tell you what. You know what we're going to do? Just to show off a little muscle. I know this isn't your band. I don't even know what band this is about to be. To tell you the truth, I've had enough bands and
it's
enough musicians on.
Asilic is about to play right now.
It's definitely not about to play. It's definitely not about to play. But I'm about to show you I'm about to show you exactly what the Stream Deck can do. And because these are my boys, because I love them. Because I love them deeply.
He loves the silk.
I love them deeply. We're going... oh, guess what? We're going to play a link.
I was only staying late for WandaVision, by the way, so I'm going to keep saying silk.
Dude,
always.
we're so close. We're
close.
close.
I'm just going to say a silk the whole time.
Do you want to crash?
Yeah, well...
I got a guest room.
I mean, I'll
no, I
save...
have like a full guest room.
I know, but I work for Best Buy, so I have to go back home.
Fuck Best Buy.
I'll still crash for this WandaVision shit. I love that shit.
That's what the Stream Deck can do. If it works.
Withered side.
All right, so this is our previous guest, Jeremy Montoya, my current singer in his previous band.
Wither the tide. I love this.
These guys are the shit.
Dude, that's a sick video. Who did this video?
My boy Brett.
Oh! Hey,
Brett Yeager.
this is a sick video.
All right, so there it is. Just one more example on how the Elgato Stream Deck can completely
Elgato,
run your fucking podcast.
Mr. Roboto Elgato.
Everything you got right there. Boom.
What's on the Magic 8 Ball? That's what I want to know.
There we go.
Molecularly Downs. Can you tell me what's on the Magic 8 Ball with the Elgato? Like, do we shake it and it says, not tomorrow?
You can really do pretty much. I mean, between the folders, I mean, like, this fucking thing is ridiculous. It really is. Like, that goddamn. And I'm still just dipping into it.
To hockey fans, Walter Gretzky died. Not Wayne Gretzky, but his dad died at 82 just today. That's sad.
Just now?
Yeah.
Shout out to the father of the Godfather.
Yeah, at this point. Like, damn. Might be a whiskey for me because Wayne Gretzky's insane. Like, how do you take those stats? Ovechkin isn't even like there yet, and Ovechkin to me is like the guy who's probably the closest.
I think it's
one
Crosby, man.
Yeah, but Crosby ain't before Ovechkin. I mean, he's before Ovechkin.
I think he's better than Ovechkin.
Yeah, but his team isn't. His team was. McDavid, Connor McDavid on the Oilers, he's playing better than Connor McDavid.
You just said the same name twice.
Sorry. Sidney Crosby. Connor McDavid is playing better than Sidney Crosby. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, everyone. But then you have the Avalanche.
What do you think of my boy?
I think the Avalanche
What do you think of my boy on the Wild?
Oh, I love the Wild. So
what do you think of my boy?
What? Parisi?
No.
Prasad?
Yeah, Kirill.
I love Kirill, dude.
What do you think about my boy
Kirill? I
love
love
Kirill. You think he's
Kirill.
the next gen?
I do.
You think he's next gen?
I do, but he's not going to win these trophies. I think Connor McDavid and I think the Avalanche homeboy is going to win it.
Okay.
I think Avalanche is sick. I think Avalanche is going to make some miles. But I do think Tampa Bay is still the team.
I'm fucked up on NHL because I play NHL on Xbox.
Yeah.
And I created the 30-second team called the Minneapolis North Stars.
See, I do that too. I
totally
and
did.
I have the worst colors of all time. I do the Prince. I do the Prince purple. I do the Prince purple.
No.
So
I
it's bad.
perfectly recreated the North Stars. Like,
yeah,
the logo's there.
I do that without.
I made the green a little more
green.
neon.
Yeah.
I made the green a little more neon.
And everyone hates you for it, probably.
Nope. Here's the thing. Expansion year. Western Conference Finals, bitch. And guess who I lost to?
Here's the thing is, I do the same thing, and
Western Conference Final expansion.
I win every year, but
lost to Minnesota Wild.
Yeah,
and they lost to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Their team
they lost to the Tampa Bay losers. You pieces of shit! If you're gonna beat us in the fucking Western, win the Stanley Cup, you goddamn, even in a video game. I was so mad. I was like,
I love that we're not talking about the Timberwolves because we shouldn't.
I was like, okay, we lost.
No podcast
dude,
needs to talk about them.
I'm telling you, like in a video game, I was like, okay, we lost.
The Wild.
I was like, okay, we lost. We lost. But
you're
the Wild,
so passionate. You're
but
so
the
passionate.
Wild are going to the Stanley Cup, baby. Woo! And then they
lost.
They lost 4-1 to the Tampa Bay Lightning. I was so fucking mad. I went out of my
hilarious,
way.
bro.
Dude, I'm telling you, the amount of players I signed in free agency.
Dude.
The amount of leverage I made on my
That's
fucking
your luck,
cap.
man. That's your luck, man. Yeah.
I got $8 million on the minor league roster right now.
Are you on 20 or 21 NHL?
The
20?
newest one, whatever the newest
21. Okay.
I get confused on the dates because of Madden. Oh, I'm so
well,
mad.
yeah, because you got Madden sometimes.
Madden's a year in advance.
Yeah, but I feel like NHL is too, because I've been jumping on it the same.
I'm so mad, dude. Like, if you're gonna beat me in the Western Conference Finals, then win the Stanley
you better
Cup, you
fucking
goddamn
go.
cunts.
You better fucking go.
And you got beat 4-1.
But
I
that,
have $8 million of
Tampa,
fucking salary on my minor league
talking about
roster
this,
right
by
now.
the way. Nobody's talking about this way. But Tampa Bay, hockey, baseball, and football won. So they got the pennant, they got the fucking Stanley Cup, and they got the Lombardi Trophy, and nobody's talking about this. Same year. Nobody's talking about this, by the way.
Who?
Tampa Bay. They got the pennant, they got the Lombardi Trophy, and they got the Stanley Cup this year, and nobody's talking about it. But they did.
Yeah, because
they're about
Tampa
to.
Bay sucks.
They can do it next year. All three teams can do it next year.
Tampa Bay will not win the Super Bowl next year. It's not happening.
They can though.
It's not going to.
They're
happen.
competing. They can compete for it though.
Nope.
They can compete for it.
Nope. I picked Tampa Bay.
I can't acknowledge they can't compete for it. They can compete for it.
Tampa Bay almost.
Leonard Fournette, keep him in the ring. Antonio Brown, and Gronkowski.
Nope. Okay,
you have a team on the offense.
This is
on the
official.
Defense. That defense is sick.
This is official.
Tell me
going
otherwise.
on record.
Tell me otherwise.
The
That
Tampa
defense
Bay
ain't
Buccaneers almost missed the playoffs.
By the defense or offense?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers win one playoff game next year.
But is it the defense or offense that loses it?
I don't know. I have to wait till the roster shake up.
It's so fucking balanced. It's so fucking balanced.
Nope.
It's so good.
Not next year, it ain't. Next year.
Well, they lose Chris Godwin. They lose Chris Godwin.
Next year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win one playoff game, and they almost. I
don't know, bro. Mike Evans and Antonio Brown, and Gronkowski and Leonard Fournette.
They almost missed the playoffs.
Cowboys beat them.
The Tampa Bay,
Cowboys beat them in the NFC. Actually, that's the only way I would accept that.
The Cowboys ain't even making the playoffs next year.
They always will, and they always will.
Cowboys classic.
Dak Prescott comes back for
Cowboys are going 8-8. 8-8 missed the playoffs. The fucking Buccaneers.
Cowboys take it.
The Buccaneers almost missed the playoffs. They sneak in, probably with a fucking divisional win.
Are you saying Tom Brady is old and he's bowing out? Is that your?
I'm saying this is the last.
I want to know why you're saying what you're saying.
This is the last year Tom Brady has the ability to do it. He has one more year left in it.
And he's out.
And it's not going to end.
Man, he looked clean as fuck in that Super Bowl, though.
Yes, he did.
But you're saying he's done after this one.
He's got 1 year left.
He's got one more Super Bowl in him.
No,
he doesn't even have. That was his Super Bowl.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
That's a strange.
And he's going to be very
good. Bro, I think he's got 2.
Nope, he's going to be very
he's
good.
Got 2.
He's going to be very good. And he might even play 2 more years.
He might go to the Cowboys.
He might even play 2 more years. But not winning another Super Bowl.
Man, this man won like 6 Super Bowls.
And I said he was going to win
this man has won so many goddamn Super Bowls.
Even though I picked
we're
Patrick
already
Mahomes.
telling him he's done.
Yep.
Fucking Christ. I can't believe this.
You can't beat Father Time, man.
I know, but you can't beat a guy who's beat so many goddamn Super Bowls either.
Someday you can.
He's so clean with it. Like
so what? When he's still 57 and
he just 12, beat the guy.
Be like, you can't doubt him.
Yeah, but everyone's like Patrick Mahomes.
He's 65 years old, but you can't doubt him.
Patrick Mahomes is only an infant. He's ready to go. And all of a sudden, Brady goes, cool. And then beats the fuck out of Patrick Mahomes. And he goes, yeah, that man's the future after I'm done. And it's like, well, maybe he is because he fucking played that defense. Chiefs defense is shit.
The Kansas
Chiefs
City
defense is shit.
It's
my old fucking Dallas defense.
Fucking Hitchens.
That's not why they won. They
fucking
won the
Hitchens.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, fucking Hitchens.
No, they didn't. They won the Super Bowl because the Tampa Bay defense stopped Patrick Mahomes and only let them to 9 points.
Yeah, because that fucking defense is good. It's always been good.
Yeah, fine. But
They had fucking our boy, what the fuck's his name? 30 touchdowns, 30 fucking interceptions.
By the way,
He's now a
I
Saint.
think I proved myself to Malaki Downs. Don't ever challenge me on the abilities in my stream deck ever again.
Yeah, hey, challenge him on his Buccaneers quarterback position. Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston. Tell me why they didn't get a fucking Super Bowl with Jameis Winston. Tell me
40
why.
interceptions, that's why.
Yeah, and 40 touchdowns at the same time.
It doesn't
40,
matter.
40, 40,
1
40.
to 1 is not a good
1 to
enough
1.
ratio.
1 to 1. Yeah, so he's not a Saint. But Tom Brady fucking did it after the moment after Jameis Winston's gone. See, you have no say on that. You're like, well, yeah, well, Tom Brady's done. Tom Brady ain't gonna get another one. All right, so
No, the reality is this.
no, the reality is he's back, and now you have to decide Colts. I guess Carson Wentz.
I'm a
is
Tom
all of a
Brady
sudden-
fan. I'm not a hater.
I'm not a Tom Brady fan, but I still
I
think
am.
he's gonna be the
I
NFC champ.
But this was his last Super Bowl. I am a Tom Brady fan.
No,
I'm
I
telling
think
you
he's,
this.
I
was
think
his
he's
last
back
Super
next
Bowl.
year. I think he's back next year.
Nope. He wins one playoff game, maybe.
He collects talent. Why is Antonio Brown on his team? Antonio Brown's the best wide receiver, arguably in the NFL, and has problems in public whereabouts. Like, tell me about that. Like, why does Antonio Brown get to like fuck up women in their lives and still be on Tom Brady's team? Because it's Tom Brady's fucking team.
Antonio Brown will not be on an NFL roster next year.
No, he'll be on the Buccaneers.
No, he won't.
Yeah, he will. He
No,
will.
won't.
They'll fight it.
Not
They'll,
by the end of the year.
They'll fight it. Yeah, he'll be there. No, I 100% believe
So
that.
playoffs next year.
Women don't matter to him. How did Kareem Hunt get on the Chiefs and stay on the Chiefs? Or Browns, sorry. He moved from the Chiefs to the Browns.
My man,
And that guy beat the shit out of a woman. And he's still in the...
I think you've borderline goddamn lost your mind.
No. Kareem Hunt, look it up. He was in the Chiefs, beat up a woman, and now he's on the Browns, and he's a contender in
Fine.
fantasy football.
Fine. Cool.
The guy's gonna take Nick Chubb's job, like 100%. He's gonna take Nick.
Guarantee you
Chubb's
Nick
job.
Chubb is in this league longer than Kareem Hunt.
I agree with you because Nick Chubb is sick. He's such a good running back. He needs to be the running back of the Browns. But all these guys jump in. They're like, hey, but Kareem Hunt is dope. And he is. Kareem Hunt is dope. And Kareem Hunt does do the job. But Nick Chubb has never lost his job.
Nick Chubb is a legitimate running back like an Emmitt Smith.
Yes. Well, whoa. We're not going to give him Emmitt Smith level.
I am.
Okay. Jared gave
maybe
him.
not end of the career.
Look
Emmitt
at
Smith.
look at. I'm a cowboy fan. I'm not gonna give Nick Chubb Emmitt Smith numbers. No,
Oh really?
no, I can't.
Okay,
I can't. I
that's
won't.
fine. That's fine. I mean, if you don't want to acknowledge the fact that Emmitt Smith,
Titans running back Derrick Henry. Hey, let's talk about him.
if you don't want to acknowledge the
Derrick
fact
Henry.
that, I
Let's
mean,
talk
if
about
you don't
Derrick
want to
Henry.
acknowledge the fact that Emmitt Smith ran behind a literal Hall of Fame offensive line.
No, I have, and I love my
That's
offensive
cute.
line.
So cool. Let's acknowledge that. And then
So
let's-
Browns,
then let's
are you saying
respect the
Browns
fact
not are Browns
Nick
not having an
Chubb-
offensive line Hall of Fame? Browns having a Hall of Fame?
I'm
offensive
saying
line?
100% the Browns do not have a Hall of Fame.
I was gonna say, where are we going with this?
So
now
therefore,
Kareem
Nick
Hunt
Chubb,
or Nick Chubb or
Nick Chubb. eye test, eliminate everything else other than him. Nick Chubb is an Emmitt Smith style running back.
I love it. I don't
Now-
hate it. I
Now,
don't hate
here's
it.
the thing: if
I
you
don't
put,
hate it.
if you put Nick Chubb,
Derrick Henry though.
hear me out. No, they're not the same style. I'm not talking talent.
Derrick Henry is
No,
insane.
I'm talking style.
He's gonna
style. Okay, Emmitt
All right.
Smith, Nick Chubb, put
no.
put Nick Chubb.
No.
Put Nick Chubb.
I can't.
Put Nick Chubb
I can't.
behind a HOF O-line.
I can't.
Troy Aikman and
I
Michael
can't.
Irvin.
I can't.
And tell me 13 years later Nick Chubb isn't one of the greatest.
No, I can't.
Then get the fuck out of here, man. You know
I
what you're
can't.
talking
I
about.
can't.
I'm sorry. Then get the fuck out of here. Cause
The reason
dude,
why
like-
I can't is
like,
because
this
they
is
don't.
not a
They don't.
negotiation.
They don't run the same.
This is not a negotiation.
They don't run the same. Like Nick Chubb runs because he has a
They
job.
actually run extremely similar. Nick's an old school a running back.
I hear you.
Nick actually literally runs almost exactly like Emmitt Smith. The difference is the game has changed.
You have
So you're not
19
looking at
monitors.
Nick Chubb.
You have 19 monitors. Show me one of these monitors why Nick Chubb
I don't
runs
have
the
time for
same
this shit
as
right
Emmitt
now.
Smith,
But is what I'm
because
going
I
to tell
need to
you
know
is in
this.
your personal time, if you take the time to give a fuck.
I've grabbed Nick Chubb in 3 leagues in the past years when he was a rookie. I've grabbed him every year. And no, he's not Emmitt Smith. No. Because if he was, he'd be on his level right now. And he's not. He's not on his level. He's not on his level. Grab him on his level right now. Like, tell me how Nick Chubb is on Emmitt Smith's level right now in his career. He's not.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
He's not.
He's not running behind the Cowboys O-line. He doesn't have Troy Aikman, and he doesn't have Michael Irvin.
Why doesn't he need Troy Aikman? The guy just gave him the ball.
Are you serious?
The guy just
serious?
Troy Aikman just
Are
goes,
you serious?
Here, Emmitt Smith.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am. Why?
Okay,
Why
then
just
explain to me why Christian Ponder wasn't the same as Brett Favre with the same running back.
Christian Ponder? Why? Why do I have to explain Christian Ponder?
That's why.
Why? No.
that's why-
Christian Ponder did not translate to the NFL. That was very easy answer. Christian Ponder did not
No, we're not
translate
talking
to
about
the.
Christian Ponder. We're
You
talking
just
about a
asked
QB
me
who led
why did not
an elite
Christian
level
Ponder
running back.
Why did not Christian Ponder translate to a Packer?
No.
And a running back. That's what you just
That's
said.
not
to
what
me.
I said. No. As I said, Adrian Peterson
Yeah.
during Christian Ponder versus Brett Favre. Christian Ponder, okay,
Yeah.
Adrian Peterson had a better year. Almost made it. Actually did make MVP.
Adrian Peterson is insane.
However,
he wants to beat
anyone who knows real
Adrian
football.
Adrian
says,
Peterson wants to
however,
beat Emmitt Smith,
However-
which I love him for that.
anyone who understands football, even though his stats were lower,
Yeah.
will tell you AP had his best year of his career when Brett Favre was his quarterback.
Yes.
All the stats were lower.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Because when
Okay.
you have a real quarterback, stats become irrelevant. It's, are you being put in the right position?
Yes.
Is the right decision being made
Yes. That's
by
why
the
we
guy
had
who runs everything?
DeMarco
That's
Murray.
what Troy Aikman
We had
did.
DeMarco Murray for a minute, and like
That's-
that was the same
But
thing.
here's what I'm
for
getting
us.
at, brother. This is what Troy Aikman did for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
This-
Okay.
Troy
Yeah. Fair enough.
Troy
fair enough.
Making
Made the call.
and he made
the
the
call.
right decisions.
Made the call. Yeah.
And
But
then you
Tony
have an
Romo.
all-pro, you have a Hall of Fame offensive line in front of Emmitt Smith.
But
And
how
I'm not
did
talking shit
how
about-
did Tony Romo do it with DeMarco Murray, who ran the most yards in NFL history in a season, and we didn't even make the playoffs? Like we didn't even we got the wild card.
Oh, you're talking. I remember that year.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
what
God.
it is.
Well,
2014.
I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, Wade Wilson, head coach.
No, that was after that.
Oh, that was Wade Wilson.
DeMarco Murray making the
That was Wade
national.
Wilson.
That was after. It was 1 year after. That was a Jason Garrett year.
Was that Jason Garrett's
It was
first
a
year?
Jason Garrett year. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, hold on.
But we still had no line,
Let me
bro.
reevaluate.
We had Smith, who we still have at left tackle. We had Doug Free, who moved to right tackle because
Actually,
he was
no. I
left
already
tackle.
addressed this. I addressed this.
Travis Frederick was the center.
4 hours ago, we addressed this. Your owner has so
Jerry.
much say that his quarterback, let alone
But he
his head
still
coach,
did it.
let alone his head coach.
Des Bryant was
there's your
fucking
problem.
star as the
Yeah.
wide receiver.
And none of them answered to the head coach. They answer
But
to the owner.
motherfucker ran like a motherfucker.
Cute.
DeMarco Murray
Cute story,
beat the
dude.
NFL. He beat the NFL in rushing yards.
Let me ask
Beat
you
him.
this.
Beat him twice.
Who did
2
Tom
years
Brady,
in a row.
Who did Tom Brady answer to?
Motherfucker. I don't know. What's his name? Bill Belichick?
Did he answer to his coach or did he answer to the owner of the team?
Oh, you're saying Robert Kraft or Bill Belichick? I gotta say Bill Belichick still.
Or the Bucks this year? Did he answer to Bruce Arians?
Milwaukee Bucks? Or
Tampa Bay
Buccaneers?
Bucks.
Okay.
Did he answer to the
Yeah, I think they had a relationship.
That's the issue with the Cowboys.
So
No one
Tony
answers to-
Romo didn't have a relationship with
Any
the
coach.
Cowboys.
No, he had it. Everyone answers to the owner.
He started with Parcells, and then he didn't.
No one listens to the coach. They
Yeah.
answer to the owner.
But check this
That's
out.
undermining.
This is what I love about Tony Romo is he's the fan favorite for everyone in America right now because he calls these plays. He's like,
He's so
Hey,
fucking smart.
Al, they're gonna run to the right, and he does, and then he goes, "Yeah, I know."
calls that shit
But he knew
perfectly.
it. But he knew it. But he knew it as a
He's
quarterback.
right every time.
But he still called that shit. Like as a Cowboys fan, I have a Romo jersey.
I have
The
more-
only reason why I have a Romo jersey is because the fourth quarter showdown that this man, he's a Matt Stafford. This is why I love Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's the same fucking way.
Matt Stafford,
give
most
Matt-
underrated quarterback.
Give
in the NFL.
Matt Stafford a fucking job as a commentator, and he'll do the same fucking shit as Tony Romo because Tony Romo was in college up in the Midwest, right above Illinois there. Like, he was in the Northern Illinois college, and that motherfucker played
Matt
college
Stafford is the
college like a
most
motherfucker.
underrated quarterback. In
Totally
the NFL.
agree, man. And watch this happen with these fucking Rams. Watch the Rams play because Stafford's gonna crush it.
Well, the Rams are a little diseased, so.
But watch the fucking Rams play because Stafford's over there. Like, dude, this is not. Watch the Lions fucking decay like they always have and they always will. Like,
Yep.
give them the Barry Sanders one day and let them fucking have fun. Like, that's it. Like, they want that one talent. Kenny Galladay, I feel fucking bad for the guy because he's a talented fucking dude in
He'll
a
be out of
fucking
there soon.
dying fucking franchise. But Matt Stafford goes to the Rams, fucking plays well. That's true. And Cowboys are going to play well too because Dak is back with his boy Zeke. If Dak or Zeke gets injured, we're fucked. We're done. That's it. That's how the Cowboys work.
I mean, here's
You
the thing.
lose one-
I hate to break it to you.
Duo. We're a duo. That's it.
I hate
We're a
to break it
duo
to you.
team.
I'm gonna tell you this to your fucking face.
I love Amari Cooper,
and
but
it's gonna hurt you in your soul. Dak Prescott is a shitty quarterback.
he's
and
not a
your
shitty
team-
quarterback, man. He
Shitty-
averages 400.
Shitty quarterback. I don't
Tell
want to
me
hear about numbers.
one other quarterback
I don't wanna
that
hear about
averages
fucking numbers.
500 yards a game.
I don't want to hear about numbers.
Yeah, you
Dak
can't.
Prescott-
Because you can't.
Dak Prescott is a meltdown waiting to happen. He's a joke, and your entire franchise is gonna burn at the stake.
How do you feel about Kirk Cousins?
How do I feel about Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, because you're
That's an interesting
you're knifing
question.
my boy, but like
That's an
you,
interesting
I was
question.
about to say
I'll tell you what I
he
feel about Kirk
finally
Cousins.
beat the Cowboys for once in his life. at
Kirk
the Cowboys
Cousins
didn't.
has the capability of playing with a shitty O-line
Yeah,
and
he
making
does.
a comeback
He's a
victory
dope
and winning
quarterback.
in overtime
He's a dope quarterback.
and winning in overtime on the road and the New Orleans knockout to Kyle Rudolph in the corner of the end zone. Suck it, nerds.
you
Dak
lost.
Prescott hasn't won shit.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
joke of a quarterback.
All right. You lost Kyle Rudolph this year.
Good. It's a
'Cause-
bad contract.
Vikings officially said no.
Brilliant.
And
Brilliant decision.
I agree. I think he goes to Patriots and he lives
I
his
just
life.
said, oh my God, thumbs up.
Yes,
Thumbs up.
yeah,
Thumbs up. I
yeah.
just said he
He
goes to
the
New
Patriots.
England.
He goes to
to New
Patriots.
England.
I think he goes to the Patriots. He lives out his life. And the guy's a workhorse. He's a fucking workhorse. Like, if you wanted him back, you got him back. Like Vikings probably could make that deal.
can't afford him. Got 2 guys in between him, but that can do.
But you had him
job.
for like what, 10 years? Like Jesus Christ, he's a great guy, great guy. And we have a problem at tight end in my team. Blake Jarwin is probably our guy, and Dalton Schultz, who stepped up finally this
The
year.
Cowboys are a diseased organization.
Jason Witten's done.
The best you can ever hope
we're done.
for is
We're done.
8-8.
Jason Witten.
As long as Jerry Jones owns your team, you're 8-8.
Nah, man.
When's the last time you won a playoff game?
Watch this year. Watch
When's the last time the Cowboys won a playoff
Yeah,
game?
how many times have we played the Packers in the playoffs? How many times have you played the Packers in the playoffs?
Yeah, how many?
10 years. 10 years. 10 years.
When's the last?
Let's give us
time-
10 years.
When is the last?
Because
time
we
won a
played them
playoff game?
4 times,
I'm sorry.
and they decided to beat
I'm
us.
sorry.
Aaron Rodgers is a
When's
shit.
the
in our
last time the
but
Cowboys
we
won a playoff
beat
game?
Brett Favre every year. We
When's
beat
the-
Brett Favre every year.
But when is the last
We
time
can't
the
beat
Cowboys won a playoff game?
Aaron
Viewers-
Rodgers.
Viewers that I know you're watching.
2012.
I know you're watching because I can see the numbers.
2014 was the catch that we never had. and
When's
that was
the
unfortunate.
last time the Cowboys won a playoff game?
Oh no, we've won plenty. Actually, we won a couple years ago in the wild card. We win wild cards. Yeah, we do. I'm gonna take those. We win wild cards because we face those fucking Packers. We face Aaron fucking Rodgers, and we fucking deal with that motherfucker. Or we play the Seahawks, and it's child's play.
Dude,
Seahawks,
hey.
Seahawks, we're done. Seahawks, we beat them.
Hey.
But when Packers play Seahawks, they lose. They lose every time.
All right. Hey, let's
It's
wrap
so
this up. Let's wrap this up.
With a Cowboys
Let's
question.
take 15 to 30 minutes to wrap this up with whatever you want. We're going to talk about whatever you want to talk
I
about.
want to talk about the local music scene.
because WandaVision's coming up.
I have to see a WandaVision, so yeah. Sorry, everyone. I have
We're
to.
so close.
I have to choose you for WandaVision, but let's wrap this up. So,
We're gonna. When I say wrap this up, just
I
so
have
the
to
viewers
know-
we got like a half hour at least left.
I have to know how you started this music scene, how we might have met up. So you were a bassist in
no.
Salsa and Ashes.
No.
How did that happen?
I was a vocalist in. Okay, I'm gonna try to give you the bullet points because we've been drinking.
Start 06.
I'm gonna give you the bullet.
Oh,
it's way
06.
before that.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
High school.
Yeah.
Like 2000.
Yeah.
I write an album.
Yeah.
That album becomes a band.
Yeah.
2004 ish. We joined a battle of the bands as a fill-in.
Yeah.
We almost win the battle of the bands. We're up against Banehinge and -3.
No idea.
Big bands at the time.
Yeah.
Local bands, huge bands.
Yeah. I'm probably hitting Quest Club at this time.
Huge. Let me put it this way: huge local bands, like obnoxiously big, about to make it.
Yeah. I
band.
have St. Louis Park friends who are like,
Sure,
yeah, I'm
yep,
in bands.
yep.
Oh, yeah.
So doesn't
But
work
they were
out.
in indie bands.
I
They were
joined
in
Solace and Ashes, and that Solace and Ashes, it was like
in 05?
ish, yeah, sure. But the important part of that idea is that I went from trying to be part of the corporate mainstream
Yeah.
to trying to get in on that underground hardcore sound.
Yeah. Well, I think we all were, honestly, because
And that's where it
was the
eventually-
catch. That was the catch at the time. That was
right? And that's somewhere between 04 and 08 is when I ended up in Dying For You, and that's when our scene started to have a renaissance. That's when crowds started to
08.
come back. Yep, around that time.
Thank you After the Burial for that, because that was a huge push on that
They
moment.
might have single-handedly.
They were a
been the
big.
reason for
They
it.
were a big fucking part of that. Let's be honest.
They might
I mean,
have single-handedly been the reason for it.
Yeah, they were a big fucking part of that. Let's
For
be
real
honest.
though.
I was partying with Nostalgia, them, Veil of Maya, Born of Osiris at those years, like in Mikey's who was in Nostalgia.
This was
Mikey's
right
fucking
around that time where
cul-de-sac, dude.
when Aaron before Aaron left.
Dan was like, he's now the drummer of After the Bear, but he's like, we're all partying. He's like on the couch practicing drums.
But when Aaron
It's
referenced
funny.
and tried to pull up that show that we talked about earlier, where I was playing, that whole thing.
You guys were huge. You guys were like dumb huge. Like you guys were dumb huge. Like The Rock dumb huge.
I mean,
and that was a big deal. Even in
this is the weird part. Is
it was
kinda,
dumb huge.
We were kind of that band. This is the thing about my group.
I remember it being that way.
We were the band that other bands invited onto the bill because they couldn't sell out their show.
Yeah.
We were never the headliner.
Yeah.
But bands were like...
But you could be. You wouldn't be.
After I left the band and Joe joined, so I left the band, then Danny joined the band.
Yeah.
Danny was like a dark age. And then Joe joined the band. It was like the golden age. I was like the silver age. So there was a singer before me, and shit wasn't going well. I joined the band, and I taught him how to
So
do
the
business.
singer told the band what to do.
No, but the quality of the singer dictated.
I gotta agree with you there, because the band like worked that way. It seemed like.
Well, with Dying, I don't want. God, I don't want to be that guy. But I'm just trying to say this. Let me just put this out there.
Well, let's just say they're
When
in
Tad
ashes
was in
now.
the band, when
so-
Tad was in the band,
yeah,
before I joined, it had the potential to be, oh my God, huge.
yeah,
But it didn't go that way. And then I joined the band, and it took like 6 to 9 months to rebuild the integrity and reputation of that band.
yeah.
We had huge crowds. And then I got kicked out, infamously. And then Danny Z joined the band. And the draw, numbers, profit,
Yeah,
the money,
yeah.
anything that, it all collapsed.
I'm gonna say
It all collapsed like the World Trade Center.
I'm gonna
And
say
then all
this-
of a sudden, hold on. Let me
Okay,
finish.
okay. I gotta
And
let
then-
you finish.
And then Joe joined. And when Joe Knox joined, that band, his ability as a vocalist to take over for a guy like me was breathtaking.
Yeah,
It was so talented that it transcended the idea of jealousy to admiration.
yeah. And
There
it
was
has to. It has to. You have to feel good about
when
that.
Danny Z took my job, when Danny Z took my job,
Yeah.
I was pissed. I was like, "Oh, y'all are gonna step
natural.
down to that level?
Natural.
Oh, y'all are gonna downgrade you."
It's
And then all
a
of a
it's
sudden-
a start.
And
yeah.
then all of a sudden, Danny Z wasn't there.
yeah.
Joe showed up, and I went, "Now it's worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
Yeah,
you motherfuckers are better without me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck yes, I was
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
Like everyone else in my situation should have been mad. They should have been jealous.
Did he ever reach out to you to be like, "Hey, what's up, man?"
Joe?
Like, yeah.
He became my roommate.
Yeah. Did
He
he ever
rented
go?
a room for me.
Did he ever just go like, "Hey, what's up, man? I'm the guy now," and like,
No,
How you doing?
no, we became friends, and he rented a
That's
room
dope.
for me.
That's dope.
We lived together.
that's how me and the
Him and
original
I became-
vocalist or
Him and I became
Tom
close friends.
Tom Hillman from Earthrise, original Earthrise vocalist.
Joe
Me
Knox.
and him became best friends.
Joe
Like,
Knox
we're great friends.
is arguably the best thing that ever happened to Dying
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing about vocalists. Like we have to be okay with this shit, man. Like if you move from a band to another band, like you gotta be okay with it. If your time is done,
Yeah.
you have to
So
take.
you're noticing what I'm saying. You're
you
noticing
have to
the
take
fact,
the time to
You're
accept it.
noticing
You have
the
to take
fact that
the.
there's no shittiness in what I'm saying.
There's no shittiness in that,
It's
man.
pure love
It's
and
pure
admiration.
fucking like
Like Joe
my energy
was a great singer.
It still happens. It's still maintained, dude. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. Like, you have to have that passion for a new vocalist. Like, don't fuck that up for anyone. You have to let that be open and comfortable for fans, for the band, and for everyone else. And like you said, you can be friends and roommates with these fucking guys, because down the road, like,
I became
you can fucking be
friends with the guy who eventually took my job.
And I was friends with the guy. I took his job.
He didn't take it from me.
Yeah.
He didn't take it from me. I lost that job
to
some other asshole, and then that other asshole lost his job to Joe.
Patience.
And Joe and I became best friends.
Patience. Yeah,
and
that's
roommates.
Brother, that's important. That's important.
And here's the best part of this story. The reason Joe became my roommate is because Jeremy Blake referred him.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, current singer, I think you'd be great roommates with my former singer. And he was right.
Yeah, dude. That's fucking
Joe
sick.
was awesome.
Yeah, dude. Cheers for that. Yeah. That's the thing, man. You just
shout out to Jeremy Blake. I love you, brother.
You gotta be okay with that shit, man. As a vocalist, like, don't let your shit, like, get that shit, man. You'll have a different fucking band, dude. Like you'll get.
That's why I get so irritated.
You're getting a different fucking band, dude.
That's why
you will.
But this is why I get vehemently mad.
Yeah.
When people try to tell me I've said something wrong to Jeremy Blake.
No.
And I'm like, listen, bitch.
You don't know you and Jeremy Blake.
Me and
That's
Jeremy
the thing.
Blake or me and Jeremy Blake.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't get to decide that.
You don't get to decide.
See, as a vocalist, I'm thinking the same thing.
Shut up, bitch.
You don't get to know you and him. Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like tonight, you and I are getting to know each other.
Well, yeah, but Aaron.
So someday,
Aaron's brought it up several times in this interview, even tonight. He goes, I was in this band with Chester a long time ago, and all of a sudden I saw Chester's show, and boom, I was like, dude, this guy's got to be the vocalist for Silic. And now, guess what? I'm the vocalist for Silic. Thank you, Aaron Lanik. Love you like a brother. I agree with everything you've ever said. And yes, like, we just knew each other. Like, we were in a band, and now we're in a band again. You have to be patient and calm, and, like, don't force these things.
But imagine if
Don't force these things.
But imagine after tonight, you and I are sitting in a room.
Yeah. Watching WandaVision.
No, we're not hanging out with each other. We're just sitting in a room opposite of each other.
All right, fair enough.
And some dude comes up and he goes, oh, that Jared Singer guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a real self-indulgent douchebag. And you're like, I've been on his podcast.
Yeah, Aaron, why are you saying these things about Jared?
Aaron, you piece of shit.
Aaron, I thought you were cool with this. I don't understand why you're talking about Jared this way.
But it's very hard. It's very hard to take your experience.
Yeah, but why?
And then amplify that and portray that like a screen across everyone else. It's like, dude, stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
You had a bad experience.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, it's true.
Like the reality isn't.
Look, man, I'm Native American as fuck, and I'm
Native American.
I just
Jewish
have to be okay with a lot of things. Did
you hear what I just said?
I get yeah, I did, and I get wasted at bars with POCs all the time, and I love these guys, and they tell me their shit, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like their pain is just like, just accept me, like just don't kill me. Dude, just don't kill me. Like,
my big question is,
why are you canceling Dr. Seuss? Just don't kill me. Like, just don't kill me.
Here's what my question
and
is.
I love that shit. When I see people,
as a mixed man,
don't kill me.
Here's what my question is, Chester.
Yeah.
I'm an eighth black. I figured this out.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm an eighth Jewish. I'm an eighth native.
Yeah.
And the rest of me's white.
Yeah.
So when we start talking about reparations, reparations,
I hate reparations.
I just go like this. I just go, okay, It doesn't matter if it's a good idea or a bad idea.
Because
Is what I ask is this. Justin,
nobody wants
answer me this.
reparations. Nobody wants
No.
reparations.
Stop. I'm not going into good or bad.
White people want reparations.
No, I'm going into mixed people.
Yeah.
Hear me out.
All right.
I'm an eighth black. I'm an eighth native. I'm an eighth Jewish. The rest of me is white.
Yeah.
Is what I want to know is if reparations are going to be paid. Is
Why?
What I want to know.
Why do you want to know that?
No.
Why do you want to know that? I have to ask you
Is
why.
what
you
I
want
to
to
know.
If you're asking me that, I have to ask why.
Is
do you
what I
want to
know is as a mixed person, which half of myself is going to pay the other half of myself.
But why do you want to know that? Why do you want to know that you have to get paid?
No, because we're talking about reparations.
Yeah, but have you talked beyond that? Like, have you ever
This is
just
a
want to
bill
be?
that's being presented now.
Have you ever just want to be accepted? Like, have you ever just be like, just don't kill me? Just don't kill me.
That's not what reparations are about.
I'm telling you right now, that's what people want to just say.
But that's
like,
not what reparations
don't
are
cancel
about,
Grease, the movie. Just don't give me a reparation. Just don't kill me. Is what everyone's saying.
Has anyone
every
ever told
white
you
person,
look like Jake Gyllenhaal?
No, nobody's ever said that. But
Right.
why don't people
think you
just
look
say
like
that?
Jake
Why
Gyllenhaal.
don't people
It
just agree
hit
with
me
you?
now.
Like, just don't kill me. Just don't kill us. Just don't kill us. Like, we might have to call on your help.
All right, I'm on board with you.
We have to call on your help. We have to. Like,
No, I'm
there's
on board
no
with you.
motherfucking choice. Like, we have to call on help. But when we call on your help, just don't kill us. And that's very
I just want to
important.
know who pays who. With this
But
reparations
with
idea
the
that Biden's
reparations-
pushing, is my white
I don't
half going to
think
pay my
Biden's-
native half?
I don't think Biden's the guy that decides that. I think he's not the guy.
Is my white half going to pay my black half?
Biden said he was the guy. Biden's like, yo, I'm the guy. But here's the thing.
It's not really about Biden. I'm just saying this
Trump-
whole idea.
Trump wasn't
How do
good.
mixed people
He wasn't
get paid?
good, but he wasn't bad. Trump
How do
wasn't
mixed
bad,
people
but
get
he
paid?
wasn't good. But like Trump had these weird things. Like Trump's
a piece of shit. I don't want to get into that.
No, I have to say this.
I just want to focus on
Trump
this
had
idea.
this one weird thing where he signed off. He goes, okay, here's the thing in America: women who are indigenous, Native Americans like me. So my mom.
I'm also native.
If my mom goes missing, she's 100% native. If my mom goes missing, she's not.
I hate that term, by the way. 100% native. I hate that term. That bothers me.
I
so
get
much.
I get it, but
that whole thing is
but
quantified by the government trying to.
What bothers
disembody
me
us as a
is
human
she's not a
species.
statistic. She goes missing and she's gone forever. FBI can't even add her as a statistic. Like in 2021, like this is why you see the red hands. This is why you see the red hands on women's faces, like and you see their handprint. It's a
Right,
very
because if you
important
claim-
message.
But-
Because
but-
if
but-
women
but-
go
but-
missing,
hold on.
if women go
Hold on,
missing, they're
hold
not
on.
a statistic.
Hold on.
Still,
Hold
to this,
on.
the only
I am not
the only culture.
Hold on. I'm not justifying this.
Boom.
I'm not
They're gone.
justifying this. I
And
am
Land
not-
O'Lakes lady
Hold
went
on.
gone,
Hold
which
on.
I was devastated.
Hold
by.
on. Let's slow down.
Very important topic, but
what I'm about to say is about to sound shitty.
all right.
It's not. We're gonna back up.
all
We're gonna
right.
back up so it doesn't sound shitty.
All right.
Is what I'm about to say is incredibly un-American. If you are a Native American, this saddens me. If you're a Native American and you belong to a tribe, and something happens to you, the federal government in the United States of America has no responsibility to care.
Because we lost in the war.
No.
Because we lost.
No,
Is that what you're?
No, let's keep it simple.
But
no, let's keep it simple.
I have to
Let's keep
understand.
it simple.
I have to
Let's
understand
keep it
why
simple.
the federal government has no jurisdiction over us.
Because we
are on this land, dude.
Because
we're on this land, dude.
because
I have
we,
to know.
we claim sovereignty.
Who claims sovereignty?
We did.
Wait,
And we
who's
won-
we?
the natives? And we won jurisdiction in certain.
Bro,
So here's my point.
No, dude.
No,
Because
listen,
people on this land are raping
Chester,
and killing my
listen,
mother. Like
listen.
What?
Listen. So let's
I
create an
can't be
analogy.
part of this one.
Let's
Can't.
create an.
I can't agree with this one.
Let's create an analogy that's simple to understand.
All right.
You have your own native tribe.
No, I don't.
We're creating.
I'm
an analogy.
adopted by a
We're
Poland
creating an
family, so I'm
analogy.
white as fuck apparently. So that's
Chester.
how I live.
Chester. We're
Yeah.
creating a believable analogy.
Oof. Well,
Hypothetically,
I can't, but let's do it.
Come
Let's do it. Let's do
come
it.
on, ride
So,
this wave with me, bro.
you have to explain it to me so I
Okay.
can understand where you're coming
So,
from.
so we're gonna make a story.
All right.
You have your own sovereign nation that is the Native American people.
Okay. In
Pick
this,
it. Name it.
chosen by
Nope,
the U.S.
just
government,
let's make up a name.
because that's how sovereign nations
The
work.
Orange Tribe.
The sovereign nation is chosen by the U.S. government. We're pushed to foreign land, so we're up north, like the Ojibways.
Sure.
I'm gonna take the Ojibways.
Fine.
So I'm in northern Minnesota, north of the Iron Range, where I get some casinos,
Sure.
and I'm happy, quote unquote.
Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. Now here's the deal. A sex crime happens.
Yes.
Human trafficking.
Yeah.
Women being
On-
pulled onto the reservation.
Being pulled on. Okay.
Okay. Being abducted, brought onto the reservation, turned into hookers.
Yeah.
And the federal government turns around and says, well, they're their own sovereign tribe. We have no, we're not doing anything about it.
Ooh, interesting. So they could be Vietnamese.
Anything. What doesn't matter.
Yeah,
the
but they're
point is-
not.
But the point is,
they're
but the
not
point- the point
tribal.
I'm trying to make. The point I'm
Oh.
actually trying to make.
Have you
is
heard that, listeners?
The way the U.S. government deals with this is they go, no, we gave you all these benefits. You have to deal with your own consequences.
Oh, you didn't tell me what benefits I got though, Jared. You just told me I have a sovereign nation.
Benefit. You're your sovereign nation. You get the benefit of being your own sovereign nation. But you also have to deal with those consequences. And when Americans have their civil rights completely absconded and violated,
Yeah.
the federal government doesn't have any responsibility to come in and help you. Because this is the fucked part of what our fucking government has done to our fucking people.
Yeah, but
Is they pretend they gave us casinos. They
that's what I
pretend
love.
they pretend they gave us the sovereignty of our own nation. But they won't even come and show up and enforce the fucking rights of the goddamn citizens
Mhm.
that have been protected from coast to fucking coast.
Yeah.
So I see children on the fucking reservation
Yeah.
without dental care,
Yeah.
without fucking schooling, without running water. I see on the native, dude, I've been to so many fucking reservations in my lifetime. And I'm
Yeah.
telling you, the travesties, you want to talk about ghettos? You want to talk about fucking Americans not caring about Americans? Let's start looking at the
yeah.
Native American reservations.
Yeah.
Because what you think you've given us for fucking reservations
The
and
money,
casino rights
like the
and
money. Yeah, the money.
Go
yeah, it
fuck
just
yourself,
goes that.
because
yeah.
you literally suffocated entire populations of people
Plumbing
into fucking
issues.
nothing. But the only
plumbing
possible
issues,
way we
the
can make it is to
issues,
sell
yeah.
fucking meth. So go eat your own shit when you try to tell us that we have this beautiful life living on the Native American reservation. You have
It's
fucked
not
us.
beautiful,
You have
but,
fucked our fucking people.
Yep.
You have fucked us on every fucking level. And this is why I not only empathize, but I simplify. Oh my God, I
But-
can't talk. I sympathize with the black American.
The-
Somebody who was brought here
yeah.
against their own. Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Like, this shit is real. Being poor is fucking real. And if you get painted into a fucking corner of being native or black or fucking whatever minority, and you're forced to, your only fucking option is to look into fucking pub. Fuck you, man. Like, that shit's hard. That's a hard fucking life. And I'm sick. I'm all about that bring yourself up by your bootstraps life. I'm all about personal
Man, me too.
responsibility.
Yeah,
but it's what I'm
I do
sick
the
and
same
tired
thing.
of.
I do the same
It's what
thing.
I'm sick and tired of.
And they are too.
Is
Like, all
telling
my
everyone
friends are
else
too, yeah.
that
we're
they got
all
it
like,
easy.
fuck it.
You don't fucking know if somebody has it easy. Like, live a
The
day
whole
in their fucking life.
Native American card. I get this all the time. Everyone's like, just throw up your Native American card, and I hate hearing that. I just hate hearing it. Like, it's not what you think it is.
I'm plenty Native. I don't get any conceivable checks, bitch.
when you throw the Native American card, it's not what you think it is, and it's not what it should be. And I actually saw this happen in real life too, where women and men were not okay in high school, and they throw the Native American card, and it felt too early, and then they regretted throwing it, and it was a hard time for everyone involved. But what I will say is too, I've talked. I mean, I go to bars these days with like. Oh man, ghetto ass shit. Like, everything's run down, and like I hang out with people from Chicago and Detroit and all these other places that they just come and like hang out at this place, and we all talk and hang out, and they just want to be heard. Like, we all just want to be heard. Like, don't cancel anything. Like, god damn it, just
that cancel shit is exhausting.
Understand where we come from. I'm actually sexual.
If you're Bill Cosby, get canceled, bitch.
Yeah, I'm a sexual abuse victim, like, from a kid.
Me too.
Back in the day.
Dude, I've said it several times on my own podcast.
Yeah,
I got molested twice.
Yeah, and
twice,
and
twice,
and more times for me. And it's just like,
grow up.
The whole cancel culture thing does not help us heal. It does not work that way. We have to heal. We have to be the survivors. Like, give us the time and the power to do that. And I did do that, and I'm happy about that.
So how do people... here's the question. We've been circling around this whole thing. We've been beating around the bush for 7 hours.
It's a thing, man.
We're about to set the record for the longest podcast because we're riding up right up to WandaVision.
Oops.
But here's the question. No, oops about it.
Oops.
So here's the question, brother. Chester.
Yeah.
This is the question.
The one question before WandaVision.
It really is.
Who is the real Vision?
Now give me some breath here. Okay?
Yeah, I got you.
Give me some breath here.
I got you.
I'm about to make a speech as we wrap this up.
With one more whiskey and I'm done.
This is how we need to start thinking about things. All right, I'm going to make a rant here. How do we gauge trauma? How do we gauge pain?
I don't think
How
you
do
can.
we gauge suffering when we haven't been through it? Where do we get off deciding how much someone else should suffer? So, for example,
you gotta give them a taste. That's all I gotta say.
Whether we're talking about people in Texas,
which I'm
to
from,
or we're talking about Minnesota, where Transformer goes out.
From.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You're right.
Who are you to decide how much someone else can afford to suffer through?
Mm-hmm.
You're the only one who can decide how much you can take. So, and you know that.
Yeah,
you know
I do.
That the
I
listeners,
do know
the
that.
viewers,
Yeah.
I'm really talking to the listeners and the viewers right now.
I love that
you
you
know,
are. Like, yeah.
You know.
This is not a question to me.
You know
but
how much you can handle.
Yeah.
My question to you, the listener and the viewer, is:
yeah.
Who are you to decide with your strife or your privilege?
I'd love this question.
Who are you to decide when someone else's
I love this question because this is why
suffering
this is why you vote.
Worth taking.
This is why you vote. This is why you decide who is going to
I don't think there's an answer to this. I think this is an
I agree with you.
unanswerable
I agree with
question.
you because you find these people who can relate to you. You find these people who, and you do it. You have to keep going. Like, you can't just say Kim Kardashian is my fucking idol and like stop there. Like, the girl got destroyed in Paris by this fucking Pink Panther fucking brigade and like all this other shit. Now she's divorcing fucking Kanye West and all this other bullshit that's going on. Like, you have to
that lasted 6 years longer.
You have to ignore all this shit because you have to really pay your attention to people who can relate to you. And if people don't relate to Jared or they don't relate to I can promise you, we don't care. We're not hurt by someone who can't relate to us. But if you can appreciate what we're talking about, if you can relate to what we're talking about, and you join our followers, and if you enjoy what we're saying, and you subscribe to what we're talking about, I can promise you we will keep going and we will keep sharing our experiences with you, and that's enough. That's enough.
I think the reason that's relevant, what you just
and you're
said,
not alone. You're not alone. That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's
at that point.
I think the reason that's relevant as to what you just said.
That's why we exist.
It's like, I'm going to do this podcast.
Yeah, this is why we exist, Jared. I mean,
I'm
this is why we exist.
going to do this podcast, and you can either choose to tune in, and be like, hey, you know what? Jared's fucking whatever.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a fan of me to tune into this.
Or always agree. Or always agree.
Right,
like, you can agree with half what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually better if you disagree with me.
Yeah.
It's actually better if you just... Cause
and you throw them in the comments. You just be like, hey,
exactly,
Jared, you're a piece of shit.
You might be the person... You might be the person who throws something in the comment and cites a reference, throws a link in there, and I go, oh, shit.
Randy Marsh is the best character on TV by all time. And if you Randy Marsh this shit, like, that's perfect.
That's the way I live my life, man.
Yeah.
The way I live my life is about, like, honestly, man, since the success and the famous people I've met and the parties I've been to, the shit I've been through, I realize how little it means.
It doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean
honestly,
shit. It was fun. It was fun.
This is the weirdest segue into the perfect ending. Of a podcast. Because I swear to God,
I've never seen an ending of your podcast, by the way, so this is good.
They don't always end this perfectly. Because I'm telling you, man,
it has to end this perfect.
This is the perfect ending to one of these podcasts. Because here's the deal, dude. We have talked about everything from sports to music,
from start to
giving
finish.
a fuck to being lazy.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, man, like, there's something that has happened on this podcast which shows the integrity of men and women that give a fuck.
Yeah.
And if you don't give a fuck, there's no stance you make. The whole point is, like, you just go with the flow. Like, that hippy dippy fucking, like, and I'm with it, man. When I'm doing mushrooms,
sometimes you have to be.
I'm the first fucking guy to be like, dude, stop going against the grain. Let's just ride the wave. Let's just have a good time.
It's a good
dude,
start.
I'm that guy.
It's a good start. If you don't know where to start. Just ride waves.
But the reality is, if you read...
Don't stay there,
If you read the magnetic...
Don't stay there, though.
If you read the magnetic wave...
Yeah.
Of what's happening, is you're seeing an immense amount of people get super frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, through this podcast, through 66 episodes... Order 66!
Order 66.
Good. Good. Yes. Good. Is what I've started to see is a bunch of motivated motherfuckers that are looking in one direction.
Yeah.
And they are sick and fucking tired of this loser ass victim mentality. And I have built a new network. I have built a new level. I blended built and level. Belt. I said belt. I built a new level of respect and admiration for people that looked at this 2020 into 2021 as not a barrier, but as an opportunity. And they said, you know what? We're not going to die today. And it doesn't really matter what we're talking about. Politics, culture, the economy, the music, it doesn't matter. Agreed. Are you going to be a winner and survive? Or are you going to be a loser and die? And I know that sounds super callous, and I get it.
Yep.
So to my buddies out there who go, I'm sick of this winner-loser mentality. You all are assholes. I get it. But here's the deal. Mm-hmm. I'm a winner, and I'm going to help every loser I can until they become a winner. However, if you don't eat after I give you food, I give you the opportunities to promote your band or to push your comedy, and you still don't give a fuck, how much longer am I supposed to give a fuck? How much am I supposed to care about what you're doing if you don't care about what you're doing, man? You see where I'm going with this deal?
Yeah, man.
Like, I'm willing to give everything I got.
That's awesome.
I'm going to give you everything I got in
That's
Yourczek.
awesome.
I will show up to your shows. I will film fucking Instagram. I will have you on my fucking podcast. But if you don't give a shit about your own band, why should I give a shit, man?
Yeah.
So I don't care if you want to make it famous. You don't need to try to be in Metallica. You don't need to try to make $1 million.
Which we're not. We're not trying to be Metallica.
But I'm not talking about Yourczek. I'm just using you as a hypothetical.
But I love this. I love this
band,
shit. This shit's hot.
This shit's hot.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah. This shit's hot. Yeah.
Take your shit seriously, man.
I agree. Like,
that's why you left the basement, bro.
Yeah.
Care about your own shit as much as
I
I
love this shit, man.
If I care about your music more than you do, we have a fucking problem.
Yeah.
If you come on my podcast,
I love this shit.
And I want to promote your band more than you do.
This is good heat. This is good heat.
Fucking problem.
This is awesome. No, I think a lot of bands really need to recognize that where you are is where you're at, and how you need to move to the next level or not. Like, this is up to you entirely. But look, I have a free service called False Chord Management,
Plug it.
and I can talk about ads. I can on Facebook.
But
it's just called False Chord Management, and Jared has a really passionate podcast, and just reach out to us, and don't just like be like, we're perfect for what you're saying. Just talk to us as human beings. That's it.
And don't hit me up and go, hey, I want to be on your podcast.
Talk to us
Tell
as
me what
human
band you're
beings. Talk to us as human beings, and I promise you'll get my free service. And you might recognize Jared as a great fucking human being who can talk to you. But like, what I'm saying is,
I wouldn't go
be
as far as
a motherfucking human being. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's it. And that goes for everyone, by the way, in the scene. Be a human being.
This was a fucking
be a human being.
blast
Be
of
a
a
human
podcast.
fucking being. That's it.
This was a blast of
Yeah,
podcast.
man, I love this podcast. This is awesome.
It started as a shit show.
We showed up
we were late.
20 minutes late, and
But it's okay.
I'm about to
It ended up
watch
being great.
WandaVision, so I don't give a
We're gonna
shit.
wrap this up. We're gonna shut this shit down. We got about
And I got
Jessica,
jabbing.
can you I'm a little blurry eyed. Can you read that clock in the?
120. It's 128. It says 128.
120. We got 40 minutes till WandaVision.
128 it says 128.
30 minutes till WandaVision. We got it. We're in it. Have you watched everything?
Yeah, I'm caught up. Yeah, I saw
super
the white.
stoked.
I saw the white. Oh, I don't know if I wanted to like give this podcast these details until now, but
Oh, spoilers!
I
Spoiler
saw-
warning!
spoiler.
Stop
Woo,
watching!
woo, 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 woo.
Stop watching till tomorrow.
I saw what I saw. Yeah. I saw what I saw, and I'm excited to see.
No,
what I
now
need
we
to
can
see.
talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my theory. I've talked about this many times on the podcast.
Shazan.
Yeah, let's do it. We got a half hour.
Are you on Shazan? Are you on Shazan?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Who do you think's the villain?
Mephisto and
You're Mephisto.
and Nightmare.
I
Being
think
combined into
Ah!
one villain.
that's
One
so,
villain.
That's so hardcore. It's so hardcore.
Feige's going deep.
I don't know if I can do it.
Mephisto and Nightmare are becoming one villain.
I don't hate it because it's never happened.
Get close to the mic, bro. No one can hear you.
Ugh.
No one can hear
Okay,
you.
okay.
It's just me and you.
Okay, no, we're back. Okay, so that's
I
your thing.
fucked his whole brain up. I fucked his whole brain up.
I love it. I love
He
the
literally-
idea. I
he
love the
literally-
idea.
For the
But
listeners,
I don't agree. I don't
for the
agree. I don't agree.
listeners-
I don't agree.
for the listeners who can't see anything,
I
he
don't
ripped
agree.
his headphones off, and
I
I
did.
broke his brain.
I thought
When I said
I thought he
think
was-
Mephisto and
I thought he
Nightmare
was
are
gonna
being
give it
combined
away.
into one villain.
I thought he was gonna give it away. No, I think Chthon is the villain. I think Chthon is the villain.
Why would? Okay, here's my point.
Because it's easy. It's a TV show. It's not a
Why-
fucking major motion
why-
picture.
In storytelling, as a songwriter, you understand.
Yes,
Why would you introduce an
Chthon
unknown
is
character this late?
he's more powerful than Nightmare, and he's more powerful than
Isn't there a greater?
Mephisto.
Okay, but if you're gonna introduce a villain,
But he
without
can
any Easter eggs,
easily be blocked away.
without any seeds,
And they need more. to move
without
into
any
the
seeds,
movie.
why would you say that there's a realistic probability of that guy over Mojo?
Because the motherfucker who is in the Sword leadership needs some sense of, because he's part of it. That guy, he's part of it. The captain or director or whatever, he's part of this shit. And Chthon can easily just be like, "Yo, I need you part of this."
You're
But
not
like,
talking about Fury.
no,
You're
no.
talking about that white dude.
I'm talking about the white dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the white
Yeah, the
Uh,
guy who manipulated the video of her stealing Vision.
I don't think he.
But
did
then
it.
he
I don't think he
made
did it.
White Vision,
I
because
don't
White
think-
Vision is now a villain. White
I
Vision,
don't think
West Coast villain. West
I don't-
Coast Vision is now a
whoever's
villain.
manipulating this video is not Wanda nor
Not
that
Wanda,
guy.
nor that guy, but
Nope.
he's part of it. He's part of because he manipulated her jumping in because he goes, Wanda stole Vision's body, but she didn't steal Vision's body.
No, she didn't. She didn't.
But
even
he
touch it.
said she did. So he's part of the manipulation.
Okay.
You have to acknowledge that he's part of the manipulation.
So you don't think
Director dude
you
is
don't
a
think
fuck.
he's just
fuck
like
it. He
you
just he because he made his weapon. He made sentient
I'm
weapon.
telling you, dude.
Sword.
Okay.
He made
Okay.
his weapon, bro.
Chester, listen to me. I'm telling
I'm
you.
hearing you.
As
You
a
have to agree with that,
as
though.
As a story writer and teller, I'm telling you, my number one impulse is that he is going to replace as a human character, no supernatural nothing.
I agree. He's gonna die.
Thunderbolt.
He's gonna die at some
no,
point.
he's replacing General Ross.
No.
Yeah,
William Hurt is a genius and an actor, and William Hurt's gonna be General Ross.
General Ross is going to
William
become,
Hurt's gonna stay.
General Ross is going to become Thunderbolt Ross, and he's
Bro,
going to become the Red Hulk.
Artificial, whatever the fuck.
He's going to become the Red
William
Hulk.
Hurt, the goat, like that fucking movie.
Dude, General
How
Ross.
is William Hurt gonna lose his job, dude? William Hurt's a genius.
Because General Ross is being because
No,
he's going to
no.
become the Red Hulk.
I can't do this.
He's going to become
William
Red Hulk.
Hurt will be the Red Hulk. William Hurt will be the Red Hulk.
Yeah, exactly.
William Hurt keeps his job. This guy is not part of it.
Slow down. Slow down. No.
Why are we talking
General
about-
Ross
No,
becomes
this
Red
is
Hulk.
not. This is not the. This
General
is not the show.
Ross-
This is not the show.
Listen. General
I'm hearing
Ross becomes Red Hulk.
Yeah, well, obviously, because
Okay,
the comics say that.
Now we lose a government human.
Are you mad about William Hurt losing General Ross?
No, I'm saying like casting wise, if you think about it logistically,
He's a voice
as a
now.
storyteller.
He's a voice now, like as
He
Red Hulk.
becomes Red Hulk.
Okay, well, no, that is for sure.
Secretary of State.
But that's
is
the
vacated.
That's a She-Hulk show. That happens in the She-Hulk show.
Fair. But
That doesn't
I'm
happen.
telling you, the director of fucking Sword becomes the new Secretary of State to replace General Ross because General Ross
What happens
becomes
to
Red Hulk.
Marie and Photon? Photon is what I'm
Well,
talking about.
she's Spectrum, not Photon.
She's Spectrum, yeah. But
She's
well,
Spectrum.
Photon. It was one of
But-
her.
Hold
her
on,
mom-
hold on.
her
I think
mom
we're-
is
I think I'm a little drunk.
Her
And
mom's
I think we're
Photon.
missing-
Spectrum is
I think I'm a
that's
little
fair.
drunk, and I think I may have miscommunicated. Here's what I'm trying to say.
I'm trying to talk about the episode
Okay.
now.
I'm trying to tie the universe together.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Thunderbolt Ross leaves his status
Yeah.
because he becomes Red Hulk. Therefore,
But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know
but
that right
he's
now.
currently Secretary of State.
Yeah, he is.
Once he becomes Red Hulk, he's gone.
Yeah.
That
She-Hulk will
that actual
that.
position needs to be filled.
Yeah, She-Hulk will do that.
I'm suspecting that the current role of Secretary of State and the director of the Sokovia Accords
yeah.
gets replaced because General Ross, Thunderbolt Ross,
Yeah. Because
after
the Red
Black
Hulk.
Widow,
Yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah,
that whole
the movie,
thing
That
happens.
movie happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
and then this guy, and I'm forgetting his name from WandaVision.
Yeah, I am too. He's the director of Sword.
Yeah,
he's
fuck
the
him.
director of
Let's
Sword.
just call him
He
director
sucks.
of Sword.
But he's the bad. He's one of the
He
bad guys
becomes
of
the
this
new
show.
version- He becomes the new version of General Ross
Okay,
because it's just
That's
a
a
vacated
tight
position.
dude, that's a tight lead. I'm not gonna go
I'm
that
telling
way.
you, that's
I'm
what's
not,
happening.
I'm not
He's
going
not
there with
Mephisto.
you. I'm not
He's-
going there.
I'm saying
He's not Mephisto. I agree with you
He's
there.
not
Yeah,
a villain.
He's not
He's
a villain.
just another government asshole.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
100%.
And
He
he's
made
so charismatic.
He made
that-
West Coast. He made West Coast Vision. That was his role and responsibility. Now West Coast Vision fights
In the comics.
He fights
Yep.
Vision in Wanda's world. That's what I think happens. That's all his
Can
deal
you read
is.
that time clock? I'm too fucking drunk. I can't read it.
1:38.
Okay. 20 minutes. 22 minutes to WandaVision.
But I agree with what you're saying to an extent because I think the government aspect works the way you say it, but he only made West Coast Vision, the what they call the White Vision, which, hey, actually this is a pretty fun thing to say, and I will say it out loud to the technology world. Master Slave. Have you ever heard of Master Slave on hard drives?
Yes.
Or in development technology? That's gone. We're now replacing that because people are not comfortable with that anymore.
Cancel culture.
Cancel culture, yeah. So master slave technology is gone. You will not have a master hard drive anymore. You will, and GitHub is not going to have a master anymore. So you're going to move that. That's happening in this year. I have no timelines, but it will. Also, if you blacklist someone or whitelist someone, that will also change. That is now you access someone or de-access someone or however your team decides to do that. We want to be more inclusive with technology culture. So these things that where we had Sharpies, where we once blacklisted folks with our Sharpie markers, That's done because we want you to feel okay about being no longer accepted in our networks. So that will change in the future. This is a real thing, and couldn't be more prouder to be a part of it, but at the same time, never heard one single person in my life say that that was their problem with racism.
How do we get to racism?
Because I was talking about blacklisting and whitelisting folks in technology.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing now. This year, we cancel that. It's now including and excluding. Those lists now change. And master and slave has now switched.
Yeah, master bedroom got pulled out of real estate in certain companies.
Yep.
Which is hilarious because it has nothing to do with slavery.
Well, it's gone. It's gone now. Like,
it's just ridiculous.
Because you're now... It's an inclusion.
And honestly,
you're including people now.
And here's the beautiful part.
But these are all white people. These are all white people making these decisions. They have to be.
Hold on.
How are Minnesota Vikings still having a...
We're ending this in a positive.
Fucking...
Nope, we're ending this in a positive. We're ending this in a... I'm not doing this. We're ending this on a positive. Here's the thing. It's over. It's over. Like the cancel culture, that whole fucking, like, corporations suddenly went, wait a minute, this seems a little insane, and we're hearing a lot of chatter, let's start putting out polls. And they did that again. Cancel culture is losing. It's losing. Stay strong. Quit tripping. Seriously, stop losing your mind. Stop calling everyone who disagrees with you a snowflake and just answer the fucking polls. Tell people you're okay with it. Tell people you understand. It's comedy. Keep speaking out. Keep reaching out. Stop panicking. This is what I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
I might even be a little bit ahead of what the data you have.
I don't have data. I'm
telling you, I have data. I'm telling you.
I just have experience from being a sexual assault victim. Like,
slow down.
Slow
down.
Learn where you are. Learn to adapt to where you are because
slow down.
It's important for you. It's important for you.
Let's slow down.
I think
the
person who is dealing with this is the most important person.
No, the reality is this. Not only are you the most important person who's engaging with their content, but at the end of the day, if you don't like it, don't watch it.
Well, okay. Or try it, but like put your toes in the water.
No, here's the thing: is if you're
it's your job.
It's
your job, man.
If you're a person on the right or the left,
I don't think that matters.
Who is trying to say this person's offensive, and I want to win a battle?
Yeah,
cancel them.
Okay, yeah.
Because they're alienating. What
I don't think.
Doing.
I don't think these are. I don't think.
Fuck off.
I don't think.
Fuck off and stop.
I get this. I get this.
Let me finish this.
I will.
If you're one of those people, I want you to do this. Step 1, fuck off. Step 2, stop. Step 3, let everyone else breathe. Because here's the reality. You can either be a Karen, or you can be a fan.
I don't think.
No.
I don't think
there's two options right now. In this world, stop.
I don't think the soft
Chester,
people
stop,
are.
Stop,
I don't think the soft people
Chester,
are
Chester.
the aggressive people.
Chester, hear me out.
I don't think the
There's
sexual
2 types of people in this world.
I don't think the people who are hurt are the aggressive people. I think the people who don't understand. I think the people who don't understand who have been abused.
I apologize for saying stop.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Points that I was not ready
I don't
to
think
understand.
I don't think these people have been heard. Really, to be honest, I don't think sexual people or people who have been hurt in this way have actually been heard at all. I think that they should be heard, and you should understand, because a lot of people just advocate like we don't need to know who these people are because they shouldn't have to tell us that they were hurt or they were offended in this way. And we need to advocate for them on our own behalf because we don't understand what they went through. So we're going to say what they have to go through. I think that's who you're aiming for. And I congratulate you for that because you should tell these people to back off.
Well, and it was what I'm really trying to do is like
I love that. I'm not trying to like, I'm trying to kind of do the opposite of I love where you're going.
The algorithms are trying to outrage people, right? And I'm trying to get people to go, wait a minute, calm the fuck down.
I think we are outraging.
Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, and I think we are outraging people
Let's
either
hang
way.
out for a minute.
Because I think people just need to understand, like,
right?
Can you ask your friends and family and people that you know, just, hey man, have you ever been a part of this situation? And how do you feel about it? Because
I appreciate the fact that you
that's all you have to do. You don't have to cancel Dr. Seuss. You don't have to cancel Grease. You don't have to cancel this shit. Ask them,
Chester,
what's up?
That's appreciate the fact
that's it.
That earlier in the night you brought up the fact that you actually watched the podcast.
Yeah,
most of the people
I did. I watched 3 episodes.
Most of the
it was awesome.
Most of the people that come on the podcast don't watch the podcast. And
fair.
That's fine.
That's fair.
That's fine.
You have to do your research.
But I appreciate it. I appreciated it so much because the things you pulled out of that podcast, you saw.
That reaping podcast was sick. It was dope. Shout out to Reaping, insane. Guys. It was awesome.
That was a crazy podcast because that was like all over the place.
Yeah, it was. At first, like you were trying to relate to Alex a lot, and then you're trying to get the other bandmates involved. And then they got involved, and we all hung out. And then I got to learn who the whole band was. But I knew the band at that point. I just started learning things that, and this is why I appreciated you, Jared, as a podcast aficionado. Is you started bringing things out to light, which is very important.
Well, because I care about, and this is the real point I was trying to get at earlier.
Yeah,
is like. The whole point is I care about what you guys care about.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of this podcast,
it has to be through your lens.
Eyeball. But the whole point of it's to open the eyeball and understand, man.
Yeah.
That there's other people who experience the same life that we do. The same world we experience.
Yeah, that's true.
But do it through a completely different lens, man.
Yeah, that's true.
And like, dude, like this person can really, really, really be struggling while you think everything's great.
Yeah.
And you didn't know any better. Even though you literally live across the street from this person.
For sure.
Because I actually heard this from somebody. They were like, dude, I've known that guy for fucking 15 years.
Yeah,
we've been in bands. We've been in the same. I've lived across the street from that dude for 7 years, and I had no fucking idea what that dude had gone through until I heard him on your podcast. That fucked me up. We started this podcast. We talked about this on this podcast tonight.
That's awesome.
We hinted through this over and over again, where even your own drummer was like, "I didn't know that."
Yeah.
Holy shit! Tonight, you're side by side. How many rehearsals have you had? And that's not an indictment.
He just didn't know
that's not a
how
negative.
I was born. I mean, I don't think Paul or Greg knew
it's
that
not
either.
A negative. It's what it is it's a literal spotlight on
it's awesome,
what
man.
This podcast and podcasts like this are able to do. So
listeners pay attention.
You and your own band member can learn more about each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
that's mind-blowing to me, dude. This is not what I intended. This is not the point.
Fair enough.
But this is a beautiful, absolutely gorgeous consequence that
enough.
I couldn't be more happy about.
Yeah.
With all the people I've had, with all the experience I've had.
Yeah.
And after tonight, hanging out with you and getting to know you, you know, but between the fact that we get started late, and it was smooth starting, even though we started late. It was super easy to get going. That's hard to do on a podcast, by the way. And then the
believe
way
it.
you and I have connected, and the way we've connected with a couple. Like honestly, man, I kind of want to have you and Tim Java on, and just have a straight up podcast where it's like all we're talking about is the business side.
Yeah, I'm all business. I mean, I'm a product manager for a living, and
Here's the thing,
I
we're all
translate it to
secretly all
bands.
business.
Well, we have to be. We have to be.
All are secretly.
And
all business.
I'm open for this. If anybody's watching and they're confused about their situation, I'm Chester Yo on Facebook, and I have False Chord Management on Facebook as well.
We're gonna tighten
Reach
this
out.
up.
Just
We're
reach
gonna
out.
tighten this
That's
up.
it. That's it.
Dude, we're gonna do more of these. We're gonna do more of these, Chester.
I'm down. And I would love to hang out with Tim Java. We have mutual friends. We don't know each other personally, but we know each other.
Let's
so
make it happen.
yeah,
Tim?
it would be awesome.
Tim, I know you're not probably watching this still because
And
you
we
have a
could
real life.
have this Hibiki whiskey together. It'd be awesome. I'm down, man. Would love to meet you, Tim. Big fan.
Because here's the thing. The reality is the world has, in our industry, the
Yeah.
world already ended.
Yeah, and me and Tim know fucking
now-
great friends. We're great friends with each other. So
And now the entertainment industry is literally being the phoenix.
yeah,
We're rising.
Yep.
You can either be in on it, or you can.
I mean that's true, especially now. I mean you have to adapt and overcome in our situation. This is why we in Acrylic have decided to be more advertising in our efforts than we were like live shows. So, but we're a prog band. I mean, as a prog band, things just change, and you have to know this. You can't just say you're a metal band and be a prog band. It's not the same thing. So we have to still cater to an audience. We still have to find people. It's harder to find people as a prog tech metal band, but it's still possible. This is what you said with the Reaping guys. It's still fucking possible. You find that 2%.
Easy. It's actually easy.
You push for that 2%, and this is why I told these guys. I'm like, we're gonna find this 2%. And it's trickling now for us. I'm not gonna say we're raining. We're not raining money.
Honestly,
This
dude,
band is not raining money, but
Chester,
we're trickling an audience. This audience is
I think
now
you're the one who
coming-
did the 2% thing.
coming in here.
I think you're the one who equated it to the 2% thing. You must have done that math because
All right, fair
I
enough.
have two numbers. I have two numbers I preach
Yeah,
at
I think it
Ad
probably is
nauseam.
2% though.
and you might be right. You're probably right. Like that's probably how you came up with this because I'm telling you, I've never once said
You
2%.
never said 2%.
Never
okay.
once.
All right.
Is what I've said is two numbers: 0 to 500 and 1 and 333.
But 0 to 500 is so interesting to me because it's like based on each band member. Because
if you
okay,
can get 500
if 0
people,
to 1 to 500 is everyone's family members,
no,
you did it wrong.
no, it's
you
town
did
to
it wrong.
town. This is the point, and this is where we started this earlier. I think you were taking a
But
piss.
town to town is hard.
No,
like
but-
you can't
Exactly.
you
That's
can't
the point.
choose that.
But if you get,
But you
I think
can
you were taking
reach
a
for
leap.
that. You
I
can.
think you were taking. a
I
leap when we
was.
had
I
this
was.
conversation.
Admittedly,
Because I
but I
flat out
love
said,
those numbers. I
I
love
flat
those
out
numbers.
said- I
Yeah, I
flat
love
out
those
said,
numbers.
if you can get 20 to 30 cities, where when you
Go
show
East
up,
Coast first, ladies and gentlemen.
Where-
Like
when-
grab those numbers up there because that's awesome. This guy's
even-
preaching awesome numbers.
it even starts just locally. So we're
Yeah.
from the mid. So Minneapolis, St. Paul. Okay, that's one city. Let's just call it Fargo, North, Sioux Falls, La Crosse.
You're gonna hate
Okay.
what I said about Isla, how I started Isla.
Once you get 500 people though that are regularly coming to see your band in just those 4 or 5 cities,
yeah.
and then you throw in Chicago,
What if those cities are known to not buy merch?
I don't even know what to answer the question.
But you can because with data you can. So recently, right now, I learned this. You can. By the way, everyone who's watching at this point, probably nobody, but You can learn.
No one's watching.
You can learn how people buy merch because you look it up on Google and you know the hot spots. Like, you have to do the research. So this is why I say vanity metrics are real. And let's talk about COVID for a minute. COVID, all these fucking media folks grab you by vanity metrics. They say totals. They go, 500,000 people have died of COVID. What does that mean to you? Nothing, because you live in a discrete area of the world where X amount of people actually died of COVID. Do you relate to 500,000 people? Maybe in your country, but you don't survive in your whole entire country. That's not how America has ever worked. You've never survived in the whole entire America, and you never will. You have to know how your scenario works. You have to know that. That's if your media drives you to your scenario, you have good media.
That actually makes sense to me.
If you have that situation, you have good media. I'm not saying that the 500,000 is obsolete by any means. It is important, but it's a vanity metric. They try to play fear on you in that point because not all those people died in your area. And I've had friends and family that have died of COVID.
Yeah, my aunt died of COVID.
Yes, I'm not downplaying this whole situation by any means.
And that's what I'm getting.
I'm just trying to tell everyone,
Chester, just to put it.
Yeah,
dude, I'm with you because I'm getting pissed off because every time I speak out against government restrictions and keeping things like that, people go, "Oh, it must be nice to not have somebody who died." I'm like, bitch, my aunt died of fucking COVID.
No.
And I'm still saying open it up because my aunt died during the lockdowns with all the restrictions.
My grandma, who's my mom,
in Michigan,
she wants it open. She wants it open.
My aunt died in Michigan.
Yeah.
Where they had the strictest.
Yeah.
More than LA.
Yeah.
More than New York.
Yeah. No, I gotta imagine Michigan had a very tight. Yeah,
my aunt still died.
Very tight situation.
Your restrictions aren't saving lives.
The people I know that died, they died in a.
They're not saving lives, dude. So the rest of us, guess what?
A home.
We're over it.
Yeah.
If you don't think it's safe, fine.
Yeah.
Let's get you a government policy where you get to sign a waiver and say you don't feel safe until you're vaccinated.
Yeah.
Until you're vaccinated.
Yeah.
Okay? But we're not giving you a free pass. We're not giving you an excuse.
It's hard. It's hard.
We're not allowing you to just freeboat it. Like if you're really scared and you can't get the vaccine, guess what? Sign a waiver.
I mean, like my mom.
We'll give you the supplementation you need.
My
until
mom.
The vaccine's out there.
My mom.
Guess what? If the rest
still
of us
alive,
are ready to go,
and she's very similar. Go. She's very similar to what you're preaching right now. My mom is still alive. My grandma. My dad died last year or 2 years ago, and a lot of the album, the Silk album, is about him and his death and how I had to deal with it. But she's still alive, and she's very much the same way. She says, I don't care about getting COVID. I went through horrible wars.
Right.
And I went through what I went through, and I'm okay with this. I just don't want you to be sick. She doesn't want me to get sick of COVID. She's
which is why I'm literally not.
She's okay.
I swear to God,
and
I'm
so
not visiting.
I've avoided it like the Matrix. I've avoided it like the Matrix. I've been in and out of COVID left and right.
And just so I don't sound like an asshole, I haven't seen my grandmother in person.
Yeah,
for over a year.
Yeah, I talked to her on the phone.
A year.
I talked to my grandma on the phone
because last December and January, I went, Grandma, this is not a joke.
Yeah,
this disease is real,
and she understands,
disease
but
is real.
She doesn't feel the same way. She still wants to see me. She wants to see me and my girlfriend and like talk to us. But like we both are like very like, well, she finally took the vaccine, so she's starting things. But like we're still like figuring out with her. So Yeah, I mean, like people
My
take
grandma
it.
doesn't watch. My
People take
podcast,
it
so she
seriously.
doesn't know.
We take it seriously. You know,
I told my grandmother don't watch my
It's-
podcast because we talk about eating ass. I straight up told my grandmother, do not watch my podcast.
I ate ass last Tuesday.
I
It
told
was-
my grandmother, do not watch my podcast.
It was what it was.
I told her, do not watch my podcast because we talk about weird sex stuff, and she said
it was
"That's-"
this
and she
bar
said,
in Wisconsin called
she
All
said-
You Can Eat Ass.
and she said, Jared, that's really gross. I'm disappointed. And I said, Grandma, I'm a married man. I can talk about whatever I want. And she went like this. Okay, that's fair. But I'm not gonna.
She's like, I fought for your rights, boy. I
Yeah.
fought for those
and
rights,
then
boy.
she went like this, and then she went, but I'm still not gonna listen to it. And I go, yeah, that's what I just told you to do. Don't listen to it.
I fought for those rights, boy.
But no, I desperately want to hug my grandmother.
Yeah, I mean,
desperately
a lot
wanna
of people
fucking
do,
see-
man.
I
That's the thing. Like,
desperately,
you might.
desperately.
I think it's okay
wanna
for
see
folks
her.
to say like, "Yo, like, let's grow up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get involved in this," but also at the same time, like, we all want to hug our grandmothers and like grandfathers. Like,
I need my grandma to get a fucking vaccine so I can have her on
Let's-
this podcast,
let's
and I'm
fucking
gonna do 6.
do it.
People don't know my grandma.
Don't fuck
Dude,
with
my
this.
grandma worked for the FBI under J. Edgar
That's sick.
Hoover. Like,
Ooh, Jabber.
Like I'm gonna do a series.
sick.
I'm gonna do a series with my grandmother. It's gonna be 6 episodes. I've already figured it. I've timed it out. I've
Yeah.
figured it out.
Yeah.
Everything. It's gonna be 6 episodes.
That's sick.
private. No one's ever gonna see it except for me and my family member. Until I said member, like I have one family member.
Remember. I remember. Don't worry.
It'll just be for us.
How could I ever forget
Until it's
it's the
decided that it's no
first
longer
time.
just for us.
the last time we ever met?
forget. Do you see those black kids' reaction to that song?
Shaq's
There's
kids?
2 twins kids. No, I don't think they're Shaq too. But
I
they're 2
saw the Shaq kids.
they're 2 black
dude.
kids. They're 2 black kids about 14, 18 years old, somewhere
Yeah.
in there. And
I've seen so many
yeah,
of
they're
Phil
hip hop
Collins.
kids, but they listen to rock music and they do reaction videos.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was amazing because they were like, "Oh my god, I ain't never heard nobody drop
Dude,
a beat
That
in the middle
that's
of
the
a
thing.
song."
That's the thing about it. I laugh at everyone who thinks they're like progressive and like ready for this fucking shit, but like nobody
What time is it?
actually hangs out with POC people and listen to them. 2 a.m. exactly. 2 a.m. exactly.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Wrap
Where
it
can
up.
people follow you guys?
Hey, so I'm Chester. I'm in a band called Acylic. Go to www.acylic.com. YSILIK.com. That's the best place to get every information that we ever have. You can go to Bandcamp to look us up. You can go to YouTube to look us up. You can go to Facebook to look us up. But our website is the best place. Ba, ba, ba. That's my jingle. And this is Jared.
That's a great That's a great plug. That's probably one of the better plugs I've heard on this podcast.
Yeah, you only need
Everything
one.
for me. Actually, I just launched my own website. Go to jaredsinger.com. There you go. jaredsinger.com. If you want to follow me on social, everything's Jared Singer Live. There you go. Jared Singer Live or jaredsinger.com. Suck it, nerds. We're out.